Welcome, Illumineers, back to the Lorcana Challenge Chicago. We are so excited for day 2, Brandon. I'm Rebekah, and we are your hosts along with the rest of the casting team. And let's go ahead and give you a look at the team who's going to be carrying you through the rest of the challenge today.
Yeah, if you were with us yesterday, you will recognize these faces. Rebekah and I are going to be here on site to give you live commentary, and we have Tannon doing interviews in between the rounds, and then Jonti and Liam have both done an awesome job doing their virtual games, so we can give you 2 matches, hopefully, for each round that we're going through.
Absolutely. Yeah, this team has been so great to work with. Excited for having so much more fun today.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great decks, really great players that are playing today, so I'm excited to get some coverage over some of it and hopefully see some really exciting games. And these players are playing for some really cool stuff, so why don't we look at the prizing for what they were playing for yesterday and then what they're playing for today.
Yes, so everyone who participated in the challenge earned this beautiful Dragonfire. Again, so this was every single player got handed this on day 1. And then there was also this new edition of match point rewards where players could earn prize tickets. And I think the players are really excited about this. We saw players sticking around throughout the day to earn those tickets to redeem for prizes. Yeah,
something really cool happened yesterday where I think the retention rate of players all the way through round 9 in Atlanta was somewhere around 50%, but over 80% of the players, of the just over 1,000 players that came to play yesterday, stayed all the way through round 9 because people are trying to hit that 30-point threshold so they can get some of the prize tickets and use it at the prize wall to get some of the really cool promos that are there. And then, of course, after that, we have the people who made it into day 2. The top 64 players were able to achieve this Let It Go promo, this very beautiful art and foiling here on this art, and also anybody that had the same score as the top 64 player. So I think it was 43 points at the end of the day that pushed people into top 64. So everybody that got 43 points walked away with the Let It Go.
Yes, so beautiful. And then, of course, those who are moving on today in the top 64 have some more wonderful cards. We have the Cinderella Stout-Hearted that you can earn by making it to the top 32, a beautiful alternate art to that Stout-Hearted card with, again, that gorgeous foiling. And then top 16 earns this Rapunzel along with an invitation to the North American Championship.
Yeah, and all of this is cumulative. So all of the players that are playing today, you know, they've already secured everything that you just saw in the last slide, and they're playing for all of these going on. You know, the top 64 matches are on their way, and these are the things that they're looking forward to every single match. They know if they win the match and move on to this next round, they'll get the Cinderella. And so there's really cool stuff to play for. If they make it all the way through past the top 16, then they get this really, really beautiful Rapunzel foiled playmat. I've gotten to see some of the foil playmats, and they look absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, they are so pretty, and I love this art on Rapunzel. Rapunzel is, I think, a favorite Disney character out there, so I love that they brought her for these prizes.
Absolutely. I love Rapunzel's golden hair. She's one of my favorite princesses because of that reason. She's just so pretty. But speaking of things that are golden.
Golden, yes. We have the golden Mickey for our top 4 players. And, I mean, we've all oohed and awed over this card so much.
Yeah, it is a spectacle to see in person. All of the videos don't do justice. Honestly, even this graphic doesn't do justice. The art is amazing that Nicholas Cole put together for this, and the way that the card actually looks with your actual eyes is stunning.
Yes, and also, we didn't say this yesterday, but this is a serialized card. There's only so many of these that are going to be made.
Yeah, so as you can see on the bottom of the card, it's numbered. It'll have a number out of 5,000 or 500. But after that, we move on to the top 2, and the top 2 players will get 2 boxes of Ursula's Return plus 100 prize wall tickets.
Yes, and that'll get them quite a lot.
Yeah, there's a ton of things on the prize wall that we will look at after we also see what the champion gets. The champion will get that Disney Lorcana Challenge trophy along with a complete foil set of Ursula's Return, including all of the enchanted cards.
Yes, and I have to say, I have this set for Ursula's Return has some of my favorite enchanted cards that we've seen so far.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite one?
Oh, Ariel.
Of course. I kind of expected that.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at that prize wall. So even though there are players that aren't making it up to that champion spot, they still have a chance to redeem those prize tickets at the prize wall. We have another gorgeous foiled play mat, this Cinderella, and all of those little sparkles that you see are all the foiling. I saw it in person, and it's just really, really beautiful.
Yeah, it's something definitely to play for. I want to say it's the most expensive prize wall thing that you can get. It's like 90 tickets or something, and I see people all day, you know, grinding side events trying to get this ticket, or you have friends that all want to pull their tickets together so they can all go home with one of these play mats, and so it is a spectacle to see. We also have the Disney Lorcana Challenge t-shirts and hats. I was so excited to finally see some Disney Lorcana merch that you can actually wear, rep around your LGS to say, hey, I went to a Disney Lorcana Challenge, or, you know, to your local grocery store. I'd wear it everywhere.
everywhere. And of course, we have the top 64 going on today, but all the players can also participate who didn't make it to top 64 in those side events that are going on. So we've talked about this before. There's something for everyone. And we do have some more challenge events coming out that are going to be scheduled across North America and Europe. Fort Worth is coming up, which is already sold out, and Toronto is in August, which we have tickets are going to be, information on that is coming very soon, followed up by Las Vegas and Seattle over on the West Coast.
Absolutely, and for all of our European fans listening in, watching the stream, you also have Bochum has sold out already, but you do have Bologna and Birmingham coming soon after that, and I promise you guys, you want to make it to one of these challenges.
You want to make it. So what can players expect for today?
Yeah, so yesterday, like I said, over 1,000 players played through 9 rounds of the 2-game format, which is a new interesting format where you play only 2 games in every round. Each player gets to go first for one of those games, and every game that you win, you get 3 points. If you win both of the games in the round, you get an extra point on top of that. And so the players that made 43 points made it into day 2, the top 64, where they will be playing a best of 3 single elimination format with a 70-minute time limit until we get to the quarterfinals, and then it'll be completely untimed.
Yeah, and just really quick for players who may not know, once you get to a 70-minute time limit, if the match has not concluded, what happens then?
Then we will go to time, or we'll go to rounds, sorry, which means that
Turns.
Thank you. Sorry. We'll go to turns, and each player will get basically 3 turns to finish out the game. And then I believe at that point, whoever has the most lore after the next round, like each player will get 3 turns. If it goes past those 3 turns, then the next person that has the highest lore amount wins that game.
Yes, because we need a clear winner.
Exactly.
Today.
We have to have a clear winner. We can't have split matches. We have to have a champion at the end of the day.
Yes. Well, I am really excited about our top 64. Yesterday was so much fun seeing all the decks with the new set. You know, things have really dramatically shifted, I think, in the deck list that you see out there. And I think that's evident in the deck list that we see in this top 64.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see what the majority of top 64 was made up of, what decks made it through. There was actually quite a few different ink pairings that made their way into the top 64, and we have the standings to show you guys of all the players that did make it into this day 2.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that. So as Brennan mentioned, 43 points was our top 64 player, and everyone at that 43 points, whether they made it to top 64 or not, based on tiebreakers, they got that beautiful Let It Go card.
Right. There were some people that had 43 points and bubbled out, but those people still walked away with the Let It Go promo. And of course, as we move further into the standings, we can see that the 43 points go all the way up just to the 49th spot. After that, we got the 48th ranked player with 44 points moving up further.
Yes. 44 points carried us really far up into the standings, actually. You can see here all the way up to player at 17th standing even has 44 points.
Yeah, this went way high, and I believe there's a couple different records that people could have gone through for something like this. I think if you had 5 total round wins and a few ties after that, you could get up to the 44 points. But then even further than that, we have people going up to the 45 mark on rank 15, and then at that point, it starts moving pretty quickly as we go further up.
Yes, and then of course we have Zach Bivens, who finished yesterday at our top #1 spot with 48 points.
Yeah, so some of you might recognize the name of Zach Bivens. He was actually in the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Atlanta and also made day 2. He made it into the top 34, so this time he came back and he did really well, being the only person with 48 points in that #1 ranking. Something else to mention is during these best of 3 games, the players that have the higher seeding, which just means the players that are ranked higher than the other one, they get to decide whether they go first in game one or not. And that can be a really big advantage.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about that advantage of going first, so that having that higher seed really will come into play, I think, today.
Yeah, absolutely, especially depending on what kind of deck you're playing. Some decks want to go first, and you don't have to roll a die to figure out who goes first. You did really, really well in day one and pushed into the higher parts of those standings, and that pays off today.
Yeah, and of course today we have a full bracket, the 64 players, and the first match is going to be our top player facing off with the person at 64.
Yeah, so the very first match that we'll cast for you guys is Zach Bivens versus Corey, and so I think we should probably get into it pretty soon.
Yeah, let's do it. So we have Zach Bivens here as player 1 and Corey Patrick over here, player 2 on the right. And of course, today is open deck list, so even the players know what decks they're playing against going into it.
Yeah, if I had to imagine, the players were looking at their opponent's deck list to see what they'd be playing against. It gives you a big advantage in knowing what you have to play around. You know, these are the best players here in Chicago, and so they want to have all the information that they can. And of course, we see Zach Bivens on Amber Steel Songs, and we see the Pride Lands variant coming out. A very interesting build that Zach has brought today, because not only is he playing Pride Lands, he's also playing some Sleepy's Flutes as well.
Pride Lands is one of my favorite location cards, actually, especially early in the set when it first came out. And it's a really interesting location with an interesting ability. Go ahead and tell us about this card.
Yeah, so Pride Lands is an uninkable 2-cost card that has a move cost of 2 with 7 willpower. It has 2 abilities. The first one says characters have plus 2 willpower while they're at the location. And then if you have a Prince or a King character there, you can pay 1 ink less to play your characters. So it's sort of a way to play more expensive characters faster. You can also give your characters a little bit of a stat boost, but also it has 1 lore on it. And so for as long as the Pride Land stays in play, at the start of Zach's turn, he's going to gain an extra lore from that Pride Land. So I think that's what he's shooting for with this deck, is to go wide really fast, play some cards out, get as much lore as possible early through those Pride Lands, especially playing against Corey's Ruby Sapphire deck that he knows is going to be a pretty slow start. You know, we see Corey only having played the 2 popsicles, played the brawl, did get the 1 jump ahead play to start ramping, but of course there's no characters on board, and Zach comes down with his second Pride Lands. So that 7 willpower is going to be really tough to take care of for Corey, especially without having any characters in play. Corey has the ability to play cards like Maui, but Maui only has 6 strength, so that's not going to banish the Pride Lands in one go.
Yeah, that's a lot to have to deal with this early in the game. And he does bring out that Maui that you were just talking about, but like you said, he can only put 6 damage onto one of those Pride Lands.
Yeah, he decides to take out the Queen, of course, because Zach is also running the Queen shift line.
Yes.
So Corey does not want to give Zach the opportunity to shift onto the Queen. Maui's only going to take 2 damage, and then Corey has the Maui still in play, able to challenge into the Pride Lands, but Zach decides to play Whole New World and pay for it, completely refill his hand, force both players to discard their hand and draw up to 7 cards.
Yeah, he did have that Ariel Sensational Singer out on the board earlier, which I'm sure he would have liked to have used Ariel to sing A Whole New World, but we saw that Brawl take out Ariel, so yeah, having to pay for Whole New World is kind of a bummer for Zach.
Exactly. Corey knew exactly what was coming, or what could be coming with Ariel in play, played around it by banishing the Ariel with the Brawl so that Zach had to spend the 5 ink on A Whole New World, which is big, because if Zach instead was able to sing Whole New World with Ariel, that means he would have had 5 whole ink that he could have played other cards that he drew.
Right, which is just one of those things that it shows how important that mechanic of being able to sing a card is in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zach's whole deck is built around singer characters, to be honest with you, or characters that can shift into higher cost characters and sing cards like Whole New World pretty early. But we still see both of those Pride Lands still in play, having gained Zach a couple lore, getting up to 7. And Corey, he's starting to ramp. He's getting up to a pretty high ink ink in his resources.
I think he has 7 ink already now.
Yeah, 7 ink, which means I know Corey's playing a couple Be Prepared, so now Zach has to be prepared for that. That's one of the things that Pride Lands is really good about. It's a location, so if Corey does decide to play Be Prepared on a board that Zach plays out, it's not going to banish that location. Those locations are going to stay in play.
Yeah. We saw that Queen Commanding Presence, which this one came out, I think, a couple sets ago. And talk about this card because it has an interesting ability as well.
Yeah, the Queen has a very strong ability. It's a Floodborn. It is a shift 2, which means it can be played on top of another card called the Queen. We saw the 1-drop earlier only for 2 ink, but the Queen is normally a 5-cost card, which means it can sing 5-cost songs. It also has a really strong ability that when the Queen quests, you get to remove 4 strength from one of Corey's characters, and then you get to add 4 strength to one of your characters. So you can really swing the tides and swing really, really hard into a location or into a character that has a lot of willpower.
Right. So a really powerful card, which then makes sense why Corey would want to get rid of that Queen very quickly, which he did.
Absolutely. And normally the Queen is really strong to Ruby Sapphire because of that 4 strength. The Madame Medusa wouldn't normally be able to banish the Queen. Madame Medusa, when played, lets you remove a character or banish a character that has 3 strength or less, but Corey has that inconspicuous ice block in play. And ice block lets you exert the card to remove 1 strength from a character that pushes the Queen down to 3 strength, allowing him to play Madame Medusa and banish the Queen.
Yes. Now, this is interesting. So he played Ariel, so he's able to dig for some cards because when you bring Ariel out, you draw 4 cards and can choose a song card to put into your hand. And he pulled that World's Greatest Criminal Minds.
Yeah, so this is a pretty strong card into this matchup because Corey's entire deck is to ramp and then play really big characters. One of the scariest characters is something like a Tamatoa that has exactly 5 strength, and World's Greatest Criminal Mind is a great answer to Tamatoa. You can just play the World's Criminal Mind and banish the Tamatoa. Normally, Amber Steel has a really difficult time against Tamatoa because of the amount of willpower that Tamatoa has at 8. There's not a card that just outright banishes him. So Zach's actually running 3 of these, I think, just for this matchup.
That totally makes sense. And not only will it banish the character, but it's only cost 3 and it's singable.
Yeah, exactly. It's a song. So those Sleepy Flutes that we talked about earlier, you can exert the Sleepy Flute to gain a lore after you play a song for turn. So this is just one more song that you're able to sing, get some of those Sleepy Flute triggers, which I want to talk about for a second.
Yes.
It doesn't look like we see any Sleepy Flutes in Zach's hand, but we can see Zach all over the course of this game has pushed his way. Okay, so they just drew the Sleepy Flute. He was able to push to 12 lore, getting himself pretty close to 20, and now we see this change in the game state where Corey has been ramping, he's been trying to stop Zach from developing as much as possible, but Zach has done a great job at gaining lore as much as he can while he can, and now is the time for him to start playing these Sleepy Flutes. And now at this point, Zach's just looking for those flutes, looking for the Pride Lands, looking to just play cards that he knows he can get lore out of that Corey's going to have a difficult time banishing because Corey's deck is built around banishing characters primarily.
Yeah, does this deck, the Ruby Sapphire, have anything to take care of items?
There's a 1 card that he's able to use, and I'm actually not sure if it's in the deck list. I don't think it is. You could play a Judy Hopps. Judy Hopps is the only card in Sapphire that you could play that would get rid of an item. But
he's not running
But
that.
I don't think Corey has that in his deck list.
We see that McDuck Manor come out. That is a card that we've seen this weekend, and McDuck Manor has 9 willpower.
Yes, 9 whole willpower, which is another really difficult card for Zach to take care of for the same reasons that something like Tamatoa was. It's just because it's difficult for Zach's deck to deal that much damage. A lot of Zach's characters don't have a ton of strength. That's another reason why the Queen is really strong, because the Queen has a lot of strength and can give something a lot of strength. And then Zach has a couple of removal actions he can play, like Along Came Zeus, that we see in his hand.
Yes, he does have there. And talk about Along Came Zeus. How much damage does that do?
Along Came Zeus is a song card that can deal 4 damage to a character or location. We see Zach playing it on the Grammatala, so he could have used that to deal damage to the McDuck Manor, but right now Zach's priority is to get rid of some of the characters on Corey's side of his board so that those characters can't challenge or quest or sing any songs. The McDuck Manor will... That's why the McDuck Manor is pretty strong. It's not a high priority card, but over the course of these next couple turns, McDuck Manor is going to gain 2 lore every single turn. We see it just now as it goes back to Corey. He automatically gains 2 lore from the McDuck Manor just being there.
Yeah, and we see How Far I'll Go, which is another song card, which helps with the ramp, right?
Yes, yeah. How Far I Go is another song. It's an uninkable 4-cost song that lets you draw 2 cards, or look at the top 2 cards at the top of your deck, and then you choose one to put in your hand, and then you put the other one in your inkwell. So it's doing all the stuff that Sapphire wants to do, drawing cards and putting more ink so that you can spend that ink later.
So that's really similar to Develop Your Brain, except for the fact that the card that you're not choosing to put in your hand goes in your inkwell.
Right. Develop Your Brain and Grammatala are 2 cards that we see in Corey's deck being played, and it's a very similar ability where you look at the top 2 cards of the deck, but instead you put one into your hand and then you put one at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. Now, in this position that our players are in here, we have Zach already at 14 lore here, and Corey is still sitting at 3 lore, though he does have a second McDuck banner that comes out. How do you... This game is not over yet, I don't think.
It's absolutely not over yet. Corey only has 1 card in hand. I believe that was Tamatoa. Zach has a couple cards to work with, but right now this is actually a race. So as we can see, Zach only has the 1 Ursula on the board that's only going to quest for 1, but that is going to be a lot. Or actually, he's going to sing World's Greatest Criminal Mind to get rid of the Maui. Zach is so close to 20 at this point that every single turn, his goal is just to play songs, exert with the Sleepy Flute, and get as much lore as he can out of the characters. We see a Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, being played. Robin Hood has 3 lore, also has 3 strength, which is susceptible to something like a Brawler, Madame Medusa, which we see Corey play, which will banish the Robin Hood, so denying Zach that lore. But Zach is so close to 20, his goal is just to get to 20 as fast as he can, close out this game before Corey finds his extra spots, and that second Sleepy's Flute is huge, because every time Zach plays a song, just like now, he gets to gain 2 lore, which means he's going to go up to 17 lore this turn. And 18 lore this turn. Because
he quested with Vanessa there, or Ursula.
and so that means that next turn, if Zach only has a song in hand, then he can play that and quest for 2 with the Sleepy's Flutes. Corey has been trying to race him, playing these McDuck Manors so that he can gain 2 lore every turn. At this point, 4 lore every turn, trying to close this game out because he knows that Zach is getting really close to finishing it.
We see that Sisu come down and get rid of our Ursula, but like you said, as long as Zach has a song.
Yeah, and there it is. Zach has the song. He's able to get the extra 2 lore that he needs, pushing to 20 and taking game 1.
Amazing. And of course, to remind our audience, we are in a different format today. So yesterday was the 2-game format, but today it's best of 3.
Yeah, so Zach already has a lead. Corey's going to have to come back and win the next 2 games if he wants to move on to the next round to top 32. But, I mean, that was a great job by Zach piloting the deck exactly how it wants to be piloted.
Yeah, it seemed like he was moving so quickly to get ahead with lore, and that Ruby Sapphire deck really needs to get that ramp and get to those bigger characters, but by that time, Zach was so far ahead.
Exactly. We saw just how much work those Pride lands did of gaining all of that passive lore at the very beginning of the game so that Zach was close enough to 20 that once he started playing those Sleepy's Flutes, he could close the game out. But for this next game, I guess Corey is going to go first if I had to guess. So I imagine Corey's going to try to ramp really quickly and slow down Zach on this game, especially now that he knows what Zach's working with.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at game 2.
All right.
Now, when players are altering their hands, what do you think Corey is specifically looking for? Is it going to be those ramp cards?
Yep. So I believe Corey's looking for a popsicle on turn 1, which we see now, just to get some extra cards into your hand. And then it's really important for Corey to ramp as fast as he can. Corey's running a lot of expensive characters that allow him to banish and take care of Zach's board. And so even getting up to something like the Mauis to take care of the Pride lands early that Zach might end up playing is really important. He wants to ramp as fast as possible, especially because towards the later part of the game, Zach is looking to play cards like Lucky Dime and Tamatoa that are going to quest for a lot of lore and push himself from 0 to 20 in only 1 or 2 turns.
Which then completely makes sense why on Zach's side, he wants to move as quick as possible to not let Corey get to that point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach is on the back foot here going second, but luckily for him, Corey there's usually not a 1-cost character that Ruby Sapphire decks play. So Zach is able to play a 1-cost character this turn, and then it looks like he's going to ink a Mr. Smee, which is interesting because that's a really great 2-cost character that can quest for 2, but it looks like he's inking it instead of playing it. And let's see what else he's working with here. Decides to shift the Queen. And it looks like he's just going to quest with the Queen and start pushing that lore.
Interesting. Why do you think he decided to go with the Queen over Smee here?
So I don't think Zach has a Whole New World in hand, but the Queen can sing Whole New World because she costs 5, and Whole New World also costs 5. So Zach finds his way into a Whole New World or into some more expensive songs. It's a card that he can use to sing with. It is a little bit vulnerable being able to quest with it, but Zach likely looked at Corey's deck list, know that Corey's not looking at any of the Queen of Hearts that have Rush, so he knows he can pretty safely quest with this Queen. It has a little bit more staying power than Mr. Smee as well. Mr. Smee would take some damage as he is exerted, and so it just gives Zach a character that'll let him challenge for a lot of strength. He can sing songs with the Queen, and he can also quest for the same amount of lore. We also see him play the Aerial Spectacular Singer on turn 3, which is a great card to have, letting him dig 4 cards deep into his deck If he finds a song, he gets to put that song to his hand and then put the rest of the cards on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, and it looks like Zach chose Strength of a Raging Fire there. I'm sure he might have been looking for that whole new world, though, like you were saying.
I think he is, because I think he wanted to play the whole new world before this Fishbone Quill got played. Fishbone Quill is a great card, especially into this matchup, because it's an inkable 3-cost item card that simply lets you exert the item card and put any card from your hand into your inkwell. It doesn't have to be inkable. For those listening at home, that little inkwell symbol around some of the cards at the top of the cards lets you know that you can normally ink that card for your turn, but there's other cards that don't have that, which means you can't ink them, and so it gives Corey an opportunity to ink twice per turn and also ink uninkable cards that he may not be able to previously. And of course, we talked about how important ramping in this Ruby Sapphire deck is for Corey, and we see the Hiram Flaversham come down, banish the Popsicle, and draw Corey 2 more cards to refill his hand.
Yeah, Hiram Faversham, as we've talked about before, is a great card. When he comes down and every time he quests, you can banish one of your own items and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's a really great engine that Ruby Sapphire has here, because as much as Corey is inking out of his hand, inking out of his hand out of the Fishbone Quill, you're getting rid of a bunch of cards every turn. You're usually inking 2 cards a turn and then playing a card after that, so you need a way to quickly refill your hand, and Hiram is a phenomenal way to do that. We see Corey playing a bunch of Develop Your Brains too. We're just going to let him look at the top 2 cards of his deck, choose one to put in his hand and then the other one on the bottom, just keeping that healthy hand size so that he has cards that he can use to respond to Zach if he needs to.
Yeah, what do you think that Corey's looking for? You know, he's using Hiram Flaversham, he's using these Develop Your Brains, he's digging through his deck. What do you think he's looking for in this matchup?
At this point in the game, I think Corey's looking for any cards that help him slow Zach down. He knows that Zach's playing some of the Pride lands. He knows that Zach's trying to play out a bunch of characters as well. Corey is at 6 ink, which means next turn he could potentially ink a card and play Be Prepared also if he wanted to. We see Zach play a really strong card as well, talking about putting cards in your hand, how important it is drawing cards. We see the Rapunzel being played to heal the damage off of the Queen, and Zach actually did a really funny play here.
I was going to ask you about that. I was like, he just put 2 damage on his own character. What was going on there? But we see why. Talk through that play there.
Yeah, so Zach played Let the Storm Rage On, which lets him deal 2 damage to a character and then draw a card. So normally you'd think you want to deal 2 damage to an opposing character, right? But instead, Zach deals it to his own, the Queen. That way he can play Rapunzel Gifted with Healing, and Rapunzel Gifted with Healing lets you take up to 3 damage counters off of a character, and then you draw the amount of cards for the amount of damage character, or the amount of damage counters that come off of that character.
Yes, so he, and we got to Be Prepared on the other side of the board. Poor Rapunzel, but she did her job. She helped him draw some cards.
Right, Zach was able to refill his hand. We do see a whole new world in his hand now, and Zach was getting a dangerous amount of lore on board. He had the 2 lore from Rapunzel, the 2 lore from the Queen, and 1 from Ariel, and Zach's already up at 6 lore. Corey knows that Zach is trying to go as fast as he can, so Corey says, hey, I don't have a ton on board right now. I'll lose a Hiram Flaversham, but I have another one in hand. I can play to Be Prepared, force Zach to start over, and then I can hopefully start responding to what Zach starts playing again.
Yeah.
But that was a great play from Zach earlier, refilling his hand so that, anticipating a Be Prepared, he has cards to work with.
Absolutely. And we see that Pride lands again in his hand. And like you said, that Whole New World. I feel like Whole New World is another one of those cards like Be Prepared that you want to be careful about when you're playing that.
Exactly. So if Corey doesn't have a ton of cards in his hand, Zach doesn't really want to play Whole New World unless he really needs the cards. And Zach has a lot of cards in his hand already. So Zach is probably not looking to play Whole New World immediately. And instead, we see him play out the Pride lands. And this is a great play because Corey is not going to have any cards that are immediately going to be able to banish the Pride lands. Like we mentioned last game, Corey has the Maui in hand, could play the Maui, which has Rush and Reckless, which means that Maui could challenge this turn, but Maui's only going to do 6 damage to the Pride lands. And we also see Zach play Sleepy's Flute. So Zach at this point is saying, okay, I'm going to have to go to ways outside of characters to start gaining lore and pushing myself to 20.
Yeah. And I don't know if you saw, but in Corey's hand, he has a Dragonfire, which is a set 1 card that we have not seen a lot of play, I feel like.
Yeah, I was kind of interested to see this card in Corey's deck list because Dragonfire doesn't see a lot of play. There's a ton of Ruby cards that have words around them and then banish a character. And so a lot of times there's other conditions you have to fall to. But Dragonfire is simply an action song that says banish chosen character. And so it can be a really good saver if Zach has a card that he plays that Corey maybe doesn't have a specific answer to. Maybe he doesn't have his ice blocks out and can't Medusa it, or he doesn't want to Be Prepared a whole board. He can go to Dragonfire and just say, okay, I don't like that card. Put it in your banish pile.
Yes. I like Dragonfire. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a really great card. But we do see Corey play the Hiram Flaversham.
Yes.
To banish a popsicle, draw 2 cards. Hiram loves those popsicles.
Yes, he does. We've talked about that. Yeah, Dragonfire is just so fun when your opponent plays a character and you can just say, nope.
Yeah, I love Ruby because there's quite a few of those cards that just let you say, I don't like that card.
Yes.
We're gonna put it in the discard pile. But we do see Zach play another Sleepy's Flute. So at this point, if Zach can play a song every turn, he can gain 2 lore off of these Sleepy's Flutes every turn. He's also gaining an extra lore at the start of his turn with the Pride Lands. And right now, Corey only having the Hiram Flavorsham in play, Hiram only has 1 strength. So it's not going to do a lot of damage to the Pride Lands.
And we do see Corey has that Maui in hand, which we've talked about before, does have Rush, but again, can't do enough to take Pride Lands off in 1 shot.
Right, he's going to have to use both Maui and Hiram to get rid of the Pride Lands, which is kind of okay. If the Hiram is not questing and banishing an item, that means Corey's not drawing cards. So forcing Corey to challenge with the Hiram just to banish the Pride Lands and slow Zach down, I think Zach's okay with it. Unfortunately, Zach doesn't have a ton of cards in play. We do see Corey play the McDuck Manor, which is going to be really difficult for Zach to deal with.
Yeah, it's too bad he couldn't play that Whole New World before that McDuck Manor came down.
Yeah, Zach had a pretty tough hand there. He had 2 Whole New Worlds in hand and another Grab Your Sword, so no characters on board. He just pays the 5 ink to play Whole New World, refill his hand with 7 cards, and forces Corey to discard some of those cards and then refill his hand as well with 7.
Yeah. I think Corey is probably feeling pretty comfortable right now, though, with a couple characters on board and that McDuck Manor, and Zach not having any answers to that. That McDuck Manor is just really, really strong.
Exactly. It might look like Corey's in a bad position because he's lower on lore, but Corey has way more ink than Zach does. Corey has a big setup with a bunch of items on board and the McDuck Manor, so he's gaining 2 lore at the start of his turn. He can also start developing cards that he can either use to respond to Zach. He also has cards like Grimmatala that he can filter further through his deck, or he can play something really big and start questing for a lot. We do see him play the Mount of Medusa, getting rid of the Robin Hood there. He's basically just denying Zach from doing anything. He knows that Zach gaining any amount of lore is dangerous because of those Sleepy Flutes on board that Corey does not have an answer to. Those Sleepy Flutes are here to stay.
Yes, the Sleepy Flutes are here to stay. And like you said, those Sleepy Flutes, I mean, because you just exert. You don't even have to pay any extra ink. You just exert the flute and you get a lore.
Exactly. If Zach has any song that can be played, he can just play it for that turn and then continue to gain extra lore. And honestly, Corey has just gone this entire turn inking a bunch of cards. We saw him play 1 Jump Ahead, which lets him put the top card of his deck into his inkwell. We see him ink a Fishbone Quill, and we also see him quest with Hiram, banish the Fishbone Quill, and then draw more cards. And goodness, Corey has so much ink right now.
I can't even count how much ink he has. 6, 7, maybe 10?
Yeah, it's looking like it's somewhere around the 10 mark, which is a lot because Corey's looking to play cards like Lucky Dime, looking to play cards like Tamatoa, which are both really...
14. I think he has 14 ink.
14 lore. Okay, so that is crazy. Corey could play a Lucky Dime and use a Lucky Dime and still have 3 ink left, and that's before he even inks for the turn or manages to ramp at all. But oh my goodness, Zach is playing Whole New World again, saying, look, Corey, I know you're drawing all of these cards. You're looking for something in particular. We're going to get rid of all those cards.
Of all those cards.
We're going to disrupt your hand. We're going to refill my hand because I also have stuff I'm looking for. And it lets me exert the Sleepy's Flutes to continue to gain lore in this matchup.
Yeah. And I feel like for a Whole New World, it really is the word that you use. It's disruptive to your opponent.
It's extremely disruptive, especially in something like Corey's deck where he's playing a ton of cards that are just look at the top couple cards of your deck, filter them sometimes, being able to look at the top 2 and then either put some into the inkwell or put some at the bottom of the deck. Corey is hand-picking cards out of his deck that he wants to use to respond. And so Zach says, look, I know you're picking these cards for a reason. I don't want you to have those for your hand.
I was going to say it was too bad that his Tamatoa got put into his discard pile with that last Whole New World, but Corey just top decked a Tamatoa there.
Yeah, we still see a Tamatoa in his hand. Tamatoa can grab an item back from the discard pile when it's played and when he quests, and Tamatoa has an extra lore for every item in play, and we see 2 ice blocks in play currently. That means by the time Tamatoa brings a card back, that card gets played. Tamatoa would have up to 4 lore just for that turn.
Yeah, we saw that big Sisu, the emboldened sibling, come down. I know we saw that a few times yesterday. Talk a little bit more about this card.
So this is a really strong card, especially into the Amber Steel matchup, because when Sisu gets played, all opposing characters with 2 or less strength are banished. And so that's also why the 2 ice blocks that we see on Corey's side are really important too, because had Zach had characters with more than 2 strength on board, Corey would be able to use those ice blocks to put down the strength of those characters, banish all of them. But Corey has developed a lot. He has 2 McDuck right now, and we see this race starting again where Corey was at 0 just a couple turns ago, and he's pushed all the way up to 8 already. Zach is responding with a World's Greatest Criminal Mind onto that Sisu, getting rid of it because Sisu has 5 strength, and World's Greatest Criminal Mind is an action song that lets you banish a card with 5 strength or more.
Yeah, and Zach, even though he has songs in hand, he can't sing them because he doesn't have any characters out. So that's kind of really holding him back right now.
Exactly. Corey knows that the only way for Zach to gain lore right now that he can't disrupt is through those Sleepy's Flutes, and Zach's already at 13, so it only takes 2 or 3, maybe 4 turns to get all the way up to 20 if Corey lets Zach play something like these Pride Lands.
Or 2 of them.
Yeah, like 2, and doesn't do anything in response to them. Zach is going to get even closer to 20, and Corey says, okay, I have to keep pushing with these McDuck Mainers, gaining extra lore, and I just have to stop Zach from gaining any lore at all. So if he's playing characters, I'm banishing the characters before they dry and before they can gain any lore. But Zach, being the great player that he is, says, I know you don't have very many outs to locations outside of challenging. You have a Maui on board, but you can't take out both of these Pride Lands. Maybe I can squeak a lore or 2 out of these.
Yeah, those McDuck Manners, though, I've really put in a lot of work for Corey. He's already now up to 12.
Right, and if all of Corey's characters stay on board, next turn he could quest all the way up to 18 after the McDuck Manners gain 2 lore, and then at that point, Zach would basically have to win that next turn, or else if he passes it back to Corey, Corey would gain the extra lore from the McDuck Manners and get to 20 again. So Zach essentially has 1, maybe 2 turns to win this game before Corey just has the ability to do so himself.
And I think that's one of those things that's really important, especially at this high level, is players being able to think out a couple turns ahead.
Absolutely. And we see Corey has a full hand, too. Corey has Tamatoas and Lucky Dimes in hand. The Lucky Dime means that the game may be over even faster than we think it is, because as soon as Corey plays a Lucky Dime, instead he's going to go for the McDuck Manor. That's going to do it, too, which is it's a great card because he knows that maybe Zach has some item removal. Maybe he has a way to get rid of this Tamatoa through World's Greatest Criminal Mind. I know he doesn't have very many outs to McDuck Manor. So McDuck Manor is going to gain 6 lore at the start of the turn. Corey using the Lucky Dime to exert, pay 2 ink, and then gain lore off of a chosen character. This puts Corey in a place where if Zach does not banish the board and get rid of the Duck Manors, Corey wins next turn. Zach decides to scoop and says, Corey, I can't respond to this. It's time for game 3.
Yeah, that game really shifted very quickly over in Corey's favor. You know, the whole new world gave him what he needed.
Yeah, Zach was trying his hardest to disrupt Corey as much as he could, knowing that he's drawing a bunch of cards and trying to also disrupt Zach and stop him from gaining lore. And this is honestly why we see how strong something like going first is, because when Zach was able to go first, when he was able to land those Pride Lands that he knew that Corey was going to have a difficult time dealing with, he was able to take game 1, going on second, not hitting the Pride Lands, having to pay for all of those whole new worlds instead of singing them, was really setting Zach back, not being able to quest, not being able to put out a bunch of characters. So, and Ruby Sapphire is great at going from 0 to 20 in just a couple turns, which is exactly what we saw from Corey.
Yeah, that Ruby Sapphire deck was doing exactly what it was made to do.
Exactly. But we have a game 3 to get to, which is really exciting.
That's
Zach will go first. I think we should get into it and see who moves on to the top 32.
Absolutely. Good luck to both players. Those were 2 great games.
Yes, very great games from really great players. This is top level play, honestly, to be honest with you. And so I am very excited to see what happens with this game 3. It looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll get to game 3 soon.
That's okay. Before we get into that, while we're getting that figured out, talk about each player now. They both won 1 game. We saw when Zach went first, he was able to get ahead, and likewise with Corey. What are both players thinking going into game 3 here?
I think Zach, knowing that he's going to go first, he gets to choose to go first, is going to try to go out as fast as he can. He's going to do a really aggressive altar to find the cards he's looking for, like Pride Lands, maybe like an early Whole New World if he has a line there. And then Corey knows because he's going second, he needs to find ways to respond to Zach as best as he can. So we see both players fist bump. I love
saying that.
Love the good sportsmanship here. And we see Zach open with a queen immediately.
Yeah, that fist bump is great to see. Everyone, and we've talked a lot about the Lorcana community, but all the players that I've met have just been so wonderful and kind. And of course, everyone wants to win, and we wish each other the best. But
absolutely, sometimes these players, they can have a stern face when they're playing, but it's because they're just fully concentrated. And if you actually go up and talk to these people, they're honestly really great people.
Yeah.
But we see Zach opening with a very quick turn to Whole New World, being able to shift the queen and then sing Whole New World because the queen has 5. It's a 5-cost ink character.
Yeah, so even though he only played 2, which I I always think that's crazy that this shift queen is only 2 to play her down. I'm like, what? That's not fair.
Yes, it's an extremely strong line, and it gives Zach a lot of advantage because Zach has played 4 cards out already. He's inked 2, and then he's played those 4, and then he gets to Whole New World, his new hand. Corey altered for very specific cards. He knows what he's looking for in this matchup, and you get to disrupt all of those cards that Corey was specifically looking for, sending them straight to his discard pile. It looks like Corey got had two be prepared in his hand that Zach was able to get rid of. Corey's only running 3.
Wow.
And I believe so. And so that is going to be huge for Zach. He probably knows that, having looked at the deck list before. Now Zach has a lot of freedom to actually go pretty wide. He still has to be careful of a couple Sisus that are going to be in the deck, but this takes out a lot of answers that Corey might have in the late game for Zach to push to that 20.
Yeah. Now, we just saw Zach do something, and we've seen both players do this in both the previous 2 games, but players are looking at their opponent's discard pile. Can you talk a little bit about why the players are doing that?
Absolutely. So in a game like Disney Lorcana, information is everything, especially when you're playing against a deck that is pretty popular, and both of these decks are very popular. They've been around since the first couple sets. You have an idea of how many cards each player is playing in their deck, and there are some key cards that you're probably scared of depending on what your matchup is. One of those would be Prepared for Zach Bivens. So Zach, after playing a Whole New World, he's looking to disrupt Corey's hand and to get cards that Zach knows would be threatening into the discard pile so that Corey wasn't able to play them. If Zach looks at Corey's discard pile, he knows what Corey can't work with anymore, and then can make future decisions off of that.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. And we see another Shift Queen come down.
We see another Shift Queen come down. Corey has played Fishbowl and Quill, and he's trying to ramp as fast as he can. And this is an interesting spot because we saw Zach shift another Queen, and Zach also has another Whole New World in hand, which he could use. But now that this Fishbowl and Quill is in play, if Zach decides to Whole New World, you're disrupting a lot of cards out of Corey's hand, but Corey can still use the Fishbowl and Quill to ink extra cards every turn. So you're basically just refilling Corey's hand to ink a bunch of cards.
Yeah, which we do see in his hand that he has a few really great characters, but they're all higher cost, really, except for that Grammatala, which looks like he might be inking. He's really deciding here.
Yeah, Corey's not sure exactly what he needs to do next. And you're right, Corey's full hand is, I mean, it's expensive cards, and it's cards that are there to react. I see a Brawl that's in there as well, which is interesting because both of the Queens have 4 strength. So Brawl's not going to hit that. We did see Zach play Ursula Vanessa, which is a new set 4 card, and it is a Singer 4 just for 2 costs. So this is going to allow Zach to sing extra expensive songs with the Ursula if Zach would like to. We see Corey play the Maui to challenge and banish the Queen, just get one of them out of the way.
Yeah, having 2 queens on board feels a little scary, so I can understand why he would want to get rid of one of those.
Exactly. We saw how fast Zach was able to sing Whole New World with the Queen, and the Queen is just a great target to be able to sing those 5-cost songs because if a character challenges into it, it's going to take 4 damage, and the Queen is able to have the Queen's ability that takes away 4 strength from a character and then gives one of your characters 4 strength when she quests as well. So it can give Zach some favorable trades too, depending on what Corey has on his side of the board.
Yeah. Now, again, this game, we are seeing Zach pull far ahead in lore. He's already at 7, and Corey still not on the board yet, and he doesn't have any characters. He only has the one Maui who doesn't quest.
Yeah, at this point in the game, honestly, Corey's not too worried about questing. Corey knows, we saw in the last game just how fast he can get to 20 after playing some McDuck Manors, playing those Lucky Dimes, and big cards like Tamatoa. Corey's entire goal right now is to slow down Zach as much as possible. Corey's not looking to quest at all. He's just trying to get rid of Zach's board and get rid of all the cards that Zach is playing. We do see Zach play one of those Sleepy's Flute. We've seen how dangerous they can be in the past 2 games, and Corey doesn't have a disruption of that. Corey's also doing a really great thing here where Corey only has 2 cards in hand. That might seem like a really bad thing, but he knows Zach is playing a deck that wants to play Whole New World. Zach only has 3 cards in his hand, and 2 of those cards are Whole New World.
Yes.
So Zach really wants to play Whole New World if he can and sing it with the Queen, but Corey's saying, look, I only have 2 cards in hand. If you want to refill my hand, I'm fine with that. And that's exactly what we see Zach do, sing Whole New World with the Queen, and then Corey gets a fresh 7 cards along with Zach.
Now, it's interesting. I think maybe that I had seen that in the first time that Zach did Whole New World, he also had a second Whole New World in his hand. So
possibly so.
He may be out of Whole New Worlds at this point, or at least, at the very least, he only has 1 left in his deck.
Right. We know he's Whole New World at least once. That hand had 2, so at the very least, he only has 1 more left in his deck. And Zach, I think, drew into another Sleepy's Flute. He's able to use the Sleepy's Flute this turn to gain an extra lore. One of the great things about Whole New World is being able to sing it with the Queen. Zach still has some ink he can use to play something like Sleepy's Flute, or he could play a Pride Lands, depending on what he wants to do.
Now, looking at Corey's hand, so he has a whole fresh new hand of cards. Is there anything that you're spotting over there that are going to really help Corey with the strategy at this point in the game?
Absolutely. So it looks like Corey hasn't been able to ramp as much as he may have liked, but he does still have a Fishbone Quill, which means he can ink at least 2 cards this turn. I see Corey has a Dragonfire. There's also a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon in there. These are a lot of cards that can just outright banish Zach's characters, which is what Zach is going to want to do. It's really hurting, though, because Corey doesn't have those Be Prepareds. We saw those Be Prepareds being discarded early, and Zach knows this, which is why he's going so wide on the board. He's played out the Queen, also has Ursula and Cinderella, then playing the Pride boxes, or Pride Lands as well. Having 2 on board, those are gaining extra lore, extra 2 lore
every
each turn.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. The locations may not seem really threatening at first. It only gains 1 lore each turn, but that slow, steady gaining of lore each turn really adds up.
And Zach's putting Corey in a really difficult position because Zach has characters on board that can sing expensive songs. So Corey really wants to get rid of these characters before anything. We see we see Corey using the Ice Block to reduce the strength of the Queen so that he can play Madame Medusa and banish the Queen. Like I was saying, Corey wants to get rid of these characters. He doesn't want to give Zach the opportunity to sing more songs and gain more value before he can take out the Pride Lands, which is gaining a lore extra turn.
So Madame Medusa is a card that came out in set 3, and I think everyone loved her then. But with the addition of the ice blocks in set 4, I think people really love Madame Medusa now.
Right. Madame Medusa was already a very strong card when she was released because she can banish a character with 3 or less strength on play. Now that Corey has the ability to play cards like Ice Block that can reduce a character's strength, it completely blows open the amount of characters that you're able to banish with Madame Medusa, where before it was sort of locked around. If you wanted to play around Madame Medusa, you could play characters with 4 strength or more and know that you'd be safe, whereas now that's no longer the case.
Yes, which, and I'm sure that Zach knows, when you're playing on the other side of that Ruby Sapphire, you know those ice blocks are coming.
Yeah, you know that the ice blocks are coming. You know Corey has things like Sisu and Madame Medusa and Brawl, so knowing that Corey has those 2 ice blocks in play, Zach knows he really can't play around it, which is why he's doing such a good job of playing out threatening characters like this Ariel Spectacular Singer, but he also has played out the Sleepy's Flutes and the Pride Lands that are also gaining lores in a different way than characters are.
Yeah, I love all these singers on the board here. We got Cinderella is a 1-drop, 1-cost character. That's a singer 3. We have Ursula, who's a 2-cost singer 4, and then Ariel's our 3-cost singer 5. I like all the singers.
And speaking of singing, we see Ursula sing Along Came Zeus to banish the Madame Medusa. Zach does not want to give Corey any opportunity to challenge any of the Pride Lands or challenge the Ursula in return. So Zach is pushing for a lot of lore this turn. Could potentially get 2 off of the Pride Lands next turn, 2 off the Sleepy's Flutes. That put him up to 18. And so if Corey's not able to banish at least 2 characters off of Zach's board, then this might be game over.
Yeah, and like you said, him losing those 2 pre-prepareds early in the game was really unfortunate because Corey would, I'm sure, love to have that in his hand right now.
Absolutely. And luckily, we do see a Sisu in Corey's hand, which he is going to play, and that will target every single one of Zach's characters on board, banishing them all to the discard pile. So this game isn't over yet, but Zach is dangerously close to 20 lore. With the Sleepy's Flutes in play, Corey not having any cards in his deck that can banish the Sleepy's Flutes, this game only has 3 turns if Zach has a song every single turn before it's over. So Corey's going to have to come up with something fast to get from 0 lore all the way to 20.
Yes, it looks like he does have the Lucky Dime in hand, but I'm not sure where he is with ink, if he has enough. He hasn't been able to ramp as much this game as he did the last one.
Right, and that's really important for the end game of this Ruby Sapphire deck because you need to be able to use this Lucky Dime. He might have enough ink to both be able to play the Lucky Dime and then use the Lucky Dime, but right now the character with the most lore on board was Sisu, and Zach responds with World's Greatest Criminal Mind, banishing the Sisu, and that's another song for turn, so Zach is able to quest with the Sleepy's Flutes, also gain 2 lore off of the Pride Lands. So now we're in a spot where if Corey can't get rid of the Pride Lands and the Sleepy's Flute, well, he can't get rid of the Sleepy's Flute. He just has to hope that Zach doesn't have a song in hand.
But of course, he just used Ariel to find a song.
Exactly. I think this is about to be game over, and Zach is probably going to move on to the next round. We'll see if Corey can find anything before then.
Yeah. I'm not sure. What would he be looking for at this point?
I mean, at this point, the best thing that you can do is get rid of Zach's characters, and then you have have to find a way to get rid of the Pride Lands, but I honestly don't think there's a single card or combinations of cards in Corey's deck that he has available to him where he could deal a total of 14 damage, because that's what you would need to do to get rid of the Pride Lands.
Yeah, those Pride Lands, he didn't challenge them at all during this whole game. They've been sitting there, like you said, slow and steady, gaining lore every turn. And I'm sure Corey's wondering if maybe he should have challenged them earlier.
Yeah, when Zach was putting Corey in a really difficult position because Zach was being so aggressive in all of the characters he was playing out, knowing that Corey had already discarded 2 Be Prepareds from that early Whole New World, Zach could be a little bit more lenient on going wide, putting cards out of his hand, so that Corey had to focus on those characters that he was playing instead of those Pride Lands. But we saw that was the way that the Pride Lands strength, or that was how strong the Pride Lands could be. When Zach was distracting him, those Pride Lands could continue to gain lore every turn. Zach also found the 2 Sleepy's Flutes, which was also doing damage, and it was just too much pressure for Corey's deck to deal with.
Yeah, no, I think both players played really well, but Zach, he was piloting that deck so well. I think a lot of people were wondering how strong Amber Steel was going to be in this new set, and Zach's showing that it's still a contender.
It's pretty crazy, honestly, because Amber Steel is not a favored matchup into Ruby Sapphire. At least it wasn't in the last set. So the fact that Zach is #1 seed in a top 64 where a third of the top 64 is Ruby Sapphire.
Yes.
He's already taken out 1. He's shown that he can do it. He might have to go through a couple more to make it to the end. It's very possible and exciting for all the Amber Steel players out there.
I'm sure all the Amber Steel players are shouting from home.
Absolutely. I think Zach has a lot of fans cheering from home.
Absolutely. Well done to both players. Congratulations, Corey, on making top 64, and congratulations to Zach on making it to top 32.
Yeah, we'll have a quick break, and then we'll be back for another top 64 match casted by Liam and Jonti.
Yes.
back down to the feature match area. I'm here with our number 1 seed, Zach. And Zach, going into day 2, you did well in Atlanta. You're here in day 2. Going in as that number 1 seed, how important is that in playing in the best of 3 format?
The higher seed is so important. I actually risked not even making day 2. Like, I could have taken some intentional draws, could have split some rounds to make it in safer, but I would have been in the middle of the pack or something. But I took the risk playing my games to try to get the higher seed, and worked out, so I'm the higher seed. So I get to go first all day in day 2. So, yeah, it's super important going first.
Yeah, your deck looks like one that really, really wants to go first. And let's talk about Atlanta again for just a second. You came so close to qualifying the North American Championships, and now you're 1 win away again. Is that kind of in the back of your mind?
So in Atlanta, I was the number 3 seed, so I did amazing in Swiss there too. Yeah, I was 1 win away. 1 win away again today, so we're just going to close it out today and, yeah, make it happen now.
Love the confidence. Are we going to see you at more challenges, even if you qualify here this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much fun. I'm already booked for Fort Worth, trying to go to all of them. Just too much fun not to go to.
All right, Zach. Well, hopefully I see you at all of them. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to day 2 with your Lorcana casters at home. My name is Jonti Sparrow. I'm joined by Liam Kozma. How's it going, buddy?
It's going great. I'm just exhilarated to be here. Erin told me, my wife, that I needed to look for a new word for exciting because I was saying it way too much. So exhilarating is my word of the day.
So you've got a thesaurus sat next to you today.
Indeed. I looked up a few words. But no, it's I'm so excited to be here in Lorcana space with you. This is what it's all about, the top 64. Everything we went through yesterday was leading up to these matches. And
exactly. And what a great opening match there as well. I know we should try our best to stay sort of level and not show any favoritism, but I think it's both fair to say that we're both big fans of Zach, and it's awesome to see him do well with a deck that's sort of really been built to deal with the weekend. I think Pride Lands stocks going up as we speak, I think, after that match.
Yeah, it's always fun to see when players put different spins on popular decks or create new decks, as we saw in Atlanta. This deck come from nowhere. And in the top cut, Zach's not the only one who does some fun things. We see some tech cards worked into several popular decks, as well as a few color combos I didn't think we'd expect to see in the top cut.
It's much wider than I thought. I'm very happy to see it as well, actually. Yeah, so hopefully we'll see a good variety of decks as the day goes on.
They're excited, they're ready to go, and they're playing at the top of their game. So anytime you get to see the best Lorcana players playing the best decks, at a competition like this where there's a lot on the line, it's just fantastic.
We're all winners, right, Liam?
That's true.
Awesome. Anyway, we have another game to show you from the top 64. Let's dive in. So we have Brennan DeCandio and Justin Bova here, 7th seed and 58th seed. We saw Brennan on stream yesterday. He's playing a Sapphire Steel deck, and we're off to a perfect start for him with a Porpsicle.
Yeah, and Justin we haven't seen, but another fantastic player. He's running a deck that we've seen quite a bit this weekend, a Steel Emerald deck, and here we go with the turn 1 play. This card allows him to look at Brennan's hand and also is setting up the shift, a shift target for the Diablo that everybody loves.
Should sound more convincing. Yeah, so game plan here then for Brennan. Steel Sapphire is going to definitely want to ramp as quick as possible into the later game, and then hopefully find the combo of Tamatoa, Lucky Dime. There's also some aerial treasure collectors in there as well, and just deal with the board as much as possible until we get there. Justin is definitely leaning into the Floodborn discard package. Here we see a Bucky come down doing that perfectly. So it doesn't seem like we have the shift Diablo. So instead, it's a relatively comfortable little quest there for Diablo, whilst Brennan has an empty board.
Yeah, it's the Bucky is exactly the turn 2 that Justin needs to kind of make this deck work. Justin, these Emerald Steel decks are playing kind of a sub game. Yes, it's about racing to 20 lore, but it's really about emptying your opponent's hand and putting them into top deck mode, disrupting their game plan as soon as it possibly can. So Justin's going to be looking to do that. Unfortunately, for Justin, this is a tough matchup, I think, for this Emerald Steel deck. Steel has a lot of removal. That can take care of the characters that Justin needs to kind of make this deck work. And additionally, the Sapphire Steel deck always has the option, or most of the builds have the option to refill their hands with a whole new world if they end up running low on cards. So it's kind of tough for Justin to execute his game plan when a whole new world is out there lurking.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine it can feel like you doing so much work to empty your opponent's hand, only for them to just refill it back up again. It must feel like a real sort of step back for the deck. We see a second Bucky coming down here, and into the Inkwell sees a Deceiver of All. So yet to see that discard engine really take ground.
But two Buckies on the board is nice. Bucky is a card that forces your opponent to discard a card when you play a Floodborn character, and these decks run plenty of them. So now with a Floodborn character, 2 cards from Brennan's hand heading to the discard pile.
Yeah. Double Bucky is pretty offensive. We see a Tinkerbell come down and answer them before they get online, though. There, Tinkerbell Giant Fairy dealing 1 damage to all opposing characters as she enters play.
If Bucky has ward, it makes him challenging to deal with for a lot of targeted removal, but the answer to it is wide removal. Cards like Grab Your Sword, or in this case, a Tinkerbell dealing 1 damage to all characters.
Yeah, we saw. I think we saw Grab Your Sword and also Giant Fairy to an extent start to drop off the meta at the end of the last season, but definitely have come back as a response to some of those difficult to deal with ward characters in Emerald, I think.
Absolutely. And Brennan is running 3 of those Grab Your Swords, probably specifically for Bucky and this matchup. He's also teched in a few fun cards from the new set, including a Magic Broom, a card that is a 2/3 but has evasive on your turn, a card that's put in this deck specifically, I think, to deal with Bucky. So both players making...
It's Diablo, I imagine. It's probably
yes.
So it's probably dealing with the Diablo.
Yes, exactly.
We see it there. Look, yeah, 2/3 and evasive on your turn. There's a few cards that do that now, and they occasionally do sort of creep in to the meta as a response to something else. I know the Sapphire Corella de Vil a couple of sets ago saw a little bit of play for the same kind of reason, just to sort of answer an evasive threat. We see a Tragic Beast come down here, a good sort of source of card draw in the Emerald Steel package. As long as he has no damage on him, you will draw a second card at the beginning of your turn.
Yeah, and that deck is that card is kind of key to the game plan of this deck. Oftentimes Justin or players that are running this color combination will use a lot of their cards to empty their opponent's hand, putting both players into kind of top deck mode. So Tragic Beast is a card you can use to refill your hand a bit. Unfortunately, Brennan is executing his game plan almost to a T, able to ramp here. And with Fishbone Quill getting a Tamatoa on the board, allowing him to find more items, and now just trying to build his resources some more, perhaps looking for a lucky dime. Right now, Tamatoa with 4 items on the board is showing 5 lore. So Brennan able to quest for 5 and a lucky dime, doubling it every turn.
Yeah, it's kind of huge, really. We've got to that end game a lot quicker than Justin definitely wanted to get there. And unfortunately, having both of those Buckies so early, there was maybe putting a few too many eggs in the basket for Justin there, because having both of them dealt with the Tinkerbell, it's removed a lot of the value out of that Jafar and the Tragic Beast coming down afterwards, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, so Justin, probably thinking through options here. He has a few removal cards in hand, a few songs he can sing to deal some damage and draw some cards. Unfortunately, not enough to deal with either of his Brennan's characters.
That's it. A lot of the steel removal, well, all of the steel removal pretty much is focused on an amount of damage hitting the characters. The things like the Let the Storm Rage on, Strength of a Raging Fire, they all do a number of damage. We did see an Ursula Deceiver of All go into the Inkwell before. Obviously, she is able to sing one of them and then have it replayed, which can often deal a little bit more. But unfortunately, I think the steel removal, when faced with the big willpowers of things like Tamatoa there, and to a lesser extent the Tinkerbell as well, means that they're just going to be having to put a lot of resources into removing them, which we're seeing here to Let the Storm Rages on, going into Tamatoa, and not even making a dent with the Diablo as well, having to put 4 cards into removing that Tamatoa from the board there.
Yeah, the one positive of this, I mean, getting Tamatoa off the board is nice. Brennan doesn't have a lot of cards in hand at the moment, but the one nice thing is both Let the Storm Rage on replace themselves, allow Justin to keep that the total cards in his hand, and then Jafar, when it banishes a character, also allows him to draw a card. So using 4 cards, but replacing 3 of them, at the very least, he can kind of maintain his card hand size.
Absolutely. We get some damage on to the Tragic Beast there, mostly just to remove the card draw at the start of the turn there. Once it's damaged, it no longer draws a second card. It does have its strength get bigger, though, right?
That is true. Sad Beast turns into Angry Beast, apparently.
There we go. We see a whole new world get sung by Tinkerbell there. So now both players are running a full 7 again. But I feel at this point, board presence for Brennan, the amount of ink for Brennan definitely gives him the advantage here, I feel.
Yeah, no, there's just so much that Brennan can do with all the resources at his disposal. Tamatoa can find items, bring them back. With a Flavisham, you can start drawing cards. It just opens up the game here. And unfortunately, Justin's deck is built really towards that early to mid game where it's really trying to force your opponent down. Once you get into this late game with your opponent having a full grip, there are some bigger characters, in this deck. There's Beast. There's usually Robin Hoods being run. And Justin has worked in Aerial Sonic Warrior, which he has in his hand, which is a card from Ursula's Return. This is a card, it's a 3/8 with 2 lore that allows you to deal damage to opposing characters whenever you sing a song. But unfortunately, those are just not the types of cards that are going to get you back into the game against an opponent that's doing the kind of things that Brennan's doing.
Exactly. Emerald Steel definitely struggles on the back foot, I think.
Absolutely. There we see that Aerial in play. So he'll be able to do some damage but while singing songs. That'll help a little bit, allow him to remove some threats. But, one of the things we saw yesterday, and you're so good at reminding us, Jonti, is that this Sapphire Steel deck, what it wants to do is go from low lore to winning the game very fast.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
so even though Brennan may be sitting behind a little bit, just by a few points on lore, really, and his lore total looks really low, once he builds the engine that he needs, he's going to be able to close out the game in 1 or 2 turns. And having
Yeah.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, as soon as a Sapphire Steel deck can get to the high single digits of lore, that sort of 7, 8 lore, you have to respect that there could be a win in a single turn.
On here, speaking of cards with high lore, we see another new card from Ursula's Return in Brennan's hand. This is Ariel. Who is it? Treasure Collector.
Treasure.
Treasure
Yeah.
Collector. This is a card with 3 lore, but it gets +2 lore if you have more items than your opponent. And pretty much any Sapphire Steel deck is going to have more items. And so that'll be 5 lore on the board. And with a lucky dime, will represent 10.
Yeah. Like I said this yesterday, if you're not playing against a Sapphire deck, very often not more items than your opponent is 1. We will see the occasional sort of maybe some Sleepy's Flutes in Amber. There's the occasional spellbook in Amethyst, perhaps, but a lot of the time, the real items package is coming out of Sapphire Steel, Sapphire Ruby.
And just Cogsworth, Grandfather Clock here, just making things even more difficult. This is a card that gives all of your other characters resist. We see him on the board now. Resist +1. So as you highlighted earlier, Justin's deck is built around damage-based removal, and so this just making it even harder to remove any of those characters.
We also see a Fortisphere getting popped there to give the Magic Broom bodyguard for the turn. So even if we see the Shift Robin Hood here from Justin, or the Aerial has to start swinging into something, it has to go into a very low sort of power character at this point. It's just like an extra barrier to get through to those giant tinks.
Rather, Justin or Brennan would much rather lose a 1 lore character at this point than a 2 lore character, and yeah.
Absolutely. And everything having resist 1 as well just makes all of that steel removal just feel a lot weaker.
Indeed. So I'm trying to think through the options for Justin here. Just not a lot of options here at the end game. Preferably maybe a Tragic Beast to draw him some more cards. Even the combination of a couple Grab Your Swords, which is this deck's mass removal, is going to be 50% as good with the Cogsworth on board. So it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
Absolutely, yeah. We see, I think it's 8 lore on the board at the moment from Brennan. I believe there's a dime in his hand, which represents another 2 currently, with the Giant Tinks having 2 lore, or the Cogsworth having 2 lore. So it actually has game really at this point. So yeah, definitely needs to at least take out one of those 2 lore questers. I think is really going to be Justin's game plan here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I add it up right?
I'm doing some Inkwell math here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're at 12 in the Inkwell for Brennan, so
12, yeah.
we couldn't see a Tamatoa and a lucky dime in this turn, but I think the lucky dime might be enough. And again, we see the grab your sword here, just not really putting as much work in as it could due to the resist 1 coming from Cogsworth.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's tough, but in the absence of do something, and then of course being able to, when that song is sung, Aerial then Sonic Whir can deal another 3 damage.
Yeah, she has to pay 2 to do it, which I think is what we're seeing there from Aerial's ability. We'll do 3 damage, but that is going to represent 2 onto one of the Tinkerbells, looks like. Yep. And then having to go. So again, 4 cards there going in to deal with one character on Brennan's board there. So it can't feel good having to put so many resources into just slowing your opponent down. So we're showing 5 lore on the board. Again, I think there is a dime in hand. So that represents 7.
Yeah, I'm doing. I've been counting the inkwell here. Once you get to about 15, once you get to 15 ink, Brennan has the ability to play Aerial and play the dime and leverage the dime in the same turn. So that's an instant 5 lore. Of course, a little bit higher, you can do that with Tamatoa, but Brennan, I feel like, is kind of still building up resources, waiting to do that, that end game turn.
Yeah, in one big turn, has all the pieces in the hand. I believe I can see a Tamatoa, a lucky dime, and an Aerial. So really, dealer's choice as to how we try and close this game out here. We get a Tamatoa bringing back that Fortisphere. At that point, we can replay it.
Fortisphere, another fun card this set. Everybody joked that it was the steel popsicle. This is a card that replaces itself when you play it, similar to popsicle. You play it and you draw a card. And what that does for this steel sapphire deck is just make it a lot more consistent, because you can search through your deck faster, find the cards that you need, and it also serves as item fuel for both Harem Flavisham and for Tamatoa.
And we see the popsicle, not long for this world, comes out just to be eaten up by Hiram there. Just again to keep continuing to find those answers, but really here, yeah, I think Brennan is fairly safe in a win here. Honestly, I can't think what Justin could have that's going to affect the board enough here. But even still, it's always worth playing it out. Always worth expecting your opponent to have the exact answer they need every time, right? So I think it is. You have to give it to Brennan here for playing a little bit safer, even though it perhaps the writing is on the wall.
Yes, and here we have, Tamatoa.
We see Justin go there. You cut out a little bit there, buddy.
Yep, I don't know. I'm just so my internet's so excited. No, it's 4 items on the board. Tamatoa, showing 5 lore. That dime able to come down.
I mean, we don't at this point. We don't even need the dime. I think Justin's
there.
taken the hint there. Yeah, and we do see a victory for Brennan there in game 1. I think just kept Justin on the back foot there for the majority of the game. And like I say, Emerald Steel is not a deck that wants to be on the back foot. It wants to be the aggressor. It wants to be coming out swinging. It wants to be getting rid of those cards out of your hand as quick as possible. It does struggle a little bit on the sort of response there. So Brennan did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, it's just a tough matchup. As we've highlighted before, this deck really needs to execute. It has a textbook first 3 or 4 turns that it really needs to execute or get very close to. Otherwise, it's really tough to close it out. It has to empty its opponent's hand to disrupt their game plan. So we'll see on the play here, though, if the game looks different.
Okay, so yeah, Justin on the play this time, I believe.
Yeah, so he's really going to want to hit the Diablo first turn or something with high lore. Here we have the Robin Hood instead, so that shift not available on turn 2, but really needs to hit that Bucky on turn 2. That's when we know if Justin's going to be able to execute his game plan.
So the shift Robin Hood is a shift 3. So yeah, it isn't coming out next turn, but really we want to see the Bucky then going into that. You're right. So we see a Portugal from Brennan. Absolutely ideal start there, just replacing the hand. And like you say, just keeping that early game, it's just so consistent for him.
Yeah, it sets up. It gives you another card, but it also sets him to Flavisham on turn 3 or 4, depending on if you play 1 jump ahead on turn 2.
Yeah.
Here we have that Bucky on turn 2. That's exactly what Justin wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much perfect start from both players here.
Yeah,
we can see a lot of the end game pieces for Brennan here. Tamatoa, Aerial, We also have a whole new world. There is a fishbone in there, so I feel like the play might be to get those big plays down as ink and hope to redraw into them from the whole new world in the mid game.
Yeah, I think that's right. He'd love to have a one jump ahead here, but having that fishbone quill combined with the whole new world is a fantastic combo. One of the things that makes this deck so good is the ability to dump extra cards in your inkwell every turn from a hand that you're just going to discard anyway with the whole new world. So every turn you're discarding your game, or you're putting your game pieces into your inkwell, redrawing your hand with the whole new world, playing 2 ink a turn again, and then doing that again and again and again. And eventually you just build up so many resources that you overwhelm your opponent with the endgame engine.
We see the magic broom, the evasive on your turn coming down there. I did see a baboom in hand as well. I think probably the decision there was, do I take out this Robin Hood, or do I build some board presence up? We do see, instead of the shift Robin Hood, we see an Aladdin come down. This is a 3/3 with 1 law. Shift, you have to discard a location, but we just saw it played on 3. Obviously, Bucky sees that as a Floodborn, and we discarded the aerial treasure collector to that. The other thing with Aladdin is when he quests, you're able to banish a chosen item. Benja, outside of this Floodborn build, Benja, I still think for a lot of people is the go-to item removal, as it happens when he comes down. But here, just the fact that Aladdin is a Floodborn on turn 3 is just so strong for the Bucky that you don't actually mind that item, the item banishment being a little slower.
Yeah, and now we have a tough decision here for Brennan. That Aladdin changes things just a little bit. I think the Fishbone Quill would have been a preferred turn 3 play here, but knowing that if he plays it, even if he leverages it, he can leverage it right away for an ink, but he's probably going to lose it to the Aladdin immediately afterwards. So kind of changes up the strategy and the thought process here.
Yeah, Aladdin's a really good answer. Quill come down, and like you say, maybe just that one turn of being able to ramp, because we haven't seen the one jump ahead. We don't see a Grand Mortala in hand, which is another option. So for some card draw. So I think maybe just the play there is having to get it out, using the most of it while you can, knowing that it won't last there to the Aladdin, as we see.
And it is also getting that extra ink down. If the play here is a whole new world, getting that extra ink into the inkwell is probably the play.
We see the shift Robin Hood there, triggering Bucky again, so we're discarding. So Justin definitely having the better start here with Bucky being able to see the Floodborns coming down, just taking away options for Brennan. We now move into turn 5 with only a few cards in hand. We have to see Hiram come down with them. He's able to pop the Popsicle and do a couple of draws there, so that's definitely going to help.
I kept talking about a whole new world as if it was in hand. I thought I saw it earlier, but clearly not there. Yeah, so this changes the option. So we do have Tinkerbell again that would clear out the Bucky and make things a little easier. Love to get to 6ing to do that. In the meantime, right now, it's just kind of getting resources down, knowing that his very small hand size is vulnerable to this discard engine.
Absolutely, we're probably going to see we've got a few nice options here, Diablo and also a Tragic Beast, both of those coming down to get rid of something is pretty good. We actually see the Storm Rage on being sang by Aladdin to get a bit of damage onto Hiram and a card draw. Probably looking for something inkable there would decide whether the Beast is coming down, I think.
Yeah, Beast, not an option, unfortunately, due to the uninkables being the other cards in his hand. But removing the Flaversham does feel good. Clearly, Brennan's having a problem with having the cards that he needs and a lower hand size. So had Brennan top decked an item there, Hiram would have been able to make use of it immediately.
We do see the big thing in hand. It is playable. It is going to require an inking of Cogsworth, though. Do we feel like that's the line here? Do we think that's worth getting rid of the Bucky? Not really affecting the rest of Justin's board, honestly, but we've already got quite a bit of value out of that Bucky. I think it's still probably the line we have to go for, though, right?
I think so. Yeah. I think that Bucky's just putting too much pressure on. There's too many Floodborns. The Broom there cleaning up the Aladdin, preventing further item removal and questing there.
I like the cleaning up pun as well. Good job.
Swept him away.
But board parity pretty much coming back down again. We do see that Tragic Hero. We did have a second Aladdin draw there for the inkable that he desperately needed, because that's going to really help with the card draw. And over on Brennan's side, yeah, we're starting to get a bit of a clunky hand. A couple of one jumps ahead and an aerial who, is going to be able to quest for 3, but really wants to be seeing an item.
Yeah.
3-4 with ward, so he's happy to go against a lot of the steel removal, just isn't going to be able to touch her. But yeah, we really want to see an item off the top here for Brennan, I think.
Yeah, aerial on the board here just as a body, as somebody who can deal a little bit of damage to opponents' characters, and really not many other options. So not able to make full use of her ability here. There are no items on board, but at this point, I think it's just here for crowd control.
Perhaps so, but then also, an item off the top for Brennan is going to make aerial quest for 5, going to put him straight back into the lore race, pretty much. It's not quite enough to catch up, but it's definitely going to get a good chunk of the way there. We'll probably see something Robin Hood questing here, so Tinkerbell won't actually be able to do it, I don't think, unfortunately, on her own there. So it's obviously a calculated play by Justin, knowing he can get away with it. Also quests with the beast as well, just really putting the pressure on here with the lore totals up into double digits now.
Yeah, and you'd love to be able to. So here you have several lines. One, banishing the Robin Hood. You'd love to get some damage on the beast, though, perhaps with Tinkerbell's ability to prevent that card draw. But again, I do think now with the lore totals, it's more about preventing the questing. Justin showing 5 lore on board, able to go to 17 next turn, unless Brennan can clean some stuff up.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We can't take out the Tinkerbell doesn't really trade very neatly here with the board state as it is, right? It doesn't finish off the Robin Hood, doesn't finish off the beast, so isn't able to get the then 2 damage onto anything else. So yeah, it doesn't. So quite comfortable trading with those. Yes, you might lose the card draw from the beast getting some damage on it, but I still don't think it's the right line for the Tinkerbell to swing here.
You'd need the aerial to damage the Robin Hood first, as we do here.
What we're seeing.
And then use the Tinkerbell to deal the damage.
To finish off and putting the 2 on beast, yeah. But again, you're shutting down all of that lore gain that would have kept Brennan in the game here. Yes, you're losing the card draw from beast, but having to have Brennan make that difficult decision there, I think, was the right play.
No, I think so too. Justin knows that inevitability here is on Brennan's side. If this game goes very long, Brennan is going to win, and so pushing that lore total and getting as close to 20 as possible forces Brennan. Not only does it get you closer to winning, but it forces Brennan into a big control role where Brennan has to spend resources dealing with Justin's board rather than other things that he'd rather be doing.
Absolutely. We then see Jafar cleaning up the aerial, and I let the Storm Rage on, finishing off the Tinkerbell. So yeah, just absolutely decimating Brennan's board here.
And each of those plays will allow Justin to draw a card, so refilling his hand as he's dealing with Brennan's board.
So the 2-drop 1/3. Let's Brennan take a look at the hand, which at the moment is a Tink.
Yep.
And that's it. And then we see another Jafar getting inked for a Diablo. He's a 1/2, so does survive the Tinkerbell coming down here. Most likely looking to shifting the big Diablo that's been in his hand for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, most of the game, I think.
Yeah. So the Jafar is finished off by the Giant Tink coming down there, and then the Grandma Teller takes the trade with the Tragic Beast.
Now, I will say again, Justin is very far ahead, but I think I spotted it this time, a whole new world in hand. So Brennan is able to refill his hand and does have plenty of mass removal, grab your sword, and plenty of other cards that can deal with things. So there are lines here that get him back into the game. It's just going to be a little tough.
Big Tink stops the win on board because it did have the 3. No, he was 1 short actually, but definitely sort of helps. But at this point, really just sort of looking for any answers he can find, really. We see a Robin Hood come down. It's just crazy to think that just these little 1 lore questers, 2/2s or 1/3s may well just be enough to close this game out. We do see Tinkerbell singing the whole new world here. Brennan looking for answers. Got a full hand of cards and quite a few ink here. It's going to have to find a good chunk of removal, I think. Now, it's an interesting thing. The Diablo is exerted on Justin's board, so that whole new world is going to draw him 7, and then he's able to draw another 7 from Brennan drawing his 7 from whole new world, right?
Yep.
So now Justin having a hand of 14 cards off the back of that.
But you have to play your outs, and this was the out, unfortunately.
Absolutely, yeah.
did draw into the grab your sword, and there it is, cleaning up the entire board.
Yeah. But now Brennan having a good chunk of ink and 15 cards in hand to decide what to do with. I see a Bucky. I see another Diablo. I definitely think we just see just some bodies coming down at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. Probably going wide. We've seen the grab your sword. If Justin knows Brennan's deck, which he likely does, going into day 2, all of the deck lists become public. And so Justin, knowing this is his round 1 matchup, probably plenty of time to study his opponent's deck list, knows there's 3 grab your swords in this deck. So one of them being used. I don't know if we've discarded any, but that really is the mass removal. A couple Tinkerbells already used. I think we've seen 3 now. So going wide here feels like the safer move to try to close this out.
Absolutely, put the pressure on, like you say. Make Brennan have the answers. Here is the key thing. We'll see Diablo come down again, triggering Bucky. That's 2 off, 2 out of Brennan's hand after the whole new world. Must not feel great. Some tough choices as well here. We have a Tamatoa, a Hiram, a Let It Go, and a Cogsworth. All real sort of key cards to Brennan's deck. I'm not sure what I would want to get rid of here. Do some math here, seeing if we can bring it back. We lose the Tamatoa.
That's probably the right call. Taking an entire turn to play it, and really you need to be using all of your resources to deal with Justin's characters at this point.
At this point, Justin has it on board again with the 3/1 Lore Questers. It is enough to get him to the 20, so we're going to have to see some removal here. I don't think there's enough though. Really, we have there is 2 removal pieces in hand. The Let It Go and Along Came Zeus, but that's not enough. There's still one there. So we instead see Hiram coming down, drawing a couple. At this point, we have to use either the Let It Go sang by Tink, or the Along Came Zeus sang by Tink here to get rid of one of the things, just so that there's a possibility of another turn.
Yeah, and here, Aladdin, just pointing out Aladdin again, it doesn't matter now because we're so close to the end game. Aladdin, really the big threat is the lore, but let's say this were closer in lore. Brandon's game plan is dropping items on the board, Lucky Dimes, etc., and having them stick, preferably eating them with Hiram Flaversham. So that Aladdin there is potentially something that can disrupt Brennan's game plan in a situation like this.
Yeah. So we're deciding which of the removals to use. We could, we can sing with the Tinkerbell, which looks like is what he's deciding to do. We see a Pumps come down for another Let It Go, which we can now ink to play. Oh, okay, so we can still do both here if we want to. So we can hard play the Along Came Zeus, and then Big Tink is still able to sing Let It Go. That Bucky will still survive. Requesting instead, we think.
Okay. It may as well. So 2 lore on the board now. Justin will go to 19.
Yeah, something we said there about maybe let it going onto the Diablo. He's only evasive. He doesn't have ward. Now the Diablo is going to be able to go online. The magic broom is there to answer it next turn, but Justin definitely sort of going through and play, just in case it needs even more.
Right. I do think that there, if Brennan is playing to his outs, if that popsicle is his only item, which he played to draw a card, he needs it for Flaversham next turn. So removing Aladdin allows it to stick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I definitely think getting rid of the Aladdin was the right play, but I also saw a line where the Tinkerbell sang "Let It Go" to remove more off the board as well. But
yes.
At the end of the day, 20 lore is what wins the game, not just removing opponents' characters. So yeah, lots of options for Justin here.
So
9 ink in the inkwell.
Yeah, so many options. This is tough. Tinkerbell coming down.
Yeah, own Tinkerbell from Justin. Again, just creating some solid board presence, doing one to everything, but that's the sort of secondary action here at this point. It's just a good body on the board.
Yeah, and it's a card that's more difficult to remove for damage-based removal. So looking for a big body there. To hopefully stick until next turn.
There's a few different options here for Justin with 3 ink available. I mean, I feel like the play is just to get some stuff down on the board, and again, can just continuing to make Brennan have the answer. Instead, we see a sudden chill, which is going to get rid of that. Was that the last card in hand? They let it go.
It may have been. Yeah, it looks like empty hand now.
So instead,
So now,
we just quest with the Diablo.
yeah,
And,
so Brennan
yeah.
in top deck mode now.
So we're going to start off with Hiram questing for the Pubsicle there, seeing a couple of cards get drawn. Justin is able to draw off the Diablo there, but it is a May ability. He has a handful of cards. I don't think decking out is a real worry at this point, but there's no real need to push yourself closer to that, I guess.
Yeah, and one thing about Diablo, talking about decking, so a lot of comments yesterday about people missing Diablo triggers and not drawing cards when they were able to. And Diablo is a May ability. And so, if there was a line where Justin were getting close to the end of his deck and Whole New Worlds were kind of a way that Brennan was trying to close it out, Justin can choose not to leverage that ability, I believe.
Yes, yeah, it is a completely new ability. Yeah, like I say, I don't know if we're particularly close here to the end of the deck, but a whole new world or two, gets you very quickly there. So there is something to be said about, what, I've got a full hand of cards here, I've got a pile of ink that I can deal with. I don't really need to get myself closer to that possibility.
Yeah, no, that's true.
We see an Ursa Deceiver Ball going down into the Inkwell. A lot of songs in hand at this point. We do have some character options as well. We also see that that Ariel again, the Sonic Warrior.
And I suspect we'll see her here
Mhm.
again. Just the big thing for her. I mean, 2 characters on the board now. Now Brennan needs several answers, but 8 willpower is just hard to deal with. We do have some hard removal with Let It Go, but we've seen several of those played already, and one of those discarded.
Yeah, I think a dime here to get Hiram. Having to pop it just to look for some answers. This is not something you want to be doing with Lucky Dime, unfortunately. But yeah, there we go. That's the end of the game. He's probably looking for just some last little bits of removal there. But yeah, I think Random's on the wall for a couple of turns there, honestly.
I think so. There may have been a line or two, but gosh, kudos to Brennan though for playing it out and looking for his outs.
Absolutely. At this high level of play, you have to play to your outs. There's literally single elimination now. So any possibility of bringing the game back, it's 100% worth looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, what a great matchup. I do love these, best of threes, getting to see players, win a game, and the other player trying to come back. It's a lot of fun. I'm excited to see where this next game goes. I do think that the Emerald Steel deck had a lot better draw this game, and I do think Brennan did not have his ideal draw. So even though this is a bad matchup for Emerald Steel, I think this is a great example where if you're able to execute your game plan and your opponent's just not quite on theirs, the tides can turn pretty quickly from the previous game.
Absolutely. Well, saying that, let's go into game 3, see how it goes. So we should have Brennan on the play this game, I think. It's nice to see the fist bump.
Always nice to see.
Absolutely. Because, a lot of the time, once you get to the high level end of these tournaments, a lot of these players know each other well, right? They've perhaps done some testing or they interact a lot online. So it is nice to see that, yes, this is your competitor, but also, a lot of these players are very probably friends as well.
That's true. Probably played each other in these tournaments before. Here we have the Diablo coming down, taking a look at Brennan's hand.
I think we see a pretty solid hand there from Brennan. We get the 1 jump ahead. A little bit of removal.
I see the Fishbone Quill on turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
So really a good 1, 2, 3 hand here. I did not see. Did we have the Hiram on turn 4? Because that's what you'd really want to get this deck humming.
Doesn't look like. Yes. Yeah, Hiram's in there as well. Brennan getting a great start here. Over in Justin's hand, we do see the Shift Diablo. I don't see a Bucky, unfortunately. So instead, we get an Ursula, knowing that there's a song in there thanks to Diablo the turn before. So can go and definitely get a hit there. That's a nice one too.
Brennan taking the 1 song available, throwing in the discard pile immediately.
Yeah.
And showing the rest of his hand.
Yeah, it is, and it's a song of your choice. So again, you can ignore it if you want, I think. Not that you would.
Certainly could. Here's the Diablo coming down. Now we're going to see the effect of not having the Bucky here, but oof, this smarts a little bit. Sudden Chill being sung right away, forcing Brennan to discard 2 cards. I think the Tamatoa is an easy choice.
Oh. Yeah, it's still a little while away. So yeah, the Diablo being able to sing Sudden Chill, it's almost like Bucky is here, right?
That's true.
Basically the same outcome. there. So yeah, the Tamato goes away.
So one card there. Having the Flavishams, though, is really nice. Again, against a deck that is trying to force you into top deck mode early, being able to play the Flavisham onto an item on the board here on turn 4 allows you to keep that buffer, so you're not discarding the cards that you really want to.
There's 2 lines of play here, right? Either Fishbone's coming down or Flavisham's coming down. Both have their benefits against discard, I think. Flavisham filling your hand back up to give you more options to discard, but also Fishbone just emptying the hand quicker so that there's nothing to discard.
Yeah, so here we see neither of those. We see the Fishbone Quill going into the Inkwell and a Baboom dealing with Diablo.
Yeah, shows what I know.
Yeah.
Just get rid of that Diablo, though. Very clean answer for it as well. And then next turn, we see the Hiram come down and start the card draw engine with the Fortisphere getting popped.
Yeah, so I think one of the calculations there, I mean, Brennan knows that there are many Floodborn in this deck, probably some in Justin's hand. He really wants a Bucky on the board to make this deck go. So any card that's going to get Justin drawing more cards, looking for that Bucky, he wants to get rid of. And Diablo is one of the things that'll do that.
And also now we have double Aladdin on Justin's side, so Brennan knows that any item is just not long for this world. At least with the Hiram there, any item that gets played can instantly get popped for card draw, which is probably what we'll see happen. We also have another Hiram in hand and 2 of the Aerials as well.
So that's interesting. There is an aggressive line here with Ariel. You know, putting her out. Anything right now that Justin uses to challenge Ariel will be removed. And so Ariel, a card that can start questing for 5 immediately and starting to put pressure on Justin. Aggression is not something we see with this deck very often.
No, but it might well be the line here. And also, I think this is one of the reasons why I think this game has become so popular. One of the real key aspects of this game is that outside of the draw at the beginning, ready, set, draw, every other action you can take, you can do in any order you like. So here we'll see the Aerial quest, seeing the Porpsicle, perhaps. Oh no, we decide not to, I think. Okay, but we could have seen the Aerial quest, seeing the Porpsicle for 5, then the Hiram questing to pop the Porpsicle for the card draw, and that's your decision to do that in that order, right?
Right, that's exactly right. Ariel could be here for crowd control as well. We'll see which way Brennan chooses to do this. But here the Cogsworth coming down, giving all the rest of his characters resist, including Ariel here, and we'll see if he makes use of that in a challenge or if he chooses to quest.
Yeah, we're going to see an even better trade now with one of the Aladdins, with Ariel only taking 2 back due to Cogsworth there.
Yeah, so Ariel being used in a control manner here. But the aggressive line is available now that Justin's only showing 2 lore on the board. The race seems a little more favorable. And again, without the Bucky on the board, these Floodborn just don't feel quite as good from the Emerald Steel deck.
No. Yeah, I can't quite see Justin's hand there to see what we're working with. Inquire's Brennan's a little ahead here now due to that early game ramp. Yeah, I'm definitely looking better with the board state currently. We'll take the trade there with the Aladdin. That's a 2-for-1 from the Aerial, so you don't mind that.
No, not at all. It's slowing down that lore race a bit. Brennan now has another Aerial in hand, can replicate that play, and several other cards to keep it going. Popsicle for the card draw. So yeah, Brennan, I don't think had a couple key cards that he wanted, forced to discard some, but able to get back into it here. Popping the Popsicle, draw another couple cards, and here's where his card draw is really going to start to take off. So we see another Popsicle, Holy World.
Really.
Yeah. So, but in this, normally this deck wants to Whole New World. I think in this scenario, though, Brennan probably feels like Justin doesn't have quite what he's looking for. And so a Whole New World is probably not the play he's looking for. Here we have the Aerial, and here's this aggressive play again. There's not much on the board, so Brennan can play a 5 lore character that can start pushing his lore total higher quite fast.
Yeah, and I think the Cogsworth quested there as well. Again, with that Ursula's not really be able to doing much challenge wise. Ariel did try and go onto Ariel there. She does have ward, so instead the Let the Storm Rage on hits Flavisham for 1. Again, just looking for the card draw here. I don't necessarily think the 1 damage is anything really of note. I think it's more just to help look for further things into your hand.
That's true. Luckily, he did draw into the Bucky. If there's anything that's going to help him that might be it, but this is going to be tough. A lot of lore on the board right here, and with resist, it just makes removing any of that those high lore characters difficult.
So there we go. We see the aerial questing for 5 there due to the popsicle being out. And then I think the Hiram engine just keeps cooking here, personally.
I think so as well. Hiram loves his popsicles.
Yeah. He does request there. Pop in the popsicle, drawing 2 more. Yeah. And then instantly where the law race has completely shifted into to Brennan's favor there in that single turn.
Absolutely. Definitely keeping, plenty of cards in hand. The Bucky is there to force some discard, but only discarding 1 card per turn probably. And gosh, it feels like this game has shifted quite a bit. It is interesting. This is another deck, as we mentioned, that likes to build up an endgame engine similar to Ruby Sapphire. And so watching Brennan shift from more of a control to an aggressive grow mid-match here with these aerials, a new card in Ursula's Return, is kind of neat. Not working into that 15-16 ink endgame pool that we're used to seeing.
Yeah. Said just looking across the board and seeing those, really low level characters and thinking I can get away with turning a lot more sideways here, and the right was done. There we go. It's all finished.
Yeah, it is. This game is so fun. Like many other card games, especially in tournaments like this. Your opponent knows your deck. You know your opponent's deck. You know what the game plan is. You know what the script of that deck is. What the story that deck is trying to tell. And there always comes a moment where you can feel if that deck is slightly off. Maybe it's a play that's kind of awkward, or maybe there's a card that you don't expect to see on a specific turn. And in that moment, you kind of know, all right, my opponent's off their game plan, and perhaps it's a moment that you can get a little bit more aggressive or shift your game plan in response. And I think that happened here with the Emerald Steel player's opening hand.
I think so, yeah. Finding that spot, realizing it's happening, and then leveraging that is really what sort of pushes this sort of higher level play, up, I think. So, yeah. Awesome games. Congratulations to Brennan. Also, good job to Justin. And we're moving on to top 32. We'll be right back after this.
Hey everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area. I'm joined by Brennan DeCandio, fresh off a win here. Moving on to the next round here today, and coming in, you were the number 7 seed, I believe, coming into today, and we've talked about this quite a bit. Going into best of 3, being a higher seed can be really important. Why is that?
This game has a lot of momentum being built out with your cards. Songs are a particular key to going first. They leverage an advantage you already have in play from going first to cast cards without paying their costs anyway, no ink required. So it's a big part of going first is just being able to leverage those things more efficiently than the opponent can. And yeah, it's important. It's not end all beat all, I think, in best of 3, but going first is a good advantage.
And you were telling me before this match that you thought this is one of your better matchups. Like you're happy with this pairing. Why is that? And what do you is there a pairing you're looking out for today? One that maybe you're a little more worried about?
Sure. Yeah, I'm playing the Sapphire Steel deck, and I played against the Emerald Steel deck, where they're trying to empty your hand pretty quickly with Bucky and other discard effects there. And this deck kind of goes around all that. Harm Flavor Sham is very good at countering Bucky just by drawing a bunch of cards. And Tinkerbell Giant Fairy is just one of the few answers in the format to Bucky, and I get to play it on turn 4, which is usually too much for me to handle. And that's what happened in a couple of the games, I think. But it's generally why it's poor for them. You can deal with their threats and outdraw their Buckies. So it's a nice combination. But
Absolutely. Brennan, thanks for the time, and best of luck the rest of the day.
thank you. Yeah.
Welcome back, Lumineers. We just got through with the top 64, and we get to move on to the top 32. The brackets are winding down. We're getting a little bit closer to see who is going to be the champion and take this whole thing away.
Absolutely. Congratulations to all the players who have made it now to the top 32. I'm really excited to see where this day goes. There are some spicy decks out there.
Yeah, all of this is open deck lists, so I've been looking through some of the deck lists, seeing what people are bringing, and even though there might be some combinations of inks that we're used to, there's some pretty fun cards people are deciding to slot in that have gotten them all the way to here.
Absolutely. And speaking of the deck list, let's take a look at the brackets and see what we're looking at from top 32 on down for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we have 4 brackets to look at here. We'll start with the Maleficent bracket. Well, I thought we were going to start with the Maleficent bracket. If you'll give us a second. There we go. We have the Maleficent bracket with some pretty interesting things going on. We can see at the very top, we have Emerald Steel and Ruby Amethyst. And then below that, we have Emerald Steel and Sapphire Steel, which means at the very least, we will see some amount of steel in the octofinals. So, we know at least that. Past that, we have an Emerald Amber deck making it into the top 32, which I know is a very exciting deck to see. An ink combination we've seen played a little bit, but not too much. And then Ruby Sapphire all the way down.
Which, of course, means that we know for sure we're going to see one of those Ruby Sapphire decks in the octofinals next round.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. But after that, we can move straight into the next bracket, which is the Elsa bracket.
So Elsa bracket, we have that Amber Steel deck with both of the first matches here that you can see, both facing off against Ruby Amethyst. So that's going to be really interesting to see how both of those matches play out.
Yeah, I feel like that's a matchup that is a tale as old as time.
Yes.
It's one that we've seen since set 1, the Amber Steel and the Ruby Amethyst matchup. And then just past that, we see a matchup that is a tale as new as time. I guess,
Yes.
with Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Steel, 2 of the decks that have really been hyped going into this tournament to be the successful decks. And then again, at the very bottom, we have Ruby Sapphire against Ruby Sapphire, meaning we'll see at least one Ruby Sapphire in the octofinals of the Elsa bracket as well.
Yes, like we said earlier, about a third of the decks that went into top 64 were Ruby Sapphire. So we're seeing how strong that deck is. So let's go ahead and take a look at our next bracket, which is the Rapunzel bracket. And we have some Emerald up here at the top, an Emerald Amethyst facing off with an Emerald Steel, which I'm really excited to see that Emerald Amethyst deck. That's one of my favorite combinations.
Yeah, it was a really popular deck even just last set, and people have been saying that it hasn't been a great deck to bring into a format like this with the other decks that people thought other people would be playing. But I mean, here you go. We have Jordan Hirsch proving everybody wrong, running the Emerald Amethyst. And so we'll at least see an Emerald against a Sapphire in the octofinals. And then just past that, we have Dylan and Connor both playing Sapphire, Sapphire Ruby and Sapphire Steel. And then the same thing on the next one.
More Sapphire Ruby. More Sapphire and Ruby. Another Sapphire Steel, and then another Emerald Steel. So a lot of steel here going down the line.
Yeah, tons of steel, tons of Sapphire as well. So just past this, we have our final bracket, the Cinderella bracket, and this is the one that I believe we'll be watching for the rest of the day. So you can see we have Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Steel at the top, and then the same thing, an Emerald Steel with Ruby Sapphire on the second bracket.
Yes, and then we have Skylar here with a Sapphire Steel facing off with a Ruby Amethyst, and then another Ruby Amethyst facing off with that Ruby Sapphire again.
Yeah, so lots of Ruby, lots of Sapphire, and lots of Emerald as well. Although this looks like a bunch of repeating ink colors, there seems to be a decent spread of ink representation here in this format. I mean, I think every ink is represented in one deck or another.
I think you're right, yes. And I think that just goes to show how much variety there is right now and how many different strong decks there are in the game.
Absolutely. I think people were scared coming into this tournament that it would just be Emerald Steel Bucky or it would just be Ruby Sapphire. And granted, there's a lot of that, but that's not the only thing that's being played. There's some other decks that are out there. This meta is not as pigeonholed as what people thought it was going to be, so it's very exciting to see that.
Yes, so I'm really excited to get into the top 32. We're going to have a great matchup here. Again, it's going to be Ruby Sapphire facing off with Emerald Steel, which are two of the strongest decks that we've seen come out of Ursula's return.
Yeah, it's like we said, it's the one that I think most players were expecting to make it this far on the deck. We see plenty of Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Steel decks there in the top 32 brackets between all four of them, so it's a really good matchup. It's an interesting one. It can go either way. We've seen how strong Ruby Sapphire is at coming back from a game that they're losing.
Yeah.
We've also seen how strong Emerald Steel can be when they gain that advantage early and can wipe the opponent out before they're able to catch up.
Yeah. So we have our two players, Dewey and Josh. Let's go ahead and jump into this first match of top 32.
So I believe Dewey is playing Ruby Sapphire and Joshua is going to be on Emerald Steel as well. And it looks like Dewey placed 4th seed and Joshua placed 36, which means Dewey gets to choose if he goes first on game 1. And it looks like he is inking a Fishbone Quill, playing a Develop Your Brain, which is a really good card in this deck. It allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, choose one to put into your hand, and then put the other on the bottom.
Now, in this deck, would a player prefer to play a Develop Your Brain or that Popsicle that we often see on turn 1?
So actually, I think the Popsicle is a better play. Even though the Popsicle only draws you the 1 card, it sets you up for a Hiram Flaversham later, because after your turn 1, you're looking to play something like a 1 jump ahead, which would put an extra card into your Inkwell. Then you're looking to maybe play something like a Fishbone Quill, but you can play a Hiram as early as turn 3 to banish the Popsicle and then draw extra cards. You get that engine running really early, ensuring that you don't run out of cards, which is going to be an important thing against this Emerald Steel list, because I imagine that Josh is running a Bucky version. I do see in the deck list that he's running at least 4.
Oh, 4.
So you have to be concerned about the discard that's going on in this deck. Along with all the Floodborns, we know that Bucky will force the opponent to discard a card when a Floodborn character is played. So we do see Josh open with the Diablo here that lets him get a good look at Dewey's hand and see what Dewey's working with.
And he's really studying that list. He wants to commit that to memory and know what he's up against.
Yeah, and Dewey's holding on to a pretty decent hand against Joshua. I saw 2 Brawls in his hand, which is an action card in Ruby that allows you to banish an opposing character with 2 strength or less. And lucky for Dewey, Diablo has exactly 2 strength. So Josh, he may be able to respond to a Diablo if Joshua decides to shift it.
Absolutely. So both of these players knew the decks that they were going to be facing off with. What do you think their strategy was going into this game?
So again, like I said, we see the Bucky coming down on turn 2, and so I know that Dewey has to be thinking, okay, my hand size is going to be a real problem. I need to either ramp really, really quickly so that the cards that I'm drawing off the top of my deck I can actually play, because Ruby Sapphire plays quite a few uninkable cards that are really expensive.
Yes.
And you can utilize things like Fishbone Quill to get those into your Inkwell if you need to, but sometimes if you don't have that available to you, they can be stuck in hand and just giving your opponent more fuel to discard. So we do see the Fishbone Quill being played here. Dewey looks like he's considering using it to ink a card from his hand. It's a really strong card because you don't have to reveal to your opponent which card you're inking. It can be inkable, it can be non-inkable. So I think Dewey is either looking to ramp really quick or keep his hand really full with cards like Hiram Flaversham and cards that keep cards in his hand, while Joshua's game plan is to utilize this Bucky, play as many Floodborn characters out as you can, as fast as you can, get as much lore as you can, hopefully empty Dewey's hand so that he doesn't have ways to respond to you and end the game quickly.
Yeah, I see Joshua has Ursula, and I was wondering if we would see her come down, because she's neither of the Ursulas that we see in this game are Floodborns, actually.
Right, there's no Floodborn Ursulas. They usually get run.
In this game. Yeah, in this deck, I mean.
In this deck. But Ursula has a really strong ability of being able to look at the opponent's hand, and then you can choose and discard a song of your choice. Now, Dewey didn't have any songs in his hand, so Joshua was trying to play against that, maybe find and discard something that Dewey may be holding on to. There's plenty of songs in Ruby Sapphire that he could be playing, like One Jump Ahead, like How Far I'll Go, things that are helping him ramp and draw extra cards, like we talked about earlier, is the things that Dewey is wanting to do this early in the game.
Yeah. And of course, we see Joshua here getting on the board, and Dewey's not yet, but as we've seen in previous games, that Ruby Sapphire deck is really not concerned with questing at this point in the game until later.
No, even getting a decent look at Dewey's hand, I saw a Lady Tremaine in there, which is an uninkable card that's expensive. There's a couple other really expensive uninkable cards available to them. We see that go into the inkwell because Dewey knows I'm not going to be able to play this super soon. I think he's already up to 6 ink, though, so he's getting to that point where he can start using those expensive cards for removal that he has available to him, and we will probably see a Madame Medusa come down. Yeah, the Madame Medusa comes down. It will banish either the Ursula or the Diablo. Dewey can choose to banish a character with 3 strength or less. He decides to go for the Ursula, getting that into Joshua's discard and developing a character at the same time.
Now, what do you think of that move? Of course, he couldn't choose the Bucky because Bucky has Ward, but Diablo, there's that Shift Diablo in Joshua's deck. Do you think that there's a reason why he chose the Ursula over Diablo?
I think it's an interesting choice, to be honest with you. Because of that reason, we see the Diablo being shifted. In order to shift Diablo, you have to discard an action card. So that's 1 card coming out of Joshua's hand. But because Diablo is shifted, you can exert the Diablo to quest or challenge. It doesn't have to wait to dry. And Diablo has a very strong ability that says when Diablo is exerted on your opposing player's turn, you get to draw a card every time they get to draw a card. So we'll see here, Dewey ready sets and draws, and then Joshua's going to draw immediately because of the Diablo play. So I was surprised to see the Madame Medusa come down and take out the Ursula. I'm not sure exactly what is in Dewey's hand, but we do see that Dewey is up at 7 ink and can play a Be Prepared if he has one to completely clear Joshua's ward, which is something that he may want to do. Like you mentioned, Bucky having ward, it makes it difficult to get rid of Bucky, and a Be Prepared is one way to do that.
I think I did see Be Prepared in his hand, which makes me wonder if that's why he did not banish Diablo, to then let Josh play that Shift Diablo so then it could be banished and Be Prepared.
Yeah, that is absolutely a great play, and we see Dewey being able to put a ton of cards into his inkwell, and a C7 exerted with the quest with the Madame M, or the Madame Medusa, and the Be Prepared gets played to get rid of Joshua's board, which is a really strong start because you don't want to see the Bucky in play for very long.
And there's another Diablo come down. That bird, he just keeps coming, flying back around.
Coming back around. He's hard to get rid of, that's for sure, and a really strong card. The positive thing for Dewey, though, is that Diablo cannot exert this turn, so Joshua will not be drawing extra cards off of Diablo this turn, and we see a really interesting tech card being played by Dewey, Maui's Fishhook. Maui's Fishhook has an ability that lets you exert the item card and pay 2 ink to either give one of your characters evasive for the turn or until the next turn, or give it +3 strength. Also, if you have a Maui in play, then you don't have to pay any ink for the Maui's Fishhook to use its ability. So this could be a really strong card against Diablo because Diablo is an evasive character, which means that Dewey potentially can challenge any of the Diablos that Josh plays. Josh is also playing a couple other evasive characters as well. But we see Sisu coming down, which will banish a character, all opposing characters with 2 or less strength, getting rid of that Diablo, not even needing the Maui's Fishhook.
Not even needing the Maui's Fishhook. Yeah, and it looks like that Sisu is shiny. I think most players know, but if you don't, all the cards in Lorcana have their regular standard version, but then they also have a foil version. And I just love that the foil versions are so beautiful, and the art team at Lorcana has done such an amazing job with that foil treatment.
Absolutely. It is very, very pretty. I believe people have been calling it cold foiling, and that's just the way that they are foiled. And I agree. Some of my I mean, the art already by itself is really, really pretty. And so when you put the foiling behind it, making it shiny, it just, they did such a good job.
Yeah, I like shiny things.
I do too. So we did see Joshua play a Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood, which has a really strong ability, being able to gain 2 lore when you challenge and banish a character with Robin Hood. And then if Robin Hood is challenged and banished in a challenge, then you get to draw a card when he is banished. He also just has really big stats and has 2 lore, so it's a pretty strong character. But we see a third Diablo being played by Joshua as well.
Okay, so he has used the fish hook on Sisu, and I believe that he's just making her evasive so that way he can quest safely here.
Right. This is a way to get around that Robin Hood
Yes.
ability. I believe Sisu has 4 willpower anyway, so Robin Hood wouldn't have been able to banish it, but Joshua very likely has some removal actions in his hand that he could play to damage the Sisu and then use Robin Hood to challenge it. So yeah, this is just Dewey playing around the Robin Hood so that the Robin Hood can't challenge Sisu, because characters that have evasive can only be challenged by other characters that have evasive, and of course Robin Hood does not have evasive.
And the only evasive character Joshua does have is that Diablo, which he does not want to see banished, so he's not using that to challenge.
Yeah, exactly. We've already seen 2 Diablos go to the discard. This is Joshua's third, so he absolutely does not want to challenge the Sisu. The Sisu would banish the Diablo in the challenge, and then the Sisu wouldn't even be banished in that challenge.
Yes.
So Joshua is going to opt to instead just quest with the Diablo, push more lore. Joshua already up to 9 lore, trying to get to 20 as quickly as possible before Ruby Sapphire gets 2 ahead, and we'll still draw those cards off of Diablo because of Diablo's ability.
Now, it's really interesting here because Dewey, and we see a big dragon come down.
Yeah, Maleficent Monstrous Dragon coming down. Dewey can choose and banish any character on Joshua's side of the board because none of them have ward. And so he decides to banish the readied Robin Hood, and he has an opportunity to challenge the Diablo. Or no, sorry, he can't use the fishbone, the Maui's fish hook.
No, he can't because he exerted all his ink. Maleficent is a 9-cost character, and he did have 9 ink, but he used all of that to play that dragon, so he could not, unfortunately, use the fish hook on Sisu to challenge into that other exerted Robin Hood.
Right, and Maleficent is a pretty big character, like you said, so now if Joshua decides to exert even his Robin Hood with 6 willpower, Dewey will be able to challenge with the Maleficent and banish the Robin Hood, and then the Maleficent would still survive. So you've already banished 1 Robin Hood, you could potentially challenge and banish the other if Joshua decides to quest with it, and next turn, depending on what Dewey plays, he would still have enough ink to use the Maui's fish hook and banish a Diablo if Joshua decided to exert the Diablo as well.
Absolutely. And Dewey is playing with no cards in hand, so that Maleficent was a top deck for him.
Oh, yeah. So that is an interesting point because Dewey has not been able to find much of a draw engine like those Hiram Flaversham's to be able to banish the item cards and keep drawing cards. Hasn't been able to play very many Develop Your Brains or any Gramatalas that would let him filter through his deck. Oh, there we go.
There's a Develop Your Brain.
We see the Develop Your Brain. He finds a Popsicle and a
Grammatala
off the top, which are 2 cards he wants to see. We'll see which one he decides to pick. I believe that was the Popsicle, which I'm sure we will see him play this turn as well. Or no, it looks like it was the Grammatala?
Yeah, I think so. He's exerting 3 there, and yes, playing the Grammatala. And I think those, the having an ability like that on a character is maybe the reason here why he would choose to keep the Grammatala and put her on the board.
Yeah, so being able to play the Grammatala, you get to basically do another Develop Your Brain, where you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, take 1, put the 1 on the bottom. Looks like it's took Tamatoa and put Tamatoa on the bottom. I didn't catch what he put into his hand. Maui. Okay, there you go. So then the fish hook will be free when Dewey decides to play Maui, and you can exert the fish hook without having to pay any cost. But you're right, having a body on board Grammatala with 3 strength, 3 willpower, it gives you something to either use the Maui's fish hook to buff with 3 strength and challenge into something, trade up, or you can use Grammatala to challenge into any of the other characters that Joshua might be playing.
Yeah. And real quick, going back to that Maui's fish hook, of course, when Maui's out, that fish hook is free, not just for Maui, right? But you can apply it to any of your characters.
Right. It just means that you don't have to pay the 2 ink you normally would to give any character evasive or +3 strength. So that's going to be really strong here for Dewey if he manages to play the Maui this next turn.
So we see Let the Storm Rage on with 2 damage on Sisu, and then didn't quite see what happened next.
Yeah, so Joshua decided to sing Let the Storm Rage On
with
with Ursula Deceiver of All.
Yes.
Ursula has a very strong ability that allows you to essentially sing songs twice. If you sing a song with her, Let the Storm Rage On deals 2 damage to an opposing character and lets you draw a card. So Joshua dealt 2 damage to the Sisu, drew a card, then dealt 2 more damage to Sisu, banishing the Sisu, and drawing another card. And this is why Ursula Deceiver of All is an extremely strong card, because you get a lot of value out of singing cards in general. Joshua still has all of the ink in his inkwell available to play this turn, even after having played that card, but he was able to play that card twice. And still has ink to use.
Yes, and he got to draw the 2 cards for each time he played it as well.
Yeah, so Joshua has a big hand here, and Dewey has a pretty small hand, which gives Joshua an advantage.
Now, what's interesting about Ursula's ability is that it says that if you choose to play it a second time, which you don't have to, it says you may.
Right.
But if you do, then instead of putting that song card in your discard, it goes at the bottom of your deck.
Right, and that might be important. If at any point you end up shuffling your deck, then one of those actions that you play could come back closer to the top. You could find it again and play it again.
Oh, this is fun.
This is a card that I've seen a few people deciding to play in the Emerald Steel list. I think Josh was only playing 2 of them, but this is Hidden Cove. Hidden Cove is a location card. It's an inkable 1-cost card with a move cost of 1 and 6 willpower, and an ability that says every character there has +1 strength and +1 willpower. So we see Joshua move the Diablo and also move the Robin Hood there, and this is going to make it a little bit difficult for Dewey to use some of the removal that is available to him in Ruby that cares about the strength of characters. We saw earlier in the game when Dewey was able to play the Sisu that banished all opposing characters with 2 strength or less.
Yeah.
Well, now Diablo has 3 strength, so cards like that aren't going to work. Cards like Brawl aren't going to work as well. We haven't seen any ice blocks from Dewey that would help him negate that. Luckily, Hidden Cove doesn't have any lore, but it's something that definitely needs to be dealt with.
Do you think Maui takes it out here?
So Dewey has an interesting decision. Now that Maui's in play, Dewey can use Maui's Fishhook to give Maui evasive and take out the Diablo. Maui could also challenge the Robin Hood or the Ursula, or like you said, Hidden Cove only has 6 willpower, so Maui could challenge the Hidden Cove and take out the Hidden Cove entirely, reducing the willpower and strength of both Robin Hood and Diablo, and stopping Joshua from gaining any extra advantage with the other characters he might decide to move there. And at this point, Dewey just has to decide what is the most threatening thing on Joshua's side of the board. Is it that Diablo that's going to keep drawing Joshua cards every time Dewey draws cards, which he needs to do because he has very few cards in hand? Does he need to challenge and banish the Robin Hood? Because the Robin Hood can challenge something back if Dewey decides to exert one of his cards to challenge anything else, potentially banishing it, gaining Joshua some lore. We already see Joshua at 10 lore, which means you don't want Joshua to be gaining any extra lore, and when banishing the Robin Hood, he would draw cards. Robin Hood, all in all, is just a really strong card. Or even the Ursula Deceiver of All. We talked about how strong singing songs twice especially is. So we do see Dewey exerting the Maui's Fishhook, not having to pay for it.
Looks like he's giving something to Grammatala here.
Looks like he's giving evasive to Grammatala.
Ah, okay.
And he might be using the Grammatala to challenge into the Diablo, since the Diablo right now only has 3 strength and 3 willpower.
Which means then that Maui is still free, actually, to either challenge into Robin Hood or the Hidden Cove, which we do see that Hidden Cove being challenged.
And so this is an important thing to point out. Sequencing is really important in this game. If Dewey had decided to challenge the Diablo with the Grammatala first, the Grammatala would have been banished because Diablo had that extra strength.
Right.
But because Dewey challenged the Hidden Cove and banished the Hidden Cove with the Maui, Diablo dropped down to a 2 strength, 2 willpower character, and Dewey was able to challenge with the Grammatala, banishing the Diablo, but keeping the Grammatala with 1 willpower left to use in a later turn.
And then I think that's still that Maleficent Dragon there on the bottom, and that banished Robin Hood.
Yes, yeah. And so for a similar reason, Dewey was able to challenge and manage Robin Hood with Maleficent to keep Maleficent alive, and now Joshua has to use Let the Storm Rage On to banish the Maleficent, but he gets to play it twice because of Ursula Deceiver of All. He sung it with Ursula Deceiver of All to banish both the Maleficent and the Grammatala, drawing 2 cards again.
And of course, because he had to exert Ursula to sing that song, that does leave her open and vulnerable to Maui next turn.
Right. If Maui stays around, I believe Maui is going to be challenging Ursula Deceiver of All. We've seen how much work she's already done, basically playing 4 Let the Storm Rage Ons,
Yes.
but that's only actually 2 cards out of Joshua's hand, and both of those have gone back to the bottom of the deck, like you mentioned earlier. But Joshua also hasn't spent any of his ink for this turn. He could very easily, so he's just inking for the turn, and then he could very easily play some extra characters.
Oh, for a few.
Yeah, plays quite a few. I believe it's a Flynn Rider, maybe another Bucky.
It looks like.
And then he uses the rest of his ink to play Strength of a Raging Fire, which is a song card in Steel. It's an inkable 3-cost song that lets you deal the amount of damage to a character that you have for characters on board. So right now, Joshua had 5 characters on board. Maui didn't have any damage on him, I don't believe.
No.
And so Joshua needed exactly 5 damage to banish that Maui, which is why we saw him play out 3 characters and then play that card.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That was great. Having all those little 1-drops in his hand really helped him out there to be able to play that Strength of Raging Fire.
Absolutely. And this is a critical point in the game because Josh was basically saying, okay, I'm really close to winning this game. I'm at 14 lore. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
on board.
And so Dewey doesn't have very many cards in hand. And I was about to say, Dewey started exerting a bunch of ink because one of Dewey's only outs is something like Be Prepared. So I think Joshua was crossing his fingers, hoping that Dewey didn't find a Be Prepared off the top there and only has the Tamatoa to play.
Yep, that Be Prepared. If you draw it at the right time, it can come in really handy, and that really was the only thing that could have stopped Josh at that point.
Exactly. I think Sisu may have gotten some stuff done as well, but Josh was so close to winning at that point that it was going to take a lot for Dewey to make it and come back from 0, which we've seen Ruby Sapphire do before.
We have, but that Emerald Steel, he got going with the Diablos, with the Buckies, and man, it was doing what it was made to do.
Yeah.
Ursula, singing all of those, Let the Storm Rage On. That
right.
was, yeah.
I think if we had to pick 2 cards that really put in work that game, it was the Diablo that was able to draw so many cards for Joshua, and then also the Ursula. We saw how much value that the Ursula got just out of those Let the Storm Rage Ons.
She's a mean sea witch.
She's a really mean sea witch, and unfortunately for Dewey, he's going to have to see her again because we have a second game to get to.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look. So what do you think that these players here are thinking as they alter their hands going into game 2?
So I believe Dewey went first last game because he was first seeded. So that means that he gets to decide if he goes first this game as well since he lost the last game. This isn't like 2-game format where even if you lose a game, your opponent gets to go first. So I think similar as the last time, Dewey wants to draw as many cards as he can and ramp as fast as he can, knowing that Joshua might have a Bucky that he's going to play to start discarding all of Dewey's cards, because we saw last game, Dewey needs to respond to all of the early aggression that Joshua has.
I like that. Joshua said he's going to ink a Pegasus and play a Pegasus. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to switch him around.
he almost inked the foil Pegasus and played the normal.
You can't ink the foil.
No. We were talking about foil cards earlier and how special they are, how much better they are. So
you
always
have to play the shinies.
Yeah, you can't ink the shiny. Come on, Joshua. But we do see Dewey play a 1 jump ahead, which is a good start. It's going to allow Dewey to take the top card off of his deck and put it into his inkwell face down and exerted. Dewey already at 3 ink, moving forward to 4 as Joshua goes to his next turn with only 1 ink.
Yes. Now, how important is it for Dewey this game to really get that draw engine going? Because we did not, I don't know if we ever saw Flaversham come down.
I don't think we did. Dewey hit a couple Grimatalas, a couple Develop Your Brains last turn, but that just wasn't enough for him to keep much of a hand. And I think it's going to be really important. We see the Hiram Flaversham, when played, lets you banish an item card and then draw 2 cards. And then when you can also do the same ability when Hiram Flaversham quests.
Yeah.
So as long as you have something like Popsicles on board and Ruby Sapphire runs a lot of items, you're able to banish those, keep your hand full. And the reason for that is because of this Bucky card.
Yeah.
We see Bucky come down on turn 2, and like we mentioned, Bucky will discard a card from Dewey's hand every single time Joshua plays a Floodborn character. And Emerald Steel is full of Floodborn characters. Almost every character that Joshua can play after this, maybe minus some of the Ursulas, at least on curve, is a Floodborn character, so Dewey knows he's going to have to start discarding cards soon.
Yes, including that little Pegasus has a Shift Pegasus, which is a new addition. Both those are new cards in this set.
Exactly, and luckily for Dewey, he does have the Hiram Flaversham that he's able to play. This is why this opening of Popsicle on turn 1, 1 jump ahead on turn 2 into Hiram Flaversham is so good, because without the 1 jump ahead, Dewey would not have the extra ink to play Hiram Flaversham. But now Dewey has that engine online. Joshua doesn't really have any characters that are going to be able to banish the Hiram because Hiram has so much willpower. We do see Joshua shift the Pegasus, and Pegasus has a really interesting ability in that if you shift Pegasus into play, then all of your other characters gain evasive until the start of your next turn. So Joshua decides not to do anything with this Bucky, at least not yet. Oh, okay, so Joshua decides to sing Pegasus. Sorry, decides to sing. We don't talk about Bruno with Pegasus. And We Don't Talk About Bruno is a new card from Merciless Return that forces your opponent to put a card into their hand. Sorry, Joshua gets to choose a card that goes into
Bounce back to his hand.
Yes. And then a random card is chosen to go into the discard. Luckily, Dewey has a really big hand, so the likelihood of Hiram going to the discard is small, but it does get hit.
Wow.
This is really big because
Bruno.
I mean, yeah, the chances of that were relatively small. Unless Dewey had another Hiram in hand, it was really small that got discarded. And it was random. They rolled the die.
They did.
And Dewey shuffled his hand before they chose that, and now Dewey may not have the Hiram to be able to use later in the game to keep that draw engine that we talked about.
Yeah, I think Bruno is feasting on Dewey's nightmares right about now.
Yes, yeah. I hear Bruno does that to a lot of people.
Yes.
We do see Dewey play the Grammatala, though, which will let him look at the top 2 cards of his deck and then put one in his hand and one at the bottom of the deck. Just to continue, it's not a Hiram Flaversham draw, but it is extra cards in your hand.
Yes. So, yeah, I feel like that losing that Flaversham is kind of a big hit to Dewey here.
Yeah, Dewey has plenty of time to find another Hiram Flaversham, and there's not another item on board anyway, so Dewey wouldn't be able to use Hiram Flaversham's ability. But as soon as he finds an item, that's when the engine really starts going. And we see Joshua playing a Jafar Dreadnought, which again is another Floodborn character, so Dewey's going to have to discard a Scarvicious Cheater, which Dewey only has one Scarvicious Cheater in his deck, and so Jafar has a really cool ability that says when you challenge and banish a character, you get to draw a card if Jafar banished that character, and Scarvicious Cheater might have been a pretty good card later in the game. It's an unequal 7-cost card that has Rush, and has a really awesome ability that says when you challenge and banish a character, Scar gets to ready himself up again so you can continue to challenge characters over and over again.
Yeah, which I've seen this Scar in action, and he can do quite a lot of work and clear a board.
Yeah, he's kind
with
of
that 6 strength.
It's kind of a mix between a Be Prepared and a Maui.
It really is, yes.
Scar has the same stats as Maui, except Scar has 2 lore, but Scar's able to challenge characters the turn he's played because of Rush, but he's also that unequal 7-cost, and if Joshua has a bunch of exerted characters, a lot of times Scar is able to challenge enough that it's basically like a board wipe, just like Be Prepared.
Yeah. Yeah, so with this evasive Pegasus here, he can't do anything about that, and then Bucky is staying readied and has ward. What do you think Dewey's thinking?
So Dewey needs to find answers to this board. I really like the play that he just made, and Madame Medusa is one of these answers. It's a card that Dewey can play and then banish one of Joshua's cards that has 3 or less strength. So we saw him choose the Jafar to banish, and then he I think he sung How Far I'll Go with Grammatala. He can do that safely because now the only card that can challenge and banish the Grammatala is the Pegasus. But Pegasus has evasive, has 2 lore. Joshua doesn't really want to do that, and How Far I'll Go is going to allow Dewey to draw, or look at the top 2 cards of his deck, pick one to put into his hand, and then put another one into his inkwell. So Dewey's able to ramp and continue to build that hand size to negate some of the problems that Bucky is causing.
And we see Bucky brought a little friend with him.
Yes, there are more than one of these little squirrels running around the trees, it looks like. Joshua playing 2 Buckies. And yes, these abilities stack. So anytime Joshua plays a Floodborn character after this, Dewey's going to have to discard 2 cards, which is going to make it even tougher for him to have the answers that he needs to respond to Joshua's board, which Dewey has enough ink right now to find those answers. If he has a Sisu or has to Be Prepared, he should be able to play them. He may only have 7 ink, but
he has 7 ink, and I know he has another Madame Medusa in hand, which we do see him play here.
Yeah.
And he's sending that Pegasus back. But man, those 2 Buckies on board, that's
it's tough. I know Dewey wishes he could choose Bucky with Madame Medusa instead, but Bucky has Ward, and Ward does not allow your opponent to choose those characters. So unfortunately, those Buckies are around to stay.
Now, what's interesting here is that he is using develop your brain to develop his brain, which is going to put a card in his hand, but he knows there's a chance that he might have to discard 2 cards next turn, and he does. What is the thinking there with saying, I'm going to try to filter through my deck, find something else with the chance that I might have to discard it?
So I think Dewey is playing to his outs. That's a term that we like to use in trading card games where Dewey knows that his hand is getting really small, especially with the 2 Buckies on board. He's just not going to be able to keep up with the amount that Joshua is going to force him to discard. So he really needs to find a card like Be Prepared, a card like Sisu that he can play to banish those Buckies and other characters on Joshua's side of the board, where then hopefully he can be given a little bit of space and a little bit of room to start drawing extra cards and come back. And so that's really important because Develop Your Brain lets you look past just the 1 card you draw. You can look a couple and then pick the one that you need most.
Yes. That was fun watching Dewey's face while he drew that top card off his deck to see what is it going to be? Is this going to be the answer I need? He does draw How Far I'll Go, a shiny one, which gives him both a card in hand and another card in his inkwell.
Yeah,
so
it's
not
just
bad.
Not a bad card. It's another card that lets him look a little bit deeper into his deck for those answers that we were talking about. And he decides to play a Popsicle, draw a card. He still has a ton of ink to work with.
And he's exerting some ink, so he's found a character, hopefully.
There we go. There's the Hiram.
Yep.
Yeah, so Hiram, however you say his name, Fiversome.
Someone is yelling at me or you in Twitter.
That's
Twitch
okay.
chat.
That's okay. We'll do like we did yesterday. Twitch chat, tell us how to pronounce it correctly.
And
I'm sure you know.
Then we'll go look. I didn't look yesterday.
So Hiram comes in play and can banish one of the Popsicles and draw 2 cards. This is going to help Dewey a lot to stop these Buckies from just emptying his hand completely, because Hiram's letting you draw 2 cards. The 2 Buckies on board are forcing you to discard 2 cards. So at the very least, you're sort of staying even depending on how many cards you're inking and playing for the turn. It's a lot better than not having the Hiram, that's for sure.
Yeah. Now, of course, there's only so many answers to Bucky if Joshua's not exerting those little squirrels. Besides Be Prepared, is there anything else that Dewey should be looking for right now?
The Uninkable 8-cost Sisu is another one that I would be thinking of. When you play that card, then it will banish all opposing characters with 2 or less strength. And of course, Bucky is only a 1/1, so that Sisu would be a really good card for Dewey to find. The problem is Dewey only plays 2 of those Sisus in his deck, so they might be a little bit difficult to find. We do see we see Joshua play a Diablo, the little one that lets him look at Dewey's hand, and we see an Ice Block, Lucky Dime, and Maleficent, which just aren't the cards Dewey wants to see, I don't think.
No. You know what's the interesting thing about Sisu and her ability is that when you play the character, it's kind of like a mini Be Prepared in a way.
Yeah, it's like a conditional Be Prepared in that, of course, it only banishes the
opposing characters,
and only the opposing characters with 2 or less strength. But that's where a card like Ice Block can come into play, which we see Dewey has in hand. Ice Block lets you exert the item, and then you can choose a character and remove 1 strength from them. So, for instance, this Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, on Joshua's side of the board, Dewey could play the Ice Block, remove 1 strength from Robin Hood, bringing Robin Hood down to 2 strength, and then play the Sisu, and now everything on the board would be banished. Otherwise, the Robin Hood would not be banished in response.
Yeah. So Joshua here is just really studying Dewey's cards. Of course, he played that Diablo, so he could take a look. And what do you think that Joshua's thinking on his side of what he wants to do now on his turn?
I would imagine Joshua's thinking about all of the things that Dewey could draw that would stop Joshua from being in this leading position. We see Joshua has gone pretty wide with the 2 Buckies, Ursula, Robin Hood, and the other Diablo. He knows that Dewey has a Maleficent in hand, so if Joshua decides to play a card that's too threatening, like an Ursula Deceiver Ball, maybe shifting a Diablo or just outright playing a Diablo, it could just get banished immediately by a Maleficent in response. And then he also knows that Dewey's holding the Lucky Dime, which I don't think is much of an issue yet, but Joshua knows that, hey, maybe if I force Dewey to discard a card, he has that Lucky Dime in hand he can discard that he doesn't really need, because Dewey's also playing Tamatoas. They can grab the Lucky Dime back from the discard, so maybe discarding a card isn't the best thing. Joshua's probably thinking of all the sequences that Dewey could be going through, all the draws that he could be going through, and probably deciding which characters he wants to actually exert, which we see the Robin Hood's the only one that Joshua decided to exert that turn.
Yeah, and I can't tell right now how many cards Joshua has in hand, but he might be out of cards.
Yeah, if he's out of cards and hasn't had a way to draw cards, and Joshua's just sort of playing this top deck mode, which isn't good because since Dewey has this Hiram Flaversham in play, and he's now starting to draw a bunch of cards, Joshua doesn't have those Floodborn characters to play to discard cards out of Dewey's hand. We saw Dewey had 3 cards last turn, just drew a card for turn, and then 2 more cards from Hiram Flaversham. It doesn't take long for your hand to start getting full when that happens. So we see, do we play the ice block, use the ice block to give, there it is. There's the card that Dewey needed, reducing the Robin Hood strength down to 2, and then playing the Sisu and banishing everything on Joshua's side of the board. This is huge. This is really, really big for Dewey because now Dewey has a really, really big board with both Madame Medusas, Madame Medusas,
yes.
Grandma Tala, and the Sisu. I mean, that's a total of 6 lore on board. And at that point, Joshua says, I don't have any cards in hand. I don't have a way to remove this board. I can't get past this.
Wow. You know, he had the ice block in hand, but that Sisu was the one that he needed, and he found it just at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great example of exactly what I was talking about, the looking for your outs. Joshua was, or sorry, Dewey was using cards like How Far I'll Go, Develop Your Brain, Grandma Tala's, to just dig through as many cards in his deck as he could because he knew there were very few cards that were going to save him, and that paid off in the end. He found the Sisu exactly when he needed to and took second game.
That was amazing. Wonderful job to both players. That was really fun, and congrats.
Yeah, congrats to both. I believe that means we're going to go to a game 3.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I think we just get into this one.
Let's jump in. I love these games that go to game 3. It's really exciting, and it really also shows how much going first plays into the overall strategy of these decks.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely make the difference, but it's not the end-all be-all, right? Dewey went first in game 1 and lost game 1, but then went first in game 2, but won game 2. So I also love best of 3s. It's really fun for the audience and the casters. I know the players hate it because they would just prefer to win the 2 and move on. There's a lot that they're playing for. I mean, whoever wins this game will move on into top 16, gaining that invite to Continentals along with the foiled Rapunzel gifted with healer. So there's a lot to play for.
There is.
And honestly, for any players out there, I hear the best thing to do in these scenarios is to just not think about that. You just take each game at a time, play your best. And again, we saw Dewey do that really well last turn, just knowing what his outs were, playing to his outs. If he had it, he had it. If he didn't, oh well. What else can you do?
What else can you do? And both players were doing everything they could, you know, with each turn. And sometimes you draw the cards and sometimes you don't. But Dewey really was setting himself up for success there.
Yeah, and so we see Dewey going second because Dewey won that game. Joshua got to decide if he went first or second this game. Joshua started by playing a little Pegasus, a gift for Hercules. I think it was a gift for all Emerald players as well.
Yes, I love that little Pegasus.
It's such a good
so
card.
Cute.
It's an inkable 1 cost 1/1 with evasive, which can be really strong. Dewey doesn't have very many ways to interact with evasive, especially this early. And of course, it's a shift target for the bigger Pegasus we saw earlier. Joshua also has the Bucky on turn 2 again, which is just so strong. We've seen how strong it is both games, but we also saw how strong the opening from Dewey was, having the Popsicle into 1 jump ahead. I do see a Hiram in Dewey's hand, so Dewey will be able to play a Hiram Flaversham next turn if he wants to start negating any of the discards that Bucky will provide. And of course, we see the Diablo come down. That bird will not go away.
He's back. That is like, I feel like that's what this deck wants to do, though, like Bucky Diablo.
Oh, yeah. This deck's the Emerald Steel deck's entire game plan is to get Bucky down on turn 1. And actually, all of the 1-drops that are played in this Emerald Steel deck have shift targets also. Yeah. Pegasus can shift into the big Pegasus, Robin Hood can shift into the Robin Hood, and then there's the little Diablo that can shift into this Diablo. So you just play one of your 1-drops, hope you find a Bucky, and then hope you find either a shift character or a 3-drop Floodborn like Diablo that you can play and start that discard engine.
Yeah. Now we see Flaversham come down, and this is such an important draw engine for Dewey. What is Joshua looking for to take care of that?
I think there's not much that Joshua can do about this now. Hiram Flaversham has 6 willpower, so it's going to be really difficult to get rid of. We see him sing Let the Storm Rage On to deal 2 damage to the Hiram Flaversham. I'm not sure if Joshua is playing any Zeus's or not, and Along Came Zeus would finish off the Hiram in this case. Otherwise, Joshua's going to have to challenge with quite a few of his characters to get rid of Hiram if he wants to. That's why the Ursula Deceiver of All was really
so
important.
Yes, and we saw her MVP of game 1.
Right, able to deal a ton of damage at once. And so Joshua also has a card like Strength of a Raging Fire he could play. We see Joshua going really wide, having 4 characters in play. Strength of a Raging Fire deals damage for each character on board. So if Joshua has one in hand, he can play next turn. He could easily deal 4 damage to this Hiram, and that would be just enough damage to banish it.
Yeah. Now, with this Aladdin card coming down, you can talk about that in a second. What does that change for Dewey, knowing that Aladdin is on the board?
Yeah, so Aladdin is a new card that came in Ursula Return, and it's an inkable 3-cost, 3/3 with 1 lore, and it has an ability that says when you quest with this character, you can choose an opposing item and banish it. And so one of the best cards in the game for Sapphire is Fishbone Quill, and that is a card that Dewey wants to play pretty early in some matchups, along with popsicles and other things.
Yeah.
And being able to negate those items that Dewey plays means that that's less items that Hiram has to banish when Hiram quests.
Yeah.
If you can get rid of the Fishbone Quill, that's less cards that Dewey is able to use to ramp. So there's a lot of implications here with the Aladdin coming down. Also, Aladdin's just a pretty well-statted character as a 3/3.
3/3, yeah. Which is really strong, I feel like, especially with a card that has that ability to banish items.
Yeah, and more important than anything, he's also a Floodborn character. So he synergizes with the Bucky perfectly, forcing Dewey to discard a card again. There's other cards in the game, like Benja and Beast Hardheaded, that will banish an item on play, but the reason Aladdin gets played over those is because of that Floodborn.
Yeah. It's interesting here. Dewey is taking a long time to think about what he wants to do there, and I wonder if it's because of that Aladdin, if he's thinking if he should play that Fishbone Quill or not, like you were talking about. Yeah, and he inks it.
Yeah, we see him ink the Fishbone Quill, knowing that it would not be long for this world.
Yes.
Or at the very least, you maybe get one use out of it, and then you quest with your Hiram to draw 2 cards off of it. But even then, if you quest with your Hiram, you're giving Joshua the opportunity to challenge the Hiram. Hiram only has 1 strength, so any of the characters Joshua challenges with outside of the Pegasus and the Bucky would survive the challenge, and Joshua has plenty of characters he could challenge and banish the Hiram. We've talked about how important that card is in this matchup for drawing cards and starting that engine, so Dewey decides against questing with Hiram.
Yeah, and you would think like 2 damage is not very much, but you know, taking Hiram down from 6 willpower to 4, that makes a big difference.
It does make a really big difference, and we see Dewey opting to play Grammatala instead for that turn, which also allows him to draw some cards. He can look at the top 2, put 1 at the bottom, and put 1 in his hand. We do see the Pegasus shift, though, by Joshua, which, man, is just such a strong card in this instance because Joshua has a really wide board. Pegasus is also a Floodborn, so it's going to force Dewey to discard another card out of his hand. I mean, Bucky's discarded a ton of cards at this point. And because...
Squeakity squeaker.
That's squeaker.
Yes.
But Pegasus also gives all of Joshua's characters evasive, so Joshua can freely quest with all of these characters, and...
that Strength of Raging Fire also came down and took care of Flaversham.
Yeah, so Josh was able to exert all the characters without fear of retribution because they have evasive. And of course, Grammatala does not have evasive, won't be able to challenge any of those characters until they lose evasive at the start of Joshua's next turn.
And of course, one of the things that's great about that ability with Pegasus is it's not just, you know, a lot of abilities give a character an ability just for your turn, but this is until your next turn. So it lasts through your opponent's turn, which makes a huge difference.
Right. It makes all of the difference because Joshua can get away with this. If all these characters lost evasive on this turn, then it would be a very different story. The Grammatala would be able to challenge the Bucky or the Aladdin. But we do see Dewey find a Brawl and play the Brawl onto the Diablo, which will just banish the Diablo because Brawl can banish any character with 2 strength or less. And of course, Diablo only has the 2 strength.
What do you think Dewey's looking for here? Is he looking for, you know, another Hiram with that Aladdin on board, though? I don't know how much he wants to lean into the items. So what is he looking for?
Yeah, Dewey's in a really difficult position right now because Joshua's built a pretty scary board. The Pegasus has evasive and also has 2 lore, which means Joshua's very likely to quest with Pegasus pretty regularly. Pegasus is also a 5-cost character, so can sing a bunch of songs. We see another Strength of a Raging Fire in Joshua's hand, and there's plenty of characters on board. So Dewey really needs to take care of this board. But with the Bucky in play, Dewey also knows that he can't let his hand get too far. It looks like he only has 3 cards in his hand currently, and he needs to keep drawing cards.
He had to be prepared in his hand, which would have come in handy. But because that Ursula came down, it allows the player to discard a song card from your opponent's hand, which I love the flavor of that, of Ursula stealing songs.
Stealing the songs, taking the voice away. Yeah, and that's one of the answers that Dewey was looking for. I'm sure on this next turn, that's something he was looking to do. That was something he was looking to do.
Yes.
Because Dewey has 6 inks, so next turn he could have inked and played Be Prepared, and taken care of this board. So it's really unfortunate for Dewey that Joshua had the Ursula to play.
Yes. Ursula said, "You don't need that. Be prepared. Just your looks and your pretty face."
Just your looks and your pretty face. Poor Dewey. Poor unfortunate soul.
Yes. Yeah, I think that Sisu, another Be Prepared, or that Sisu, emboldened sibling, would be the answer that he's looking for here once more.
At the very least, the Sisu would get rid of the Bucky and the Ursula, but Joshua's even done a great job of building a board that gets around that, because Pegasus and Aladdin both have 3 strength. Without an ice block, those aren't going to be banished by Sisu. Of course, the Bucky is the most threatening thing on this board. It's sort of funny because it's the most vulnerable, smallest little thing.
Little squirrel.
But man, is it annoying.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think anyone likes staring at that squirrel across the board.
Yeah, and at this point, we see Dewey just playing out his hand, saying, okay, my hand's getting down to a dangerously close to 0 size. I might as well play these characters instead of hold on to them, because I don't want to give Joshua an opportunity to discard them.
Right, or at the very least, put them in his inkwell.
Exactly. So we see him ink the Judy Hops, play out the Sisu and the Hiram, even though that there's no items for Dewey to banish and draw off of. It's characters on board and not in his hand that'll be discarded.
Yeah. Yeah, Joshua is sitting at 11 lore, and Dewey still actually has yet to get on the board, and I'm sure he's getting a little nervous here with his position.
It's not uncommon for a Ruby Sapphire deck to not gain any lore from the multiple turns at the beginning of the game, because a lot of the game plan for a Ruby Sapphire deck is to ramp as fast as you can and just respond to your opponent. Try to slow them down as much as possible. We see the whole game, Dewey's been playing stuff to try to slow down Joshua. Joshua only up at 11 lore, so that as Dewey gets a bunch of ink in his inkwell, he can start playing really expensive cards like Tamatoa that quest for a lot, start playing cards like Lucky Dime that can be used to gain extra lore from your characters, and then Ruby Sapphire can jump from 0 to 20 in
very quickly.
2 or 3 turns sometimes, before you know it.
Yeah, the only thing Dewey's missing right now is cards in hand.
Exactly, and that's why Emerald Steel can be such a challenging matchup for Ruby Sapphire, because as you ink a bunch of cards and you need all of that ink in your inkwell, you're taking cards out of your hand. And I mean, Emerald Steel is one of the best pairings in Disney Lorcana for discarding cards. We see Dewey
Oh, he inked. He pulled a Tamatoa off the top of his deck and he inked it.
And had to ink it, yeah. I don't think he even had enough to play the Tamatoa, so decides to ink it instead, again, because he knows he might just have to discard it with Bucky in play.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 7 ink and then drew the Tamatoa. Tamatoa, of course, is an 8-cost character, so it's better that Tamatoa goes in the inkwell than gets discarded.
Exactly. And it's a really unfortunate draw, because that basically means that Dewey didn't do anything this turn, and now you're just giving Joshua the opportunity to do whatever Joshua needs to. Joshua already has 5 lore on board, which means if he quests with everything, he can get up to 18. Emerald Steel doesn't have a way to gain lore instantaneously, which just means the only way that Emerald Steel can win games is through characters questing, or at least there's actually a new card that came out in Ursula's Return that allows them to gain lore like an item, but I don't think Joshua's playing that card, so Joshua's getting dangerously close to 20 here. We're going to use the Jafar Dreadnought to Singlet the Storm Rage on, deal 2 damage to Hiram, draw another card, see what we're working with. Joshua's looking at that Strength of a Raging Fire, which would be just enough damage to get rid of the Hiram also.
Now, what is Joshua thinking here? Why not just quest with all 4 characters at this point when he would go up to 18 this turn if he did that?
So the game's not over till it's over.
That is true.
Ruby Sapphire can come back from positions that look like they are absolutely doomed. And although Joshua could get really close to 20, by questing all the way up to something like 17 or 18 with just the cards on board. That Hiram Flaversham, I mean, as soon as Dewey draws a popsicle, the Hiram Flaversham is turned on, and then you can play the popsicle, banish the popsicle, draw 3 cards. Now Dewey's working with a bunch of cards. So I think Joshua is just thinking of all the ways that Dewey could come back from this board state and saying, okay, I can't win this turn, but I'm gonna give Dewey very few ways to come back from this. So we're gonna get rid of the Hiram Flaversham, and then we're gonna quest out with what we can.
Yeah, so it's really limiting the options that your opponent has.
Yeah, because Joshua is also setting himself up to win next turn, too, still by doing this. Whether Joshua quested with all of his characters last turn or just quested with the couple characters that he did this turn, he still is going to win next turn if Dewey doesn't have the response. We see Dewey have a popsicle in hand, so that Hiram would have made the difference after playing the How Far I'll Go, found the popsicle. I don't know if that would have gotten him back from this game, but now that the Hiram Flaversham's not in play, you can't use the Hiram to banish the popsicle and draw even more cards, and that's going to take it. Josh is taking game 3, moving on to the top 16 and earning his invite to Continentals.
Ryan, congrats to Josh. That was a great matchup. Both players played really well. Those decks, I mean, were really fun to watch. Some spicy plays there.
Yeah, it's really fun to see both of these decks that I think most of the community thought were the strongest decks going into this tournament. We saw them battle it out. We've seen Ruby Sapphire do a lot of really great things through the Swiss rounds of yesterday and how fast it can come back from a behind position. But Joshua did such a good job of playing the Buckies, keeping them safe, and discarding all the cards out of Dewey's hand so that Dewey didn't have as many options to respond.
Yeah, that squirrel.
That squeaking squirrel.
That squeaking squirrel. MVP for Joshua, for sure.
Absolutely. Did the most work out of any card. The Diablos did a lot of work. The Ursulas did a lot of work, but those Buckies kept Dewey from being able to do anything.
Yes, yeah. Well, congratulations again to Josh for moving on to top 16. And we're going to go to a break and see you for more of the top 32.
Hey everybody, welcome back down to the feature match here. Here, Josh Graham, fresh off his win from the top 32, going into the top 16. Hey, come here, buddy. I haven't seen you in forever. I know you've got a long history in TCGs, and is it true you've only been playing Lorcana for about 2 weeks?
Yeah, I've been playing for a week and a half. I started playing last Tuesday. Was my first game of Lorcana ever.
Well, we're doing pretty good here this weekend. What do you attest that to? How do you pick this up so fast?
So I played 1,000 games last week. 1,000. I'm not.
Are you being literal?
1,000 games. I played every good deck. I played red blue, green steel, blue steel. I played red purple. Purple steel. I tried all kinds of I tried homebrews. I tried everything. 1,000 games literally, and I came to the conclusion you can't beat Bucky, dude.
Bucky's pretty good. We've been seeing that here all weekend. A lot of press coming into the tournament about Bucky. A lot of people worrying about that. Speaking of that, your match looked really, really close. Why don't you kind of walk us through that a little bit?
All right. So my opponent drew really well in game 3. So I was a little scared. He opened the pop, the jump, and the Hiram. That's just like the best. That's the best opening hand that you can have in the entire game. The entire game. But Bucky carried me through, and he didn't have an out for the Diablo right away. I kind of cut some cards back. I was able to shift my Pegasus and get in a lot of free damage. I was able to quest with my board. It was all evasive, right? And then I was able to do that again later. And I was able to close out a very close game. My opponent was on 7 lore or 7 ink, right? So he wasn't able to play the Sisu Big Dragon, right? I made sure to kill Hiram going to the last turn so that he wouldn't be able to top deck like a popsicle or whatever to stay alive. And it was extremely, extremely close game. I'm very happy to pull out the win here.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. Also, that win puts you into the top 16 here. We're a couple wins away from a Mickey, but importantly, you're now qualified for the North American Championships.
Oh, wow, I am? That's really cool. Yay, nice job.
All right, so from about, 10, 11 days ago to 1,000 games to here. Congratulations, Josh. Hope you keep winning.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
That was it was good to see Josh a week and a half with the game.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. 1,000 games.
There's a lot of experienced TCG players at these challenges, and there's a lot of new Lorcana players at these challenges. I remember in Atlanta, I talked to a number of folks who were playing in their very first big tournament. But then at the top end, you have these players coming from other games who've played, TCGs for years. So a great mix of people, a great mix of folks in this community right now.
Yeah, and every TCG does its own thing, but let's be honest, a lot of the skills are transferable. Board presence is good, card draw is good. These kind of things sort of usually carry over from various games. So if you're real sort of pro at other stuff, you can usually transfer a lot of your skills over, and it's really great to see. So we do have another top 32 game for you, as Tannon just pointed out there. The winner of these obviously moves into the top 16, but that is that barrier, that is that gate there for the Continental Championship. So that's what we're playing for here, really.
I'm excited for this matchup. It's a great couple decks. I'm excited to talk about as we get into it, Jonti. There is a smile in my heart right now, and you know what they say: when there's a smile in your heart, it's a wonderful time to start a game of Lorcana.
Is that what they say?
It is. I've heard it around.
Let's go. You're getting some deep cuts here, buddy. I mean, I'm very impressed. I have no idea what that one's from.
Oh my goodness, we are off to the races. It's
oh my goodness. Yeah, here we go. Kurt versus Tommy. With the Chernobog followers there. Love these sleeves. I'm just going to point this out before the game gets started. These are from another Disney game, but they fit Lorcana cards perfectly. I see a lot of people using them.
So they're licensed to Sorcerer's Arena. Yeah.
Sorcerer's Arena, that's the one. Yeah.
What we have here, we have a Ruby Amethyst deck up against a Ruby Sapphire deck. The Ruby, we've seen some Ruby Amethyst decks so far this tournament, and they've really been retooled for this format to be very aggressive. People, where we're used to seeing them as kind of mid-range or even control decks, in this tournament, there's a very aggressive line of play that a lot of these decks are trying to take, which is a turn 1 character, a turn 2 Flynn Frenemy, followed by a turn 3 Sisu, allowing you to gain lore immediately off the Flynn Rider, and then into a turn 4 Queen's Castle. And here we see the Frenemy on turn 2. This deck is really built against these control decks, specifically this deck right here, because Tommy does not have a character available until turn 3 in his build. And even then, it's only 2 Judy hops. So the first character with significant statistics is going to be on turn 4 with the Grandma Tala, Teller of Ancient Stories. So this deck wants to get out very, very fast, and Kurt is doing that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also, you know, the big turn 4 play for Tommy is going to be a Hiram. A 1/6 doesn't even come close to what Flynn needs to do. And so here we go. We're already starting there. Flynn will be generating lore this turn.
Yeah, and for those who haven't seen this card before, Frenemy is a 2/2 card with 1 lore, but at the start of your turn, if you have a character in play with more strength than each opposing character, you gain 3 lore.
Yeah, so we really are off straight away. And normally Flynn would be one of those cards very similar to something like a Bucky in Emerald, who usually wants to just sort of sit there and hold back and generate his lore through having that other bigger body out. But here, knowing Kurt, knowing what Tommy's running, is quite happy to quest here as well. There's very few answers to Flynn here that cares whether it's exerted or not. Yes, there are going to be answers in Tommy's deck, Brawl being the big one he's going to be looking for here, I think, but it doesn't really matter whether Flynn is exerted for that.
Yeah, and here, what we've done with the Fox, not only have we put another body on the board, but the Fox is sitting here with 4 strength. So even on turn 4, if Tommy plays his Grandma Tala, which has 3 strength, Fox is still going to be on the board to give Tommy that 3 lore off the front of me.
What an absolute huge start for Kurt with the Flynn there. We've been joking about it all weekend that me and Liam haven't been able to see a Flynn gain lore from his ability. And now it looks like it's going to happen a few times in succession here.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this is really the start that this deck was looking for. This deck moves fast on the right draw.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Tommy's deck doing again exactly what it wants to do. Pubsicle on one jump ahead on 2, but just having very few answers for such a quick start. We do see a Brawl there, getting rid of Flynn. So yeah, that's pretty much one of the few answers in the early game. Obviously, a lot of the Ruby removal does deal well with it, especially paired with the Ice Block there. But Brawl being the only one in the early game that you're going to be able to see.
Yeah, it is, I think, the only answer in this deck right now. Some of these decks used to run Queen, the Queen with Rush, but this deck is not running that, and so there's no other answer in the early game than the Brawl.
Exactly, and also, you know, if you're playing into knowing that the Queen is there, you just leave Flynn ready, right?
Right, that's true.
We see an Ice Block and a Pubsicle down from Tommy. Kurt looking like he's just able to put down 2 new Flynns. My goodness. I mean, this, you know, a lot of people sort of memed a little bit on the whole Curse Merfolk and in the last set, you know, just multiple Curse Merfolks coming down. I feel like multiple Flynns is doing just as much damage.
This is brutal because, again, you know, the only thing in the early game available is Grandma Tala with 3, and that Fox is going to make sure that those Flynn Riders both activate at the start of the next turn. I'm double checking. So we do have an answer. There's a possible Maui on turn 5. That would be the one way to shut off the Fox or the Flynn Riders here. So that's a possible play here.
Yeah, Mary obviously being able to trade into the Fox, but more importantly, just having 6 strength, it just closes down the Flynns there, just not being able to see a big enough strength on your own board. Instead, we see how far I'll go, which I don't feel that's going to be enough. We're looking at 9 lore on the board for Kurt next turn, and just Tommy just not able to build any kind of board presence to answer it.
Yeah, and so the other thing to think about with this aggressive deck is this deck, some aggressive decks will run out of steam if the board gets cleared or if they run out of cards. Never in Amethyst, though. Amethyst generally always runs the Merlin Madam and Bounce package. So what Kurt is thinking about here is not necessarily closing out the game right away. He just needs to get to 14, 15, 16 lore. And then as the game goes on, he's going to be allowed to draw into those Madam Mim and Merlin bounce packages to close out the game with the goat bounces. So even if Tommy gets control of the board later on, that is a line that's available to allow him to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. If we do see those Flynns be removed here, there's definitely, as long as they've done their job and got into the teens with the lore, they've definitely done all they need to do. But right now, yeah, I'm not really sure what answer we're going to see from Tommy here. I think this game might be over pretty quick.
Yeah, there is no answer for this turn right here. Then we have the Grandma Tala going into the Inkwell. And again, that Grandma Tala, if that was available earlier, would have shut off those Flynns, if not for the Fox bounce.
Okay, we ready from Kurt. Gain 6 lore from both Flynns seeing the Fox.
13 and another 3 represented.
What do we see here? Yeah, Tommy's really looking for a Mary at this point. Yeah, that's really the only thing I think that's going to slow it down. Yeah, we see a hard play of friends on the other side, just drawing 2. We do see a goat in hand and a snake, so we are setting up that later game bounce package if we need it.
Yeah, there it is, the goat bounce. Plenty of options here. The be prepared is probably something we're not looking for right
I
now.
don't know. I don't think so. This board state does not want to be prepared to be played from Kurt there. Instead, we just quest for 3, and yeah, really, he's kind of saying to Tommy, "You've got a Maui here, or I've got it."
Yeah, and frankly, with the goat bounce, the game at 16 lore, the game is already over. This with 2 more, with 2 more ink in the inkwell, Kurt is able to play the goat, bounce it, and then the goat is available in hand to play again. And once it's on the board, it represents a quest or a bounce next turn. So really, this game is on a 3-turn clock, even if the board is cleared.
I can say we do have 7 ink. Oh, yeah, there it is. We do have 7 ink available, so be prepared is an option. But yeah, like you say, just we're so high up into the teens here. Kurt would maybe like a little bit more ink here, perhaps, so that we could start that goat going a little quicker. Instead, we see a rabbit come down. I feel like he'll want to ink here, though, definitely, to get that goat snake online next turn.
Absolutely. The thing with goat is, especially in the end game, no player generally wants to play it to board without a bounce combo. Playing it on the board and getting 1 lore out of it, and then a second when it's removed, feels okay. But being able to get 4 or 6 lore out of the goat is definitely the way to go. So Kurt definitely doesn't want to play this prematurely before he has the chance to bounce it back to his hand. Otherwise, he's left in a position potentially where he's just drawing for another goat.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can be dealt with. There's a lot of stuff that the goat can be dealt with from Tommy. So yeah, definitely just getting it down and back up again, generating that lore. It'll put into 19 with a quest from the rabbit, and it will leave rabbit and whatever we use to bounce the goat on the board. So yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to. Well, it's gonna be possible to answer because next turn the goat's just replayed.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have, Curtis setting up for 6 ink on his next turn, being able to do that single goat bounce. And I do wonder once Tommy knows that goat is available in hand. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, be prepared was definitely the right call from Tommy, but it's just a little bit too late. Just absolutely so much value out of those double flins. Well, 3 flins really. The first one popped off, and then the other 2 as well. So,
and Tommy, he does not know that the goat is in hand over there, so he has built up a significant amount of ink. His end game does revolve around a few big cards, and he's getting to the point where he can use them. So still playing towards the game, but here comes the goat bounce. That's 2 lore. Tommy knows that goat's available in hand, and
yeah, absolutely nothing you can do at that point. Ruby Sapphire runs no discard, so that goat is just inevitable.
Ooh, 3 Flynn Riders, Jonti.
That was amazing. I've been waiting to see it all weekend.
Yeah, right. Talking about how we wanted to see them go off, and there they did, multiple. This is just a tough matchup for the Ruby Sapphire deck. This Ruby Amethyst deck is really teched to beat these kind of decks, and there's really no answer other than brawl in the early game, as we highlighted, and then or to come over the top of the Flynn Riders with Maui. But that you need to get to turn 5 for that. So. Let's see.
Chance of getting there a little early with the ramp package, but really need to be seeing those couple of very specific answers, and that's what this Ruby Amethyst deck is doing, right? It just knows full well that it's going to try and run underneath as quickly as it can, and like you say, shift into the aggro. You have to give it to Ruby Amethyst. It's one of those decks. It's like it's the Madonna of Lorcana. Just consistently keeps reinventing itself to find what it needs to do, and here we see it move much more away from the control into such a quicker deck. It's fantastic. So we go into game 2.
Yeah. Now that being said, talking about how fast it is, it kind of like the Bucky deck that requires that Bucky on turn 2. This deck is really playing for that early turn frenemy combo. And so if Kurt isn't able to alter his hand into those early game cards that he wants to make this aggressive line possible, it could be a little bit more of a slog.
Yeah.
Yeah, rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated.
We see perfect opening here for Tommy with the Porpsicle. Heads over to Kurt, who, interestingly, we talk a lot about how being on the play is a little stronger than being on the draw. I feel like this is a deck that necessarily doesn't mind so much. Because of the extra card your opponent's going to have in their hand, most likely, for something like a Sisu that's going to be a good target for the Flynn, seeing the lore there, maybe.
Yeah, I do think the one thing that makes the one card that really makes the play better for Kurt though is that frenemy, because it's you're one turn ahead in terms of getting your higher uh, strength characters out. Um, that is the one place it really, really matters. And here we see it on turn 2 again.
Tommy's just really got to just stick to the game plan here, right? There's very little this deck can do other than what it's trying to do, right? It isn't as what's the word I'm trying to find? Isn't as sort of versatile,
Dynamic
perhaps, as
ever.
the Ruby Amethyst deck. It really has that line of play that it wants to do. Needs to see that little bit of removal it's got to slow down Kurt, but he's still just doing the exact same thing he always wants to do, which is just to ramp into that end game and take control of the board a little bit later on.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah, there really is not a ton of versatility here in the early game. You can take a turn off to play Brawl, perhaps, or perhaps you're in this matchup altering your hand to try to find that Grandma Tala. But yeah, it really it's hard to win if you're not executing your plan as well. Right. And this deck,
Yeah.
as you suggested, Jonti, has a script that it really wants to stick to. And so even if this deck is forced off of that game plan and forced to react early, it's just not advancing its win condition.
Yeah. We see a Fishbone Call coming out there, helping with the ramp. Kurt's hand with a couple of Be Prepareds in there. Not the best card in this matchup, I don't think, really, unless you're just not able to get that early board presence later on. It is going to be key. But really, at this point, Kurt's going to be looking for characters. We do see some card draw in there, though. I see a rabbit and a friends on the other side, I think. So he's going to be able to draw and look for some more of those mid-game answers. But at this point, Flynn is already off. We're at 3 law just from him seeing himself as a 2-2.
Yeah, no, you're right, Jonti. Having those Be Prepareds in your hand early game is not great. Those are slots you'd rather have filled by something else. And if in this matchup, if Curtin is a position where he's playing Be Prepared, he is on the back foot and is just hoping to draw into goats. And that's not a position he'd like to be in.
No, it always used to be the big play for the Ruby Amethyst deck. Sort of take control of the board early, be prepared for the reset, and then finish out with goats and spellbooks and bouncing and stuff. But it's really shifted away from that now, and really is trying to run under the Be Prepared, honestly. It's still there as just this sort of big red button in the deck, this big sort of hard reset if you need it. But the game plan has very much shifted away from it, I feel.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. On that note, one of the other control cards that we saw built into the meta with a lot of Ruby decks this time around is Sisu, the 8-cost character that banishes all opponents' characters with 2 or less strength. But Kurt isn't even running that card. He is playing the shift target, but it's used primarily to activate Flynn Rider. But it's an indication here that Kurt's not thinking about late game board control. It's more about, as you suggested, running under the control decks.
Yeah, we do see the 3-drop Sisu in his deck. She's a 1/4 for 2 law, but gains a strength for every card in your opponent's hand. So yeah, she's a great little quester, but also he's just there to keep that Flynn online as well. We see a Medusa coming down to deal with the Flynn. That's just showing you how strong the ramp there is with Tommy, him being able to play that 6-drop down so much earlier in the game.
Yeah, once you get past turn 6 against any Ruby deck, you really enter another phase of the game where the preponderance of their removal options come online. And so now you have to kind of play around those a little bit.
Absolutely. We do see another Flynn in hand. Again, those Be Prepared just kind of hanging out for now. Instead, we're actually going to ink the Flynn and start looking for some answers with the rabbit. Makes sense. Medusa being a 4/4 there, it's going to be tough for Kurt to sort of get Flynn back online there. Most of his stuff capping out at 4 strength. The foxes, the goats, pretty much just Maui is the only option now.
Yeah, there's really not a lot with the Mana Medusa on board, and then Maui available. Yeah, there's not a lot that's going to prevent or that's going to allow Kurt to activate that Flynn Rider.
It just shows you how sort of focused the deck is around that Flynn. What a different game, having the first game having 3 of them online and always being able to see something bigger. And to this game now, it's just been outpaced now as we move into the mid game.
Yeah, and the one piece that Tommy's likely looking for here is the Flaversham. He finds one. This will allow him to activate his card draw with those popsicles and start drawing into the things that he wants. Having the Flaversham and the Fishbone Quill online are just fantastic because this deck really wants to build up a very big resource pool. So now, as he continues to draw cards, he can use that Fishbone Quill to put multiple ink in his inkwell per turn and kind of build up that end game engine.
Yeah, this really is a round of 2 games. I feel like it feels like we're off to a very, very different start here.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk briefly about how dependent this aggro deck is on that early combo. It even wants to hit sometimes a Queen's Castle on turn 4, forcing your opponent to respond to that, or it gives you 2 lore on a turn. And Kurt just not hitting it as strongly as he did in game 1.
Yeah, just not seeing it. We also have, there's lots of friends in the hand there. We can definitely start looking for some answers. I'm assuming, yeah, Rabbit sings a friends there. Just draw 2 and we get double Maui. I don't imagine he minds that here. Able to get rid of a Medusa Hiram next turn as well. Oh, no, instead we have a Brawl for Hiram. That's even better, I feel.
Yeah, it's probably the right play here. Tommy without a ton of cards in hand. And again, this deck wants to look for those key pieces. So Tommy's game plan here is to keep drawing cards while controlling the board. And if Kurt can shut off that card draw, that's just good.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a Tala and a Medusa now. Both have really great interplay abilities, but at this point they are just sort of plain statted characters now. So yeah, really going to start looking for some more pieces to get that engine going. We start off with a Porpsicle looking, and then we find the Hiram again. I'm not sure that was a top deck or not, but that's a really great play. Basically puts him right back to where he was the last turn there.
Yeah, great top deck. He really wants to have that Flaversham online. Kurt is going to have not being able to push that lore high enough to get into goat range. He's going to have a really difficult time closing this game out. There's only one card in this deck with 2 lore, and that is that small Sisu 1/4, 3 cost Emboldened Warrior. So he's really relying on goat bounces to close this thing out, or perhaps getting 1 or 2 lore a turn if possible.
Yeah, sneaking the lore out, finding that bounce package in the late game. The Queen's Castles could come down. At the moment, there's just a lot of strength on Tommy's board, though, so probably wouldn't stick around, unfortunately. So yeah, really, the deck is built on gaining that lore super early, and hasn't unfortunately been able to do it here.
Now, we talked earlier how the Be Prepareds are a little clunky in the early game. They're starting to look a lot more attractive now.
Yeah, and I feel like Kurt has definitely been playing into that idea by keeping his board a little lighter, keeping hands in the keeping cards in his hand ready for that reset on 7. Unfortunately, there's no real ramp in his package, so in those colors really. So he is going to be looking to sort of having to hard play on 7 really, and at that point, Tommy's going to have had a huge amount of value out of the Hirams and the items, I feel.
Yeah, so at this point, Kurt is just hoping Tommy's not drawing into the items that he needs to close out the game, the cards. Probably looking for that Be Prepared. There are some good responses on Kurt's side to the Be Prepared the turn later. Queen's Castle, again, is a card that he could put down, which might take Tommy a turn or 2 to respond to. So, definite outs here. It's just a small window.
Yeah, and even with the Be Prepared coming, I feel like getting rid of that Hiram again is the right play there. Just the longer Hiram stays on the board, just the bigger that gap is going to become. Banish Hiram on sight.
Yep.
We see how far I'll go into a Brawl and a Maui, I think. Yeah.
Yep. How far I'll go? A card that allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One goes into your hand, the other goes into your Inkwell.
Looks like the Brawl goes into the Inkwell. We keep hold of the Maui. Tommy must be assuming that a Be Prepared is on the way, I feel. So having characters to be able to rebuild the board with afterwards is the right line, I think. We see a Grandma Tala come down. Again, not terrible play knowing a Be Prepared is on the way. The body itself isn't fantastic. It is just letting you keep looking through your deck for some answers.
Yeah, and at this point, Tommy is thinking about getting his endgame cards in hand. He definitely wants to find Tamatoa. He wants to find Lucky Dime. Those are really his closers. Tommy is not running the Aerials or any other high lore characters. He's running 2 of the Sisus with 3 lore. Those are used, I think, more for board control, but they are available to use the Dime on.
Yeah, still a good target for Dime, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. So really, it's the Tamatoa, though, that he really wants to find at this point, allowing him to start pulling popsicles and other items out of his discard pile, and then using it as a target for the Lucky Dime.
Yeah, I feel Tommy hasn't really seen great cards off the last few sort of digs into his deck. Unfortunately, I definitely feel like it's going to help Kurt just sort of stay in this one. Honestly.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Definitely, every time we see him draw 2 cards, we're like, those are not the end game cards he's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But he does keep drawing cards that allow him to look for more cards. That's what this deck does so well.
Absolutely, it's just what the deck is built to do, right?
Yeah, it half. I feel like half the cards are designed. There's like 3 or 4 combo pieces, and then half the deck is designed to find those combo pieces.
Mhm. We are chatting away a little bit there, gaining some lore. Again, most definitely seeing that be prepared on the horizon. So at this point, you might as well just gain that few little bits of lore out of them. I think we'll probably just see a Medusa quest into a B prep here. Personally, I'd be surprised if we see anything else.
Yeah, and Tommy knows it's likely coming. The game, whenever your opponent has a be prepared, is to just put a little bit more pressure and a little bit more pressure, a little bit more lore, a few more characters to draw that be prepared to play it out on your terms, and that's what Tommy's doing here by gaining that lore. He's like, look, I'm not going to play too much more to the board. I'm just going to gain 3 lore a turn. If you're comfortable with me gaining 3 or 4 lore a turn, that's fine. I'll win the game that way.
Absolutely. We see Medusa singing Friends on the other side there just before she goes away. Flynn going back down into discard again. Flynn just, there's a chance that Flynn can come back online here, but now with Tommy's ink advantage, he's going to be able to drop down those Tamatoas and Mauis and just keep that, and even things like Monstrous Dragon, and just be able to keep that strength on the board so that Flynn just isn't able to get online. So perfectly sensible seeing down there in the discard, I think. And then we have that big button, the hard reset of B prep.
Yeah, it's a card we're familiar with from set 1. It's been around. It's the ever-present, looming over your head every time you're playing Ruby.
It's had variable levels of sort of prominence. I feel, there's moments where it's been very, very prevalent in the meta. I feel at the moment it's currently not as prevalent as perhaps it ever has been, but it is still there. It's still very something you have to be very aware of. If you're playing against Ruby and they have that 7 ink, it's always got to be something in the back of your mind that it could come down.
That is true. Ruby with a lot more removal options now than it had, mass removal options than it did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's, you look at the Sisu. Yes, she's a little bit more limited in what she can remove, but it's a great body that stays on the board after, compared to the B-Pred that is just a pure, wipe both sides. So I definitely feel like she's one of the main reasons we don't see it as prominently at the moment, is because you can, especially with the ice block, you can use her to deal with a lot of problems on your opponent's board. A lot of these big late game characters just don't have the strength. We look at Hiram Fabersham, one of the key pieces of one of the top decks at the moment, but he's only a 1/6, he's very easily dealt with by the Sisus.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we see the board attempting to get rebuilt here, a Maui from Tommy, Kurt into a Rabbit. Again, just looking for some answers. Kurt very much still in this game, but it is definitely going to be more hard won than game 1, I feel. We see a Brawl go into the discard for Chernobog followers.
Yeah, I'm just looking at deck lists here. You have 4 be prepareds on Tommy's side. Yeah, so I think perhaps the answer for Kurt here is to keep using his rabbits, keep using friends, drawing for cards. A lot of Tommy's answers are spot removal. He does have the Sisus, he does have the be prepareds. So perhaps you're drawing into a big hand with lots of resources and choosing your moment to go wide and forcing Tommy then to either clear the board, which Tommy's trying to get his engine online, or I mean, that's really, what would your game plan be here, Jonti?
Yeah, it's tricky. Tommy's hand is really quite awkward at the moment. It was 2 Maleficents and 2 be prepareds. Maleficent, a solid body coming down, most definitely shutting down any possibility of Flynn's returning. A 7/5 that quests for 2 is fine, but having to use a Maleficent to just either pick off a Chernobog's followers or a rat or a fox, doesn't feel amazing. It's still, good board presence from Tommy, but yeah, very sort of awkward hand at the moment. Not enough value from the be prepareds. Not a great amount of value from the Maleficents here, really, either. Again, where are the Tamatoas? Where are the dimes?
Yeah, they're somewhere. The bottom of the sea.
Yes, that's it. Just checking out all his shiny stuff in his cave. We see a Rabbit come down, and then another hard player for us on the other side. Kurt, very happy to play that one with ink a lot. I noticed when there is singing options on the board. We see what's that?
Yeah, it's Kuzco. Thanks,
Kuzco.
Hal Brady on our tech team for
Thanks, Hal. He's absolutely on it, isn't he?
The assist, the alley-oop there.
Crushing it, making us look good. Thank you to drop 1/2 with 1 lore, and when it's managed, you can draw a card. So possibly thinking there's another, be prepared is definitely an option here for both players. Kuzco, just a great body that will just get a lore or 2 and then replace himself when the inevitable happens.
There's another line of play that I kind of like here as I see Kurt's resources build up. There are 4 Queen's Castles in Kurt's deck. So there's this really interesting line of play where Kurt continues to build up his resources, perhaps draws into 2 or more castles, and then either after ideally drawing out a Be Prepared or playing one yourself, you put those locations on the board, because a lot of Tommy's removal deals with characters.
Yeah.
The only real response to the Queen's Castles would be a Maui, but even Maui can't one-shot castles, as it were. So that might be another line of play to scoop up, 4, 6, or 8 lore before Tommy can deal with it.
We interestingly saw a really good sort of play into that Sisu there. Sisu banishing both the rabbit and the Cusco, but that's 2 cards. Both of those will draw a card on being banished there. So, yeah, good line there that kind of covers you from the Be Prepared and from that Sisu.
Yeah, Kurt drawing into another Be Prepared. I think he only is running 3, so he's used 1 and he has the other 2 available now. Again, starts to look pretty attractive when you're looking at 5 lore on the board and knowing that a Lucky Dime could come down at any time and get another 3 off that Sisu.
Yeah, I think another reset may well be needed here. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we don't have enough to do a B prep into a castle this turn, but we definitely have a B prep into a body, whether that's a rabbit or something else. I can't quite see what's in the hand. Looks like we have a rabbit and a Cusco available.
Yeah, I think that might be the play here. I think that's it. There's the quest. Get that 1 lore out of the fox before we do the thing. And there it is.
So number 2, be prepared, number 2 of the game. I feel like we're going to be seeing a few more with this one.
Yeah.
Very different game to game 1.
Certainly will. The Merlin Crab going into the Inkwell now. And what do you think we'll see? There's the broom, and that's it.
I think that might be that first broom we've seen this weekend. I'm not.
No,
the evasive. We've seen a lot of the steel evasive one, but this is our first amethyst one, I believe. 1 costed inkable 1/2 with 1 lore. Whenever you play another character, you may banish that one. Banish the broom, that is, sorry, to draw a card. So again, just another piece in that amethyst card draw engine.
Yeah, allow it to looking for the things that it wants to find. Grandma Tala, speaking of looking for things that it wants to find, Grandma Tala coming out and finally finding a Tamatoa in that draw there. So Grandma Tala, Keeper of Ancient Stories, will send 1 card to the bottom of the deck, and there's the Tamatoa now in hand.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Tommy was looking for. Really some coming in clutch there. I think it's a good line after the Be Prepared. We're probably looking to see how much removal has just been used up here by Kurt in the discard. Discard is common game knowledge. You are welcome to look through both yours and your opponent's at any time.
Yeah, probably some Be Prepared math going on there.
Yeah.
If Tommy has looked at Kurt's deck list, which it's public knowledge he most likely has, it's available. He knows that as far as like hard character removal, there's only a little bit. There is the Be Prepared. There's also Be King Undisputed, though. That's an important thing to keep in mind. If Tommy leaves only 1 character on board, perhaps a Tamatoa, then it's susceptible to being banished by that new song.
So there we go, Tamatoa coming down there, and yeah, providing definitely sort of giving Kurt a threat to have to deal with here. Just have a look through what Kurt could have. There are 3 copies of King Undisputed in the deck. Obviously, that lets Tommy choose what gets banished, unfortunately. So there's always the that's why Grandma Tala is playing a really great role there, to be the sacrificial lamb, I suppose, to keep the Tamatoa going. Other than that, I think there's that much that's really targeted removal. Madame Medusa wouldn't do it. Yeah, there's not much in Kurt's deck that's going to be able to answer the Tamatoa until it's exerted, and even then, it's going to take a good chunk of resources, I think.
Yeah, and so as we mentioned, there is only 1 Be Prepared left, and it feels bad getting rid of your last insurance policy here, but allowing that Tamatoa to quest every turn, get that lore, but more importantly, I think pull an item back from the discard pile, perhaps popsicles, to allow you to look further and further and further for those dimes. We just don't want to see that going on for too long.
No, I don't think so. At least for Kurt, he's in the option there where a Be Prepared can be followed by a castle, which I think is a pretty good line.
I think that is definitely a great line, because it does a couple things. One, Tommy most likely will not be able to deal with it in one turn. I can't think of a line following a Be Prepared that would allow him to do that. Perhaps
Mhm.
two Mauis, if that's available. But if Tommy is spending resources playing Maui and taking 2 turns to remove the castle, it's resources not doing something else that he wants to do.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Not getting that end game engine online. Yeah.
right. I do think Kurt would love to have another one of his 4 castles in his hand, allowing him to really flood the board with locations. But we'll see. Here it is, resetting the board. And we'll see if the castle follows, and it does.
There we go.
So again, I think that castle is probably safe from removal for at least 1 turn, giving Kurt 2 lore. And this is going to be a game where Kurt's going to have to scratch to the top here, 2-3 lore time to get within goat bounce range.
Absolutely. The current Ruby Amethyst currently does not want these games going this long at all. It's going to be, if it's a win here for Kurt, it's going to be a hard fought one, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of luck. I mean, Tommy has taken quite a while to draw into that Tamatoa and has gone through, the preponderance of his deck at this point, looking for those cards that he needs.
Yeah, and now I think we have 3 B preps sat in hand. Oh no, I saw the uninkable, but it's a 1 jump ahead, I think, actually. So I think we're going to use the fishbone to get rid of one of them because it's just not going to be doing what you need it to now at all. So.
Yeah, and we do. So there's a setup here to take care of that location. Maleficent Dragon could come down and sit there this turn, not banishing anything, and be ready for the next turn. But we also have the Maui available, so Maui can come down, do a little bit of damage, and then finish off that location next turn.
I think that's probably what Tommy's going to want to be doing here, because like you say, otherwise it's just going to start trickling up and getting that free value for Kurt. Yeah, we see Maui start to do the work in the castle.
But as we mentioned, Kurt has a line available here with Be King Undisputed to remove that Maui, keep that castle safe for potentially another turn. So
yeah, absolutely. King Undisputed is each opponent chooses and banishes one of their characters, but if there's only one character out, there's only one thing it can be. And I think that's what we might see here. And then enough ink to just start building up that board with rabbits. Is there I haven't seen a goat yet. I think he's
I've not seen a goat yet.
Goat. Oh, there's a rabbit drawing. Very be looking for. I mean, there's an option of Maui trading as well, but I feel like King Undisputed is a good line here.
I think that is the line. It does keep Queen's Castle safe for another turn. Mm-hmm. We've seen several Mauis from Tommy already, so we know he's running a little bit low.
Kurt might just be thinking that King Undisputed is his one answer to a Tamatoa coming down a little bit, assuming that it's it's there on its own. So I think we might actually see a Maui trade here.
Yeah,
because
you're right.
A Maui into Tamatoa isn't even enough, right? So it may well be that King Undisputed is just sitting there as that silver bullet for Tamatoa.
Yeah, and look at this play here. This is really great. Kurt is drawing for those goats. Every single card matters here, and putting that the snake into Queen's Castle. Queen's Castle has an ability which says for every character here at the start of your turn, you may draw an extra card. So Tommy now makes removing that castle even more important this turn. So without the Maui or target removal on that snake, Kurt drawing closer to his answers.
I see Develop Your Brain there, looking for some answers. Just seems to really be struggling to find the key pieces he needs, unfortunately. I feel like that was another Be Prepared in one of the two there, and I instead took a Hiram, which is going to help. So we see the Hiram come down, pop in the Popsicle for another couple of card draws. We see a Sisu and an Ice Block. Nice couple of cards together. Sisu on her own here just deals with Snake. Snake's a 3/3, excuse me. So yeah, Ice Block into Sisu would be needed to get rid of Snake here.
It is worth mentioning again that, a lot of times these Ruby Sapphire decks have alternates to Tamatoa to allow them to close out the game. It used to be Bell, which can gain 5 lore, or which has 5 lore once you have more than 10 or more ink in your inkwell. And now we see Ariel, Treasure Collector, which has 5 lore when you have more items. This deck doesn't have either one of those alternate closers, so it really is Tamatoa or the 8-cost Sisu, which we're looking for to close out the game quickly.
Yeah. So I'm just taking another good look through the discard here. Most likely just checking for Be Prepared, looking for goats at this point as well. Probably thinking, I don't think we've seen one yet.
We have not seen one.
Yeah. We're deciding whether Fishbone keeps adding to that pile of ink. That's definitely where Tommy's advantage is going to come from here, is having more ink to play with. Against Kurt here, running 12 ink now, which is I feel high for this deck. Honestly, I feel that's a high ink count for a Ruby Amethyst build currently.
I think it is. So now we have one of the favorite new combos of this set, Ice Block, coming down. On its own, seemingly kind of weak. It's a card you exert to reduce a character strength by 1, but pairs nicely with Sisu and other characters that care about character strength. So here, using the Ice Block to reduce the snake to 2 strength, and then Sisu coming down to clear it off.
The stats on the big Sisu 5-4. Okay, so we have 1-6. So we have enough for Medusa into King Undisputed, I think.
There it
so
is.
Medusa will take away the Hiram. Now, I feel we're holding on to that King Undisputed. We're holding on to it for the Tamatoa, I feel, but at this point, I don't think it's a terrible line to get rid of that Sisu. Yeah.
We are at the point where it starts to feel, once you get to 10 lore here, you start to feel better and better about that goat bounce near the end of the game. So getting an extra 2 lore off that castle, it feels kind of good. The only answer here is a Maui.
Yeah, that was a great line there with the Medusa followed by the King Undisputed. Exactly the cards he needed. The Medusa now can hang around and most likely get some card draw from the castle as well. Tommy not being able to find the pieces he needs, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I will note Kurt has drawn into another castle that's available there, and still plenty of card draw with 2 rabbits in hand.
Yeah, looking very good for Kurt here. Very different from game 1. But just shows you that power of that adjustability of the Ruby Amethyst package. It can come out the gate swinging, or it can just sort of settle in and move into a castle control mode, where you just generate little bits of lore each turn, just sort of chip away at the lore total there, whilst dealing with all of the answers that Tommy's able to put down on the board.
Yeah, Tommy does have one of the pieces he wants. He's drawn into his lucky dime, I think a little while ago, but nothing to pair it with. So could slam it down now and set it up for later. But at this point, be prepared. Even it sounds silly to only remove those 2 characters with be prepared, but to me, it starts to look a little attractive. Tommy has 2 cards in hand, and allowing him to draw 2 additional cards at the start of the turn off that Queen's Castle, I don't know, doesn't feel good.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when we haven't seen any goats. We're going to be looking at this and just thinking, well, if I can just slow down that process a little bit, I don't think I mind it. Unfortunately, like you say, it doesn't feel great. Be prepared into 2 sort of smaller characters like that, but yeah, maybe it is the right line. Good look through discards here. Really getting the value out of that knowledge, I feel. We see a monstrous dragon come down, actually, taking out the broom. Again, just sort of stopping that card draw.
Yeah, and importantly, it also gives Tommy an answer to that Queen's Castle next turn, trying to get a body to stick on the board so that he can finally get it off.
Yeah, not only does it answer the castle, it's not a terrible target for Dime. It's 2 lore is as low as you want to go with Dime, really, but still not awful.
Yeah, that's right. So Kurt drawing an extra card off the castle, now playing a rabbit to draw another card. Really wants to find those goats, and he's found a Merlin crab.
But we do still have 2 castles in hand. And there's something to be said about just throwing those down, isn't there, and saying go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting close to that. Ideally, Kurt would love to do that into an empty board, but not an awful play here. Sitting at 12 lore, he just needs castles to activate 4 more times to win the game.
Which, with 3 of them on the board, it would get 2 of them still around after that Maleficent.
Yeah, and Madame Medusa is here available to quest as well. So inching closer and closer to where goats just feel like a closer. They must all be hanging out in a pack at the bottom of this deck. I don't know where those goats are.
Yeah, I thought goats were solitary animals, but I guess they're herding today.
Yeah, it must be.
Tough call here, I think. He doesn't feel incredibly impactful just throwing down castles and saying go, but I do feel like it's the right line here, honestly. I feel like we put down the problems and say, go ahead and deal with this.
Even if you get them to activate twice, I mean, 16 lore is perfect striking distance for a goat or 2. Every goat is 2 lore on its own without the bounce. And just as you suggested, Jonti, there they all are. Castles upon castles.
Yeah, we've got a whole little village of castles going on here. Medusa, I think it's quite comfortable to quest again, just keeping that pressure on. We go to 13, so has it on the board between the castles and the rabbits. Now, yes, that Maleficent is most definitely going into one of the castles. But we can we even have one law left over. Can we throw down a Chernobog's followers as well?
Oh my
I think
goodness! It's just a
we're
lot
probably
to do
just
it.
having a look for how many Sisus and Be Prepares we've seen, because it may well be that that's all you've got to rebuild the board with. So I feel like maybe anything else is probably overextending at this point. I think Kurt's in a good position to be able to pass here, personally.
I agree with you. There's just a lot that Tommy already has to answer. I mean, probably the best play is Maleficent into a castle. I mean, even to be prepared, to clear out those two characters feels bad. So I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough situation.
I think Maleficent in the castle does remove the win on board. It will put it down to 6 ink. So maybe that's what he's thinking here. Oh, instead we're using 1 to move the rabbit over. That's not a terrible play either. I suppose that was the math there, right? Was if the Maleficent goes into a castle, there is 6 ink on board. If I play this 1 drop, I've still got 7 on the board, and that's enough. So because 4, 5, 6 from the rabbit, and then 7, yes, from the Chernobog's followers. So I feel that was the decision there. Do I overextend into showing the win, or do I ease back just ready for that Be Prepared or Sisu?
Yeah, and here we go. There's the response. Maleficent into one of those castles, clearing off one of the stronger ones.
Yeah, because if we find a Mary here, Mary on his own doesn't take 1 out, but is able just to finish off that 1 damage on the one that's already damaged there. So definitely the right call there was use the Maleficent to take out a fully strength one.
Yeah, and I think we will likely see a Be Prepared here. I think it's one of the only ways to keep it close, and it's one of the only options available. Tommy, unfortunately, sitting with just a lucky dime and a Be Prepared in hand.
Yeah, I'm just going to show you how strong those castles are here, though. If we see a Be Prepared, it's 4 law at the start of turn. There are you'll get a card draw off the rabbit. Anyway, you're able to rebuild the board a little bit with a crab and a Chernobog. And then again, you're just gonna be able to put them down and say go, and you either have the answer for this or you don't.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, Tommy taking a minute to think through every line, taking a look at options available, trying to figure out, if there's a way for him to come back from this. I think just for Tommy, he had his game plan. The deck knows exactly. Of course, the deck has a very specific plan. Tommy just didn't hit the cards he wanted to hit this game at the appropriate time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think Big Prep is the answer here. We're going to see a dime come down first. Obviously, that sort of sticks around after a Be Prepared. Do we have enough to still play the prep? It's difficult to see with the darker sleeves.
Yeah, no, obviously nice to use it on the Maleficent before she goes away, if possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't have enough to do both, though, I don't feel. Or maybe there's a pile of ink on the right there. Yeah, so 2 there.
Yeah, I think that pile of ink may be the 7 needed for the. Nope.
He's been keeping it to one side. I'm not sure. I kind of lost track of that one there a little bit. I apologize.
The black sleeves are very hard to distinguish.
So the castle there with the 2 characters on does survive. There's something to be said about spreading those characters over a couple of castles, but Kurt most definitely saw the line there of the Maleficent taking out one of the fully strength ones. So I was assuming that if we didn't have the Mary answer, it would be draw 2. So a little bit risk versus reward there. It did pay off for him.
Yeah, and here we have the first goat we've seen. Comes in the board, getting that much closer to victory and representing another lore. Does that bring us our lore tracker showing 18? Yeah. And that's the game.
He's just giving it the game there because at that point, I don't think there's a way to deal with castles and a goat bounce next turn as well. Yeah, just wow. I mean, really, hard fought one there from Kurt. Honestly, Tommy just wasn't able to find the pieces he needed, but Kurt just really able to shift that deck away from the sort of aggro rebuild that it is now into that more sort of control and just pulling out and winning through the longer game. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, it was really, really fun to see. We got to see it execute its perfect game plan in game 1 and game 2, as you suggested. Kurt being forced to shift around a little bit. In the mid game, what this deck does, honestly, is draw a lot of cards. If it doesn't have its aggressive answer, it uses the rabbits. It tries to draw into its end game. Usually, it's goat bounces, but in this case, without the goat bounces, it was just miles of castles.
Absolute castles, yeah. I feel like after seeing castles and Pride Lands do so well today, I feel like it's almost re-putting locations on the map in some ways. It's really they're very strong answers to some of the real big meta problems at the moment. There's so much of the board control is really focused on characters, really focused on strength, that those unassuming little locations can just sit there and just really slowly chip away and generate value.
We've seen them win quite a few games this tournament.
Yeah. Thank you for watching, folks. We'll be back with a top 16 game just after this.
Everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area. I've got Kurt here, fresh off his win in the top 32. Now, this puts you into the top 16 in the tournament, and that qualifies you for the North American Championships. And you said that was one of your goals coming in here this weekend.
Yeah, it's super exciting. The tournament's been a real Hawaiian roller coaster ride, I'd say. And, yeah, I mean, I couldn't be any happier. I'm ecstatic.
Yeah, I love how positive you are. You just love playing Lorcana. Is this something that you enjoy doing outside of like competitions as well?
Yeah, I've been playing card games since I was 6 years old, and I run a Lorcana league as well, and so I try to organize Lorcana as well as play as much as I can. And it's the game itself has given me more of an appreciation for Disney movies, which has been fun too.
Yeah, same over here as well. Now, in that matchup, you were talking about how it can go either way for you. You can be either the control deck, or you can try to go real aggro on your opponent. What kind of happened to that in that matchup? Because you said you kind of had to figure that out per game.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sapphire Ruby is more of a control deck, and so I've kind of got two roles. Game one, I was able to take it with Flynn's very quickly and put him on the back foot. Game two, I ended up, just playing out my card advantage as much as possible, trying to get it to a really late state in the game, and then use the Queen's Castle to close it out.
I know that's one of your favorite cards. Queen Castle, how good has it been for you this weekend?
Yeah. Oh, it's the card that makes my deck for sure. It's definitely the best card. It's particularly great in this format right now, and yeah, I mean it's been doing great. Been feeling good.
Well, hopefully the Queen's Castle keeps carrying you, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament, Kurt.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Hello, Illumineers, and welcome back. We are so excited for Top 16. Congratulations to all the players who've made it this far, who have now qualified for the North American Championships.
Yeah, a lot of players, just as you heard in that interview, their goal is just to get to this point, to get the invite. Past this, it's all icing on the cake. So everybody here in the top 16 moving forward, you'll see at Continentals later on in the year.
So exciting. And I loved Kurt's reference there to Stitch and Lilo and Stitch, the Hawaiian roller coaster.
The Hawaiian roller coaster ride. That was a great reference,
yes.
and a good example of what it's like to go through all of these rounds and end up in his place.
Yes, it is definitely a roller coaster. Lots of ups and downs. And I just love those player interviews. Tannon's doing a great job talking with these players about not just their experience here at Lorcana Challenge, but also their experience with Disney and like their favorite movies and things from when they were a kid and even now. It's just really great hearing about the players' experience.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about Disney Lorcana is just everybody here gathered around an IP that we all resonate with in some capacity. Some of us grew up with it, some of us are Disney adults, some of us got into it because of this card game. So
absolutely,
that's really exciting. But speaking of a Hawaiian roller coaster ride, I think we should look at the brackets and see where everybody is standing into top 16.
Let's take a look. So we're starting out here with the Maleficent bracket, and we have a couple of steel decks, Steel Emerald and Steel Sapphire, that have made it into the octafinals.
Yeah, and then we see that Emerald Amber list making it through into the octafinals. That's really exciting. I'm eager to see if we can eventually find out what Patrick is playing. He's going to have to play another Ruby Sapphire deck, which he beat in the previous round. So we'll see after the top 16 if they make it through.
Yes, and taking a look at our next bracket, on the Elsa bracket, we have an Amber Steel facing off with a Ruby Sapphire, which is going to be a really tough matchup there.
Yeah, it looks like Zach Bivens was able to get through the Ruby Amethyst before, but we saw him earlier in the day take down a Ruby Sapphire again, so we'll see if he makes it through. After that, we have an Emerald Steel and a Ruby Sapphire. We casted one of those recently, and it was a really fun, interesting deck. Could go either way.
Yeah, really interesting. And on our next bracket, we have the Rapunzel bracket, and that Emerald Amethyst deck made it through. I'm so excited, but they are going to have to face off there with Dylan's Ruby Sapphire, so a tough matchup for sure.
I'm excited to see some of these decks that are one-offs in this bracket still pushing through. I really hope we get to see some of them in some of the later rounds. But then we have Brennan DeCandio and Ryan Malaby on Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire. Really interesting match there where the Sapphire decks battle it out, see if Steel or Ruby is best. And then, of course, that guarantees that there's going to be a Sapphire in the quarterfinals. And then finally, we do have the Cinderella bracket, which you will see us cast. We have Joshua and Dominic both playing an Emerald Steel mirror match, so that guarantees one in the quarterfinals at least.
And then Skylar and Kurt are facing off with a Sapphire Steel versus a Ruby Amethyst. So
yeah, this ought to be a really interesting match, and the one that we will be casting for you next.
Yes. What do you think this matchup looks like between these two players?
So I think Sapphire Steel is very similar to a Sapphire Ruby deck in that you want to get to the late game, you want to ramp, you can play cards like Lucky Diamond Tamatoa to finish out the game, except you don't have the Ruby removal that you do with Sapphire Ruby. You opt for a more mid-range curve with steel using steel cards like Mr. Smee and Along Came Zeus that deal damage and you can still use to remove your opponent's board, but aren't quite as powerful as Ruby. It allows you to react to some of the faster decks a little bit easier because you don't have to get to those uninkable expensive cards that you do in Ruby. So I believe in the Ruby Amethyst matchup, they'll probably have to go kind of fast and hopefully get under the Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, and they are going to have to move fast, it sounds like, because Kurt is running a Ruby Amethyst that is really fast.
Yeah, we heard earlier that it's a pretty fast deck, and so I think it's going to be interesting to watch.
Absolutely. Are you ready to watch?
Let's do it. Let's get down to business.
Yes. Right, so we have Kurt over here on the left and Sky on the right, and I am so excited to see how this plays out. Sapphire Steel, I think, is a really strong deck in this format.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see much, Rebekah, you and I, casting over it, but I think it's a really strong deck coming into this tournament. There were quite a few that made it into the top 64, and a lot that I saw on the floor yesterday. And like I said, it's really similar to Ruby Sapphire, except in Steel Sapphire, you're able to react a little bit faster than you normally can with Ruby Sapphire, and you still get to utilize all of the really strong Sapphire cards like Lucky Dime and all of the ramp cards available to you to dig through your deck and get to those later cards.
Yeah. Now, I am really excited about this first play by Kurt. It's a broom.
It's a magic broom. Magic Brooms made it into the top 16.
I love
top
it.
2. That are top. Yeah, day 2, sorry.
Day 2.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Magic Broom is a new card in Ursula's Return. It's an inkable one, cost 1/2 with 1 lore that says whenever you play another character, you can banish the Magic Broom and draw a card.
I wonder how many brooms Kurt has in his deck. We didn't watch his last match, so this is all new for us.
Yeah, this is new for us. I imagine he's playing at least 4 of these Magic Brooms. I mean, it's Magic Broom. I feel like you have to.
And he does have that Flynn, which yesterday we saw Flynn being the MVP of a few games, so it'll be fun to see how Flynn is working for Kurt today.
Absolutely. Flynn Rider has a really strong ability that says at the start of your turn, if you have a character with more strength than any of your opposing characters, you immediately gain 3 lore. So right now, Kurt only has the Flynn Rider in play. If Sky doesn't play another character, then that means Kurt's going to get 3 lore on the next turn, bumping him up to 4. And I mean, 3 lore every turn is a lot of lore.
That's really interesting, too, because for Sky, I think a lot of Sapphire Steel decks are really concerned with the ramping early in the game and not necessarily putting down characters. But does this then change his strategy?
Yeah, it sort of disrupts Sky's game plan because Sky has to decide, okay, do I ignore this Flynn Rider, move on with my game plan, try to continue to ramp cards, and then clear it later, or do I stop the Flynn Rider from gaining 2 lore? And he decides to do this with another magic broom.
It's the Battle of the Brooms.
Battle of the Brooms. This is another really fun card in Ursula's Return. It is an inkable 2-cost 2/3 with 1 lore, and it just has a ability that says it has evasive on your turn. So it's a great counter to any evasive cards that Kurt might be playing. I'm not sure if Kurt's playing any Pascals, but it would be a great counter to something like that.
That's super fun to see these brooms here in these more competitive decks. I think a lot of people might think of those magic brooms as more casual, play, but here we're seeing them put to good use.
Absolutely. This is a really great card to counter any evasive cards, and I think Kurt makes an interesting play here. Instead of keeping the Flynn Rider on board and trying to utilize Flynn Rider's ability, we see Kurt bouncing the Flynn Rider back to his hand after questing with him with the Madame M. Fox, which is an inkable 3-cost 4/3 with Rush, but in order to play the card, you have to bounce a card back to your hand.
Yeah. So that magic broom that Sky played is a 2/3, and because Flynn is just a 2/2, he wouldn't have gotten that 3 lore on his next turn.
Exactly. Magic Broom had equal strength to Flynn, and so Flynn's ability does not trigger, which is why Kurt probably bounces it back to hand unless he just didn't have anything else to play than the Madame M. Fox. But I really like this play because if you're getting the idea that Sky has other characters that are going to keep you from using Flynn's ability, you can ink the Flynn if you need to, or hold him for later if you want to play him when you know you can play a really high-strength character.
Yeah. And then on Sky's side, we see that Mickey Mouse Detective, which I just love how he is the art here on Mickey Mouse. He's so fun. I love it. This is a set 1 card, and we kind of see this card come in and out of play.
Yeah, it's a really great ramp card for Sapphire. It's an unequal 3-cost 1/3 that says when you play this card, you take the top card of your deck and you can put it into your inkwell face down and exert it. It's very similar to 1 Jump Ahead. I also really like this card because, like you mentioned, this was all the way back in set 1. And I think this was our first clue at who the big bad for the
Yes.
first couple sets were going to be. Now we know it was
That
Ursula,
seaweed.
of course, but you see Mickey investigating the seaweed that was left behind in a glob of ink.
Yes.
So that's really cool.
And we see a Queen's Castle making an appearance over on Kurt's board. We've talked about this location a lot. What do you think about his inclusion of Queen's Castle here in the deck?
This could potentially be a really strong card against Sky. I'm not sure if Sky runs any cards like Rise of the Titans or Along Came Zeus, but those are really the only options that Sky has to deal with the Queen's Castle outside of challenging characters into it. And of course, there aren't very many rush characters in Sapphire or Steel, so that means Sky's going to have to play a character, wait for that character to dry, and then and then challenge the Queen's Castle,
Yeah.
which is going to be really difficult to do. And of course, the Queen's Castle has 2 lore on it, so it'll constantly gain 2 lore at the start of Kurt's turn every time it gets to his turn.
Yeah. Now, we saw Sky play down 2 Fortispheres, which are new cards in this set. Talk a little bit about what this item does.
Absolutely. So a Fortisphere is very similar to a Popsicle in that it is an inkable 1-cost card that says when you play this item card, you can draw a card. The only difference is it also has another ability that you can spend 1 ink and then banish the item and then give a chosen character of yours bodyguard for the turn or until the next turn. So it's a really good card if you want to force your opponent to challenge into a specific card before they can challenge into another. But this is a big reason why someone might play Sapphire Steel over Sapphire Ruby, because you essentially get 4 Popsicles in your deck instead, or sorry, 8 Popsicles in your deck instead of 4, which gives you many more opportunities for a card like Hiram Flaversham to banish and draw extra cards with.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Flowersham yet, but I'm sure Sky is running him in this deck. That's really a key card for this ink pairing.
Absolutely. Hiram is a really great draw engine for Sapphire in general, just with the Popsicles. Add the Fortispheres there, and then you have even more of a draw engine. Plus, these synergize really well with Tamatoa as well, which has always been a top-end card for Sapphire decks because you're able to play a bunch of Fortispheres, a bunch of Popsicles, you have a ton of items in play, and Tamatoa gets an extra lore for every single item that's in play. So you just play out a bunch of them, and then you can quest the Tamatoa. I also see an Aerial that is new to Ursula's Return in Sky's hand, which we see played. This Aerial has a really interesting ability in that if you have more item cards than your opponent does, she gets an extra 2 lore, and she also has Ward. So it's really difficult to choose her and banish her with any Ruby cards, and she quests for a ton.
Yes, questing for 5 is huge.
Yeah, it is really, really big. And I think Sky's going to have to race Kurt here because we do see Kurt also play another Queen's Castle, which means unless those Queen's Castles are dealt with, Kurt's going to be getting 4 lore at the start of his turn.
Now, I do see a Maui in Kurt's hand, so I'm sure he is thinking, oh, I'm going to take that Ariel. I'm going to banish her on my next turn when I get a chance. Because Ariel's not a card, unlike something like we've seen with Bucky or, you know, a card that has Ward that you keep ready to keep them safe. Ariel, you want to be exerting to quest.
Right. Sky has a really interesting decision with this Ariel because, as we all know, Sapphire also runs Lucky Dime, which allows you to choose a character when you exert it and pay 2 ink to gain the lore printed on, or sorry, not printed, just the lore that that character has.
Yeah.
So Sky can keep Ariel readied and try to find a Lucky Dime, then start using the Lucky Dime to gain 5 lore every turn. Or if Sky thinks it's more important that he races Kurt, Sky can quest with Ariel, gaining that 5 lore immediately and taking the risk of Kurt having a Maui in hand to challenge it immediately and banish it.
Yeah. Now, going back real quick to the Fortisphere, do you know what Disney movie that's from?
I don't think it is from a Disney movie.
Trick question. Yes, it's actually art that's original to the world of Lorcana, and I love that they're starting to add in more cards like that.
I do also. It's really cool. Lorcana has been telling this story over the past 4 sets, and we've seen bits and pieces of the realm of Lorcana and what it's like. We've seen little parts of the Illuminary, and it's really, really awesome to see a couple cards that are completely unique to Lorcana. Yeah. They're not from Disney properties.
I love it. And we did see that Maui come down, and it looks like he banished Mr. Smee.
Yes, it looks like a Mr. Smee was banished, and I think Maui just is there to slow Sky down a little bit. Kurt only has a couple cards in hands. I see he has 2 rabbits that he is flicking through right now, which will help Kurt gain a couple more cards in his hand. But it does look like that Sky plays a Grab Your Sword to deal the damage needed to get rid of this Maui.
Which, of course, Kurt has those 2 Queen's Castles there, which I think is why they're so key to this deck, because something like Grab Your Swords, those locations still stay on the board.
Exactly. Grab Your Sword won't do any damage to the Queen's Castles, and goodness, the Queen's Castles have been on board for a couple rounds at this point.
Yeah.
Kurt's all the way up to 8 lore, and we see Sky having to choose the aerial to challenge and banish one of the Queen's Castles, then dealing 1 damage to the other Queen's Castle just to try to start removing this card.
Yeah. That Maui, it's too bad it couldn't stay on the board there, because that really would have been great to take out the aerial that Sky has on the board, because being able to quest for 5 is really threatening there.
Absolutely. Kurt doesn't have any cards in his hand that will be able to take out this aerial right now, which is really great for Sky, because if Sky can eventually get to a point where he plays a lucky dime, he can start using the aerial to gain a bunch of lore, even if he decides not to quest for the aerial. But we do see a Merlin Rabbit being played, which on play and when it leaves play will draw a card for Kurt. So this can be a really good way for Kurt to draw some extra cards, find some answers for Sky's board, which he's definitely going to need, because we talked about how Ariel has ward. That means that cards like Madame Medusa or any of the other targeted removal in Ruby is not going to be able to be used. We even see Madame Medusa in Kurt's hand, and you can use it on the Mickey, but you really are trying to get rid of that Ariel.
Yep. We see a Hades coming down. There's another big bad.
Yeah, we don't see very many Hades being played in Sapphire, so this is a really interesting card. It on play lets you choose an opposing character, and then that character goes into their inkwell, the person's inkwell who owns that card. And so it's a good way to remove a card. You are helping your opponent a little bit by giving them an extra ink to use for the next turn, but it does get rid of a card that can be really threatening.
Yeah, and the thing I like about this ability of putting the character into your inkwell is once cards go into your inkwell, they stay there for the game. Unlike when a card goes into your discard, there are cards in Lorcana which allow you to bring characters back from your discard. And so Hades is just like, nope, you're gone.
Yeah, that's a great point. Hades banishes them to the inkwell.
To the underworld.
Yeah, I was going to say the underworld, and it's very close. They're never coming back. Not until next game when you shuffle up. But unfortunately, Hades' stats are pretty strong, except for the fact that he has 3 strength, which is just enough for Madame Medusa to be played and banish the Hades. So we're in this fun game where Sky plays a card that gets rid of one of Kurt's cards, then Kurt responds by getting rid of the card that got rid of his original card, and we're just going to keep going.
Keep going back and forth. Now, with that Madame Medusa on board, she does have some pretty good strength and willpower. She's a 4/4, and Ariel is only a 3/4. So if Sky decides to quest here with Ariel, that leaves Madame Medusa there to challenge. But Madame Medusa would survive.
Right. Madame Medusa would survive, and Kurt has done this intentionally because he knows that Sky needs to challenge and get rid of this Queen's Castle. That's why he moved the Madame Medusa to the Queen's Castle. For anybody that doesn't know, when the Queen's Castle has an ability that says at the start of your turn, you get to draw an extra card for every character that is here. So Sky might have to use the Ariel to challenge the Queen's Castle and start getting rid of it, or instead he decides to quest with the Ariel, drop the lucky dime. I saw another Ariel in Sky's hand, so I think Sky is going to say, okay, these Queen's Castles are gaining a lot of lore. I need to make my move now. We're going to quest with the Ariel, and we're going to quest with the Mickey, push up a little bit of lore. Then I know that I have an Ariel I can play next turn. Then I can immediately use the lucky dime, gain 5 lore from that Ariel that turn, and if she survives until the next turn, I can quest for 10 and I'll win.
Yeah, and that Queen's Castle, I think, just has that 1 damage on it. So he did get to draw that second card also because Madame Medusa had been moved there, and you get to draw an additional card at the start of your turn for each character at the Queen's Castle. So not just great for gaining lore each turn, but also can be a great draw engine for the Ruby Amethyst deck.
Absolutely. That is one of Amethyst's keywords, is draw a card, basically.
Yes.
They just get to draw cards all over the place. We saw the Merlin Rabbit being played earlier, and you're right. Queen's Castle is a great card for drawing cards. It is a May effect, so if you miss it before you draw your card and continue your turn, you don't get to draw the cards. You have to remember to draw the card for the turn. But we'll see if Kurt can find an answer for Sky's board. Kurt doesn't know that Sky has another Ariel in his hand, but that other Ariel will help Sky win really, really soon. Both players are up really close to 20 lore, so we're getting we're having a really tight race here.
Yes, and that damage counter should be up on Queen's Castle, so hopefully we'll see him move that up. what do you think he does here with the Madame Medusa? Does he take, does he challenge into Ariel?
If Kurt doesn't have a way to get rid of the aerial otherwise, I feel like you have to, just because you know that if you go to the next turn and Sky has that aerial still in play, Sky can quest for 5 lore. That's going to push him up to 18, and then he can use the lucky dime,
and
gain another
over.
5 lore, and the game's over. So it has to be answered this turn.
Yes, it really is do something now or game over.
Exactly.
And then Sky's probably sitting there thinking he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Sky, I think, is in a pretty good position just because he has that aerial in his hand. One thing to note about Ariel is when you're playing against other decks that have a bunch of other items, she can be a hit or miss card. She already has 3 lore, which is a lot for a character, but of course you want the total 5 lore you get for having more items than your opponent. So the good thing about playing against Ruby Amethyst for Sky is Ruby Amethyst very rarely plays any items. Most of the time doesn't play any items at all. So Sky knows that at least the aerial in his hand will be able to be played, and you'll get 5 lore on that turn, bumping him up to 18. Just has to survive one more turn, or even if the aerial gets wiped, if you just draw another card that has 2 lore on it, you can play that, then use the lucky dime and win.
Yeah. And what do you think? Kurt is taking a long time here, I think, to think through what his best play is. What's going through his mind?
So Kurt only...
What are those outs you've talked about?
Yeah. We'll talk about the outs that Kurt has available to him. So Kurt only has 7 ink right now, which is not a ton of ink because one of the only outs for this position is something like a Be Prepared because Ariel has Ward. Ariel cannot be targeted by your opponent. And so Kurt really needs to find a Be Prepared so that he can play the Be Prepared and just banish all characters, including the aerial, so that Sky can't use the lucky dime to gain the extra lore needed. The problem is, because Kurt only has 7 ink, that means he's not going to be able to play any extra cards to search for a Be Prepared in the first place to find one. The moment he plays a card, Be Prepared is out of the question.
Yeah, and it looks like he did not draw the Be Prepared. I do see Be King Undisputed, I think, in his hand. But again, he can't use that on Ariel because she has that ward.
Well, no. So King Undisputed actually is another great out because it's very similar to the Lady Tremaine effect. And we're in a position here where Kurt can do this. You can challenge the Mickey Mouse Detective with Madame Medusa and then play the King Undisputed. And then the only character Sky can choose is the Ariel.
That's right. Yeah, I'd forgotten that this forces your opponent to choose their own character.
Right. And that's what makes the card really strong is because you force your opponent to choose the character which gets around Ward. We do see Sky decide to challenge with the Madame Medusa into the aerial instead, though, saving that King Undisputed. Maybe he might be thinking that Sky could have another aerial, which he does.
An aerial or a Tamatoa maybe coming around the corner.
Exactly. So we may be saving that for later.
Just around the river bend.
Just around the river bend. That's a good one. We do see Kurt play a Sisu along with another Queen's Castle. That's going to really help Kurt push up to 20. He's already at 14. He only needs a few more turns before he's able to get to 20 just from these Queen's Castles, gaining 2 lore every turn.
Yeah. Now, of course, we saw that Sky did have another aerial in his hand. So do you think he puts her down and uses the lucky dime here? It's
very hard to tell. It's a difficult decision because if you're looking at Kurt's board right now, Kurt has 3 lore worth of characters and 4 lore worth of location, which is more than enough for him to get to 20 on the next turn. So you have to answer Kurt's board, get him to a point where he doesn't just outright win through the Queen's Castles and characters on board, and then you can think about doing something like playing the aerial. So with Sky only having the Hiram and the aerial right now, I'm going to expect we'll see the Hiram being played to banish a item and then try to find an out.
Find another answer. Yeah, those Queen's Castles, we heard, in the player interview after last round that Kurt was singing praises of the Queen's Castle and how important that is to his deck. And we see here exactly that.
Exactly. We see just how strong it is because of that. All of that willpower. It's difficult for Sky to use his characters to challenge into it and banish it. Mickey and Hiram only have 1 strength, so that's not going to be enough to banish the castles over the course of 1 or 2 turns. We do see the Mickey Mouse challenging into the Madame Medusa, getting rid of that. Now Kurt only has 6 lore on the board, and if it passes back to Kurt, then he should just win this turn.
Well, Sisu, I think, just has 1. Oh, but Sky did concede there.
Yep, Sky concedes, sees that the 6 lore is available to Kurt, and wins game 1.
Yes. Well, that was a great game. That really was like a back and forth there.
Yeah, I really like these games against Sapphire with these faster decks because the faster decks have that race, and then Sapphire can get dangerously close with lucky dimes to winning. You get a really, really tight game right there, and it can be literally anybody's game, just depending on what cards they have in hand, whether they can find those outs.
Yeah, and that Ariel is such a fun card, and it was great to see her in action. Ariel's my favorite character, but that's a really great card in this deck.
I really like to see set 4 cards being played in these new formats because there are plenty of other cards that Sapphire can play, like Tamatoa or Bell Strange but Special, but they opted for Ariel, and it got very, very close to doing the job.
Very close.
We have another game to get to. They'll get to go first because they lost, and so we'll see if that makes the difference.
All right, well, let's see if it does make a difference here, and we will take a look at their game 2. So altering their hands, of course, is a big part of the game. And after you've played a first match, I think that really gives you a good idea of what you're going to want to look for. So what are they looking for?
Absolutely. So just like any other Sapphire deck, I think Sky is looking to ramp. You know that Ruby Amethyst is going to go pretty fast. You need to be able to have those answers. So you want to draw as many cards as you can, ramp as fast as you can. We see the very typical
that popsicle
come down on turn 1, allowing Sky to draw a card before he passes his turn, and it'll go over to Kurt.
Yeah, and last game, we know that Sky wants to be able to ramp, but because that Flynn had come out so early, it kind of disrupted. So we'll see if Sky going first, if that kind of changes the tempo of the game and Sky's able to ramp the way that he wants to.
Right, because if we do see another Flynn come out pretty early, Sky might be forced to use a card like Fire the Cannons or Baboom. I'm not sure if they're running any of them. But that is ink that you're spending on cards that you really don't want to be spending them on right now. You'd rather be playing other characters that are drawing you cards or ramping you up so that you can start doing the powerful things that the deck has available to it.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is Kurt is taking a long time here to decide what he wants to do on turn 1. And he had 2 Chernobog followers in his hand, and he inked one, played the other. We've seen this card before, but let's talk about this card here.
So Chernobog's Followers is an inkable 1-cost card with 2 strength, 1 willpower, and 1 lore. It has an ability that says when you quest with this character, you can banish it and then draw a card. It's a good way to get a little bit of a lore and then keep your opponent from being able to challenge it back. You can just banish it instead, draw a card instead, which sometimes is a lot more valuable.
Yeah, and we see that Magic Broom making another appearance. Love to see that.
Happy to see the Magic Brooms all the way up here. It's a card that we saw in set 1, not this one particularly, but we did see a Magic Broom card in Amethyst all the way back in set 1, and ever since then everyone said we want more Magic Brooms.
More brooms,
so
yes.
They're finally being played here in these top tables, and actually the Amethyst Magic Broom was played in top tables in Ruby Amethyst all the way back in set 1, so don't shake the Magic Brooms.
Yes, don't discount the brooms, and the brooms of course are from Fantasia and Sorcerer Mickey, and we also got Sorcerer Mickey and Yen Sid this set, so
lots of broom synergy.
Lots of good stuff. And let's see here. We had Kurt's turn right now, and he's really deciding what to do. He does have that Flynn again. Do you think we see it here?
I think he has a Flynn, and he also has a Cusco in hand. I believe he's going to decide which one to play based on what he thinks Sky is playing. If Kurt was able to look at Sky's deck list, he might know that Sky is playing Fire the Cannons, which we do see in Sky's hand, so Kurt might be playing around the Fire the Cannons by playing the Cusco instead of the Flynn Rider, so that, hey, if Sky wants to play a Fire the Cannons on the Cusco, Cusco has a great ability that says when this character's banished, you get to draw a card. So Kurt's not too all upset if Sky decides to play Fire the Cannons and banish the Cusco in response. Then Kurt can play the Flynn Rider and say, gotcha. Made you use the removal on something you didn't want to.
Made you look. Yeah, and what's great about Cusco too is it's when this character's banished, whether it's by direct removal like Fire the Cannons or in a challenge, however the character is banished, then Kurt's going to be able to draw a card.
Correct. It's non-conditional. So anytime Cusco is banished, it essentially replaces itself, which is why it's a pretty strong card here at Amethyst. You can play it out. It puts your opponent in a weird position where you can quest with Cusco and you kind of don't care what happens to it because you know you'll gain a little lore, you can draw a card, or Kurt is playing Merlin Crab. If he decides to play Merlin Crab, you can buff the Cusco, give it some extra strength with Challenger +3, and then use the Cusco to challenge something else, trading up and banishing itself, drawing a card, and also getting rid of an opposing card.
Yeah. And we do see Fishbone Quill come down here for Sky, which is one of those cards that we know he probably wanted to see to help with his ramping.
It's one of the most powerful cards in Sapphire, allowing you to exert the item and then put any other card in your hand into the inkwell. It doesn't have to be inkable. You can just put it in. You don't have to show your opponent like you do for your normal ink for turn, so it allows you to get a bunch of ink a lot faster than your opponent can, so you can start playing some better cards and more expensive cards faster than your opponent is able to by just inking once for the turn.
Yep. And we see Hiram coming down again.
Yes, Hiram comes down, gets rid of the popsicle, and allows Sky to draw 2 more cards. Sky having a healthy hand of what looks like 5 cards with some of those more expensive cards. You see a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. I think there's a Hades in there along with a Cogsworth and an Ariel. So that's why you want to be ramping so fast.
Now, Cogsworth is one that I don't think that we've seen in the last 2 days, but that is a set 2 card, I believe.
I believe it's a set 2 card. Came out in Rise of the Floodborn, and it can be really strong. It's an inkable 5-cost card with 2 strength, 5 willpower, and 2 lore. It is a shift card, but there aren't very many. You don't usually see Cogsworth shifted. He's more played for his ability, which gives all of your other characters resist +1, which just means that when they take any form of damage, they'll take 1 damage less than normal. Cogsworth also has Ward, which is a big reason why he's played, because he can't be targeted by any of Ruby's targeted removal or Steel's targeted removal, so it's protecting all of your other characters, and he's also protecting himself.
Yeah, I love that card, and I love to see it here in this deck, and hopefully we'll get to see Cogsworth in action. It's grandfather clock.
We do see Kurt playing a Brawl on the Hiram, getting rid of the Hiram Flaversham. Brawl is a really great card in Ruby. It lets you banish a character with 2 strength or less, and Hiram only having 1 strength. Kurt wants to keep Sky from having that Hiram engine, allowing him to draw a bunch of extra cards with all the items that are in Sapphire Steel. We talked about in the last game how many items are available to Sky, so totally understandable why Kurt would want to do that.
Yeah. Now, actions are interesting because actions and songs are also actions, but an action, unlike a song, can't be sung. And so I feel like you have to be a little bit more careful there on what actions you put in your deck.
Yeah, an action has to be really strong, honestly, if it is played, because you can't sing it. That means every time you want to play this card, you have to spend the ink for it. And anytime you're not spending ink on something like a character that's going to help you progress your win condition, the action has to be helping you in some other way that's even greater than that. And it is. We see with the Brawl being able to banish really strong cards like Hiram Flaversham. If you just let the Hiram live, Sky gets to draw a bunch of extra cards. We do see a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy come into play, though. This is another set 1 card that I feel like we all know and love.
Oh, yes.
She has an ability that says when she's played, you deal 1 damage to all opposing characters. And then if she banishes a character in a challenge, you get to deal 2 damage to another opposing character. So Tinkerbell is a really good card at cleaning up an opponent's board state.
Yeah, I feel like Tinkerbell saw a lot of play in the very beginning. She kind of went away, and she's making a comeback.
Yeah, she's been really strong all throughout the sets. It sort of depends on how relevant lower to the ground cards are, cards that have 3 willpower or less, because you can usually sing Grab Your Swords or play Grab Your Sword with Tinkerbell, dealing 3 damage wide to the entire board. We do see Kurt play a Merlin Rabbit, which will allow him to draw a card on play, and then he'll get to draw a card when Merlin Rabbit leaves play again as well.
Yeah, just like last game, we're seeing a lot of just back and forth between these 2 players and these decks.
Yeah, Sky's doing a pretty good job at keeping Kurt from being as aggressive as Kurt would like to be. We saw how aggressive Kurt was in the previous game, being able to play those Queen's Castles, gain a little bit of extra lore every single turn, and Kurt's only gained 3 lore so far, and we're 4 or 5 turns into the game at this point, which is plenty of time for Sky to have ramped a little bit and start getting to the point in the game where he can play some of those bigger cards.
Yep, he does have that Fishbone Quill out still, and he has, I see, the Tamatoa and the Ariel in hand. Not quite enough ink yet for the Tamatoa, but do you think he brings that Ariel out again this game?
It's hard to say, because you don't want to bring out a character that's too vulnerable, right? The good thing about bringing out an Ariel is she has wards. She's not as vulnerable as something like Tamatoa, where you could play Tamatoa, and then if Kurt has a response like a Be King Undisputed or just has a Maleficent Dragon, of course, we're really far away from that, but you don't want the Tamatoa to be played too early and removed. The Ariel's a safe pick, having ward. And like we mentioned earlier, Ruby Amethyst doesn't have any items. Kurt's not playing any items, I don't think. So Sky having the 1 Fishbone Quill in play is going to give Ariel 2 extra lore, allowing her to quest for 5.
Yeah, and we did see that that Kurt quested with Chernobog's followers there to gain 1 lore, and then did decide to banish it to draw a card.
Yeah, we see Kurt has a really healthy hand, and that's just because Amethyst is great at drawing cards. Ruby Amethyst can take both a control or aggressive matchup. We heard Kurt talking about that in his interview from last match. And in this game, Kurt really has to respond to a lot of what Sky is doing. So being able to draw a little bit further into your deck, dig a little bit deeper into your deck, find those cards that you can respond with is only good.
Dig a little deeper.
Dig a little deeper. I love that movie.
Yes, yes.
We will see the Madam M Snake being played also to bounce the Merlin Rabbit, which is going to let Kurt draw even more cards.
I didn't see if Kurt inked this turn. It will be interesting to see if he does, and then what other character he decides to play, because you can do quite a lot with 4 ink in a Ruby Amethyst deck.
Absolutely. We see the Cusco being inked, and we see the Merlin Rabbit being played again, drawing another card. This is why Merlin Rabbit is such a strong card. It's because if you're able to use Madam M Snake to bounce Merlin Rabbit back to hand, or Madam M Fox, you can get a bunch of draws off of Merlin Rabbit. Merlin Rabbit is essentially a guaranteed 2 card draw, and when you're able to bounce it back to hand, you're essentially doubling that. And of course, drawing more cards gives you more options, gives you more answers, and makes it more likely for you to have a game that you can win.
Yeah. So he has a couple characters now here on board, but Sky has 2 big questers, you know, Aerial Quest for 5 now, and Tinkerbell still quests for 2. And then he brings out Tamatoa.
Yeah, we see the Tamatoa being played, and you're right. Sky has a ton of really big characters on board right now, and I want to mention this Tinkerbell as well, because Kurt is having a difficult time exerting his characters and keeping them exerted, specifically because it will allow the Tinkerbell to challenge any of those characters and then deal damage to others if you're able to banish them. And of course, Tinkerbell can banish any of the characters in play that Kurt has right now. But we did see Sky play the Tamatoa. It'll let Sky gain an item back from his discard if there is one, and then every time Tamatoa quest, you can also get an item back from the discard, and Tamatoa also gets +1 lore for every item in play. Right now, it's only the Fishbone Quill, so Tamatoa only has 2 lore, but that can get pretty high pretty fast.
Sure. So if nothing changes here, Sky would quest for 9 on next turn.
Right. Sky is putting a bunch of pressure on board, but Kurt is at 6 ink. That means he could ink and play a Be Prepared if he had one, and Sky, I think, is testing that, asking, okay, do you have the Be Prepared?
Now, what's the strategy there? I think that I see that sometimes when a player will kind of try to like fish out, you know, bait out a Be Prepared. Is that a strategy that you've seen?
Yeah, so when you're playing against a deck that you know plays them or plays a couple of them, sometimes you know they're inevitable, right? So you want to play enough on your board to get rid of them because they only have so many. They can only have 4. So if you can get 2 or 3 out of the way and know that it's unlikely for them to have a 3rd or a 4th, then you can start playing really wide. It also looks like Sky may not have a ton of cards in his hand. I think he only has 2. So he just may not have a bunch of cards to work with, and he's saying, okay, I don't have a ton to work with. I can't really play around the Be Prepared, so I have to play the Tamatoa. I have to play some of these other cards, start questing now, make as big of a push as I can, and hope that Kurt just doesn't have the answer.
Right, just really putting the pressure on Kurt to find the answer back.
Exactly. Sometimes you have to play to win and just hope that your opponent doesn't have the answer or force them to have the answer, and sometimes you have to try to draw them out. And of course, playing the Merlin Rabbit, we saw Kurt draw a Be Prepared right there off the top.
Yeah, and he has a very healthy hand there. I can't even count how many cards he had in hand. He did not have the Be Prepared, but yeah, he just drew it.
Yeah, and so Kurt did spend the 4 ink this turn to play the Rabbit to gain the Be Prepared, so that means Kurt can't play it this turn, but next turn that does set him up to play the Be Prepared, which would just banish all of the characters on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything that he can play with those 3 ink that he has in his inkwell, but I don't know that he's concerned with that. What do you think?
No, I mean, if you are fairly certain that you're going to play Be Prepared the next turn, you really don't want to play out a ton of characters, or in this case, you want to bounce back characters that you know you'd like to use later. So in this case, Kurt plays the Madam M Fox to bounce the Merlin Crab, giving the Madam M Snake Challenger +3, so that that'll be just enough to challenge and banish the Aerial. And then you can also clean up with the Fox, because the Fox has Rush and can challenge and banish the Tinkerbell with the remaining willpower that Tinkerbell had, and now you don't really even need to play the Be Prepared.
Yeah, that felt like a really big turn there for Kurt.
Yes, absolutely. And like you said, Kurt has a ton of options available to him, and the Tamatoa is big, the Tamatoa is scary, so I think Kurt is still going to have to deal with this. We see Sky play the Popsicle, allowing him to draw a card. And this can start a small engine where you can banish the Popsicle, even though there's nothing to heal. And then you can quest with the Tamatoa, bring the Popsicle back, and then replay the Popsicle to draw an extra card, just digging a little bit further.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I think that him not playing the Be Prepared and saving it for later when it is really more necessary. He had the cards he needed to take care of Sky's board without using Be Prepared.
Right, if you don't have to use one of your cards that basically resets the game, you don't want to, because you might need that for later. Sky might build another big board that you need an answer to, and you don't want to have wasted that card when you had other ways to clear most of the board.
Yeah. Now, on his last turn, Kurt also bounced back the crab, so I think Sky knows that that crab is coming down, which if he plays that, would he be able to take out Tamatoa? Is that quite enough?
Kurt would need specifically a Madame Mim Fox and a Crab to do that, because right now the Merlin Rabbit only has 2 strength. Crab does give other characters Challenger +3, which means you could give the Merlin Rabbit Challenger +3, and then it could challenge for 5, but that's only going to deal 5 damage to Tamatoa, leaving 3 willpower left. If Kurt has something like a Madame Mim Fox that has Rush, or even a Maui, you could play the Maui and then potentially play the Crab after that, pushing the Maui up to a point where you could banish the Tamatoa, or if you really wanted to, you could challenge with both the Merlin Rabbit and the Madame Mim Fox and get rid of the Tamatoa also using the Merlin Crab.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that I see the Maui in his hand. I know he has that crab there. I see Madame Medusa and Be Prepared, as we already know, and I think there's a goat in there.
Yeah, Merlin Goat is a Amethyst staple for the most part. You see a trend here with a lot of the Merlin cards in that they do something when they enter play and do something when they leave play. And Goat is really strong because Merlin Goat's version of that is gaining lore. Every time Merlin Goat gets played and then gets bounced back up, it gains lore. But we see Sky play a Beast Tragic Hero, which is a really strong card also from set 2 that says at the start of your turn, if Beast is not damaged, then you get to draw an extra card. But if Beast is damaged, then Beast gets an extra 4 strength. So this might be a time when we see Be Prepared being played because Sky put out a bunch of extra characters.
Yep.
That's exactly what we see happening.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. There was too much going on Sky's side of the board, and Kurt said, no, thank you.
And this is exactly why you save the Be Prepared, right? We talked about how Sky might be able to recover, play even more threatening cards, and then if Kurt had used the Be Prepared earlier, he wouldn't have one now in order to get rid of the recovery board that Sky was able to develop.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though Be Prepared is a song, he didn't have a character out that could sing it for 7, and so he did have to exert all his ink. He's able to ink one more, and but he can't put anything else out on the board this turn.
Right. Kurt basically spent his entire turn having to play the Be Prepared, and we'll see if Sky has anything to respond with to continue playing threatening characters. But it looks like Sky doesn't have too many cards in his hand. I think he only has 2.
And he still just has the 2, and I'm not sure what those cards are. And we do see a Queen's Castle on Kurt's side. Oh, we see the Cogsworth come down.
Yeah, and this would be a pretty good time to play Queen's Castle too, I think. Your opponent doesn't have any characters on board, which means they're not going to be able to swing into the Queen's Castle, challenge the Queen's Castle, and banish it anytime soon. Sky would have to be playing something like an Along Came Zeus or Rise of the Titans to get rid of it, but we haven't seen any of those yet. And Sky just may not be playing those at all. These players did have an open deck list, so Kurt would likely know whether or not he has those cards at all.
There's that crab going into his inkwell, which gives him 9 ink over there now, which is quite a lot. Oh, and we see Be King Undisputed there.
We see how strong this card is again because Cogsworth has wards, so Kurt is not able to choose Cogsworth with something like a Madame Medusa, and instead can use something like King Undisputed and force Sky to choose the only character in play, Cogsworth, to banish. And then we do see the Queen's Castle coming down that will gain 2 lore at the start of Kurt's next turn.
Yeah, so ward is interesting because it just says opponents can't choose your character, but it doesn't say you can't choose your own.
Exactly. That's why some of those Ruby cards are so nasty, because it's not always you choosing your character. Sometimes you give your opponent the quote-unquote choice to choose whichever character they want. Yes.
I'm going to give you the privilege of banishing your own character.
Of course, you make that decision very easy for them when there's only one character in play.
Yes.
We do see another Tamatoa come down, though, and this might be another start to the Tamatoa engine, being able to get rid of the Popsicle, bring it back, draw another card. And Tamatoa is a big body, being able to challenge the Queen's Castle for 5 strength because Tamatoa has 5 strength. It won't get rid of the Queen's Castle immediately, but it'll definitely start working on it.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and again, this game is just, it's gone back and forth, back and forth. Kurt is sitting at 9, Sky is sitting at 10. It's really anybody's game. And we've talked before, Brandon, about how it's all these little micro decisions that these players are making that will take them to 20 lore. And we're seeing that here really on full display, all these tiny decisions.
It's one of the things that I love most about this game. Every single decision matters, even down to which card you ink on turn 1. We saw Kurt take a little bit of time deciding which card they inked on turn 1 earlier, and that can make or break a game sometimes if you ink the wrong card or you play the wrong card at the wrong time. And we can see that Kurt's been able to draw a ton of cards, and he was able to have another King Undisputed here to play when the Tamatoa came out, get rid of that really difficult or really large character that normally would be difficult to challenge just to get rid of.
Yeah, and that Tamatoa is really one of those characters that is able to kind of bring it home for a Sapphire Steel player, especially at this point in the game. Like, you can swing, like you've said, a player can swing 10 lore in one turn sometimes.
Yeah, as soon as Sky finds something like a Lucky Dime, anytime he has a Tamatoa or one of those aerials in play that we see being played currently, he can use the Lucky Dime to immediately gain lore off of it. And so Kurt's doing a really good job of just getting rid of those characters, getting rid of those options while he can, because the moment that something like a Lucky Dime comes down, Ruby Amethyst doesn't have any cards that banish items in either of those ink colors. So at the point that Sky finds Lucky Dime and plays it, Sky's already at 10 lore, so it would not be very long before Sky could jump to 20 lore using something like a Lucky Dime.
Yeah, I mean, Ariel right now is questing for 5 with just those 2 items out. So it's kind of putting Kurt in a little bit of a position to have to really come up with an answer there, because that's 2 turns away, max for Sky to take the win here.
Right, there aren't very many options that Kurt is going to have to get rid of this Ariel outside of Be King Undisputed or Lady Tremaine or Be Prepared. But we've already seen a couple Be King Undisputed being played. I don't think we saw a Lady Tremaine in the previous games either, so I'm not sure if Kurt is even playing those cards. And Kurt knows that all Sky needs is a Lucky Dime, and then they could quest with the Ariel and then use the Lucky Dime that turn and win this game. So Kurt is trying to push their lore lead a little bit further with the Queen's Castles, playing the Rabbit, drawing extra cards, trying to find something to respond to Sky's board right now, because on next turn, Sky could potentially quest for 7 if he wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like when he played that Rabbit, he drew a Maui, and I'm not sure if there's anything that he has in his hand right now. He's got a couple of goats, but he doesn't quite have the answers for Sky's board right now. What do you think?
Yeah, we see Kurt inking the Maui because Kurt knows that Sky's game plan is all about gaining lore as fast as possible. By the time the characters are exerted, it's a little bit too late. So we do see Madame Medusa being played, getting rid of the Smee, telling Sky, I don't want to let you have any lore, even if it's just 2 lore from Mr. Smee.
Yeah, that Mr. Smee, he can do a lot.
Mr. Smee can do a lot. It's only a 2-cost card, but it has really strong stats along with 2 lore, which is a lot, especially for a card so cheap. So we already see that Sky is, like we said, only at 10 lore, but if he goes up to 12 and then can quest with 5 with Ariel, now you're almost at 20, and so you can't disrespect the Mr. Smee.
Yes, and then it looks like Kurt has, I think, 5 lore on the board, so he would only go to 17 on his next turn. That Ariel questing for 5 is just...
Yeah, that's why we're in a little bit of a race, and both players have to respond to each other's board, because you're right, Kurt has only 5 lore on board, but that would push him to 17, and we were talking about the Merlin Goats earlier. We see one in Kurt's hand right now. If Kurt has the way to play Merlin Goat, bounce the Merlin Goat, maybe play it again, then once he's at 17, that would push him all the way up to 20.
Yeah, I think Sky is really looking for that Lucky Dime, and he has not been so lucky.
No, he has not been lucky in finding this Lucky Dime. There is a small chance if Sky had played something like One Jump Ahead that the Lucky Dime got put into the inkwell without him knowing it, but I don't know that we've seen any of those this game, and so it just looks like Sky's having a difficult time finding that card in general.
Yeah, which sometimes is just how it goes. Even though you can have 4 copies of a card in your deck, sometimes you'll go a whole game without seeing it.
And usually you only play 2 Lucky Dimes in your deck anyway, because Sapphire Steel is so good at digging through their deck with cards like Develop Your Ring, Grimmatala, How Far I'll Go, etc.
Yeah, so if he has the right bounce cards here, I think he could do it.
Yeah, we see him quest with everything, pushing up to 17. He does have a Madam M Fox. We
There's
see
the goat
being played.
There's
the fox
a
is going to come back,
fox.
and he has exactly enough ink
And a goat
to
again.
goat bounce again, all the way to victory.
Goat bounce.
For game 2, Kurt takes game 2, going on to the top 8.
Amazing. That was a fantastic play there. I love the bouncing goats.
I do too. It's a very, very strong card in Ruby Amethyst and has been since set 2 when the Merlin and Madam M package was introduced. And I really like how Kurt played this. A lot of times Ruby Amethyst takes a more aggressive approach to some of these matchups. Where Kurt realized that playing against Sapphire and Steel, that Sapphire still has a little bit more tools to work with a little bit earlier. Instead, found those Queen's Castles, used the Queen's Castles to his utmost ability, and was able to get close enough to 20 to utilize those goats and win.
Yeah, and I think Sky played so well. He maybe just wasn't finding that lucky dime or the cards he was looking for, but man, those aerials were putting in work for him, and he just couldn't he didn't win the lore race at the end of the day.
Absolutely. That goes to show you that was anybody's game.
It really was.
All
Yeah.
that Sky
Back
needed
and
was
forth.
a lucky dime, and Sky would have won that. We would have been on into a game 3.
Yes. Well, congratulations to Kurt. Well played to both players. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with more Top 16.
Welcome back, Illuminators. We're back for another top 16 game for you, and I hear we have a mirror match in store.
We do. Mirror matches are sometimes really fun to watch. I know that they can sometimes be not fun to play.
Yeah, it can be really difficult, but it's interesting to see how each player put what cards into their deck, see if any of those cards made a difference between the deck lists and how they were built differently.
Absolutely. So this upcoming match is Emerald Steel, and there's a lot of different ways that you could build an Emerald Steel deck. You could lean full into the Bucky discard, but there's other ways that you could go with it too.
Right. If I remember correctly, Joshua is one of the people we'll be watching, and I think he was playing Hidden Coves. I want to say we saw that earlier, and that could be a card that comes into play later in this mirror match. So I'm eager to see what these two players have to bring to the table. Let's get into game one.
All right, we have Dominic over on the left here and Joshua playing on the right. And we have Dominic is starting first because he is at 13th place after yesterday's 9 rounds. And of course, it's the first seed that gets the option of if they want to go first or not.
Right. The first seed gets to decide if they want to go first in game one. And we see Dominic, Ink, and Aladdin playing a Pegasus gift for Hercules. And then Joshua responds with a Diablo, in which Dominic has to reveal his entire hand to Joshua so Joshua can see what Dominic is working with.
And I know you've talked about this before, but it bears repeating. That information is so important.
It is really important because, especially if you're playing against something like steel, there's a lot of steel removal available to those players. And so if Joshua sees that maybe Dominic has a couple removal cards, Joshua can decide if he wants to play out the Buckies or if he wants to play out the Diablos that I know that he'll be playing, and whether or not he can avoid some of that removal or not. We already see a Let the Storm Rage On being brought to the front by Joshua, just looking at those cards. There's 2 of them, actually. So he's just looking at Dominic's hand and trying to think, okay, if I'm Dominic, what are my next turns looking like? What am I trying to play so I can remember them, keep track of them? You're not allowed to take notes in Disney Lorcana, so Joshua has to keep all of this in his head. And if he sees any different cards, he knows that Dominic drew into those.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure that what Joshua's doing there is probably putting himself into Dominic's shoes and saying, how would I play this? And
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a lot of information, because then if a lot of playing this game is guessing what your opponent is going to do on their next turn. When you know what your opponent's going to do on the next turn, then you're in a really advantageous spot.
And now we see that Ursula come down, which Dominic now gets to take a look at Josh's hand.
Yes, and Josh has a couple songs in hand that will be able to be discarded by Ursula Deceiver. There's at least 2. We don't talk about Bruno's. Another Let the Storm Rage On, which we see Dominic holding off to the side, and I think that's the one Dominic chooses to discard from Joshua's hand, not allowing him to deal that damage and banish something like the Pegasus, drawing a card, or if Joshua draws into a Deceiver of All, not allowing Deceiver of All to sing that card twice.
Yes, we've seen how Ursula Deceiver of All can just be so instrumental in singing those songs 2 times. It can make a really big shift in the game.
Absolutely. And we actually saw Joshua draw an Ursula Deceiver of All right there off the top, although there was one already in hand. We see the other, we don't talk about Bruno, being put into the inkwell.
Now, this is going to be really interesting because it does seem like their deck builds are very similar from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, most of the Emerald Steel decks are relatively similar. They want to play Bucky as early as possible, and then they play a bunch of Floodborn characters to force the opponent to discard. But it's difficult to see. I'm not sure if Joshua has a Bucky in their hand. It didn't look like it. I don't think Dominic did either. Otherwise, I imagine it would have been played. So there won't be a ton of discarding, at least yet. But we do see Dominic play the Ursula Deceiver of All, and which is a really strong card. Now Dominic has the ability to sing any songs that are 3 or less twice with Ursula Deceiver of All, and could potentially keep Joshua from developing a board. Okay, there's the Bucky. We do see the Bucky from Joshua.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that Ursula Deceiver of All go into his inkwell, but I think that Bucky, he wants to get out.
Right. Ursula Deceiver of All is a little bit less good when you can't sing any songs, and it's difficult to sing songs if there's no cards in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these squirrels work in this this mirror match here, if they're both discarding each other's hands.
Yeah, and so we do see Dominic singing Let the Storm Rage On once with Ursula Deceiver, banishing the small Diablo, and then he does decide to play the card from his discard using Ursula's ability, but unfortunately, because Bucky has Ward, Dominic can't choose any of Joshua's characters to deal that 2 damage with. You have to let the Storm Rage on, opts to deal damage to the Ursula Deceiver that was already in play so that he can draw that extra card.
I was going to say, so you don't have to, with Ursula's ability, you do not have to sing the song a second time. It says you may, but did he choose to do that just to draw the extra card, do you think?
I think so, especially since we saw the Bucky come out from Joshua. Dominic knows that the cards in his hand may not be long for this world, and so draw as many as you can. Give yourself some answers. You might be able to get rid of the Bucky before that time comes, and then we see Dominic also play a Bucky of their own with a much bigger board than Joshua was working with.
Yes, and I think that he actually pulled that Bucky off the top of his deck when he he did that. So.
Yeah, it helps a lot to dig further into your deck, because then you find those cards that you'd really like to play exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean, in this board state right now, Joshua does have that 1 Bucky, which can do a lot of good, especially if he can get a floodboard character down. But Dominic's in a much better position right now. Yes,
Dominic is winning on board is a thing we like to say, which basically just means that if nothing else changed about the game state and each player quested with all characters on board and did nothing else, who would win? And so, of course, Dominic has 4 lore on board currently. Already is ahead on lore also, so Dominic is ahead on board. I did see a Tinkerbell Giant Fury, I think, in Joshua's hand, and Joshua's only at 4 ink currently, but if Joshua can get up to 6 ink and play that Tinkerbell Giant Fury, then that would do 1 damage to everything, potentially getting rid of Dominic's Bucky, and that might be a great way for Joshua to start coming back.
Yeah, so he did decide to sing Let the Storm Rage on twice. I'm not sure which character he put the second 2 damage on. But he did get rid of, or I guess he did it twice on Aladdin. Yeah, he did it twice on Aladdin. So Aladdin is a 3/3, and so he did need to sing it twice to have him banished.
Right, that's just enough damage to banish it. A little over, but it only dealt 2 damage the first time, and then Dominic gets to draw 2 cards. And honestly, the games that we see where Ursula Deceiver Ball gets to sing Let the Storm Rage on twice, they usually win those games. Being able to draw 4 cards and clear your opponent's board at the same time. Then we also see the Pegasus being shifted, which will give all of Dominic's characters evasive until the start of his next turn, which means Dominic very likely can quest out with the rest of his characters or exert them in any way he wants to without having to fear Joshua challenging back. Joshua doesn't even have any other characters on the board he'd want to be challenging back with anyway, but it's just a little bit of extra layer of protection.
Yes, and Joshua is also going to have to discard a card because that Pegasus was Floodborn, and he discarded, it looked like an Ursula, and then we have that Grab Your Swords that was sung just to get rid of Bucky.
Yeah, that should go to show how strong the Bucky is. Being able to shift the Pegasus and then sing with the Pegasus because it is a 5-cost character. Grab Your Swords, getting rid of that annoying little squirrel so that Joshua will stop forcing Dominic to discard all of his cards.
Yes. Yeah, Grab Your Swords is a great card. It's a action and a song, so you can sing it like we saw here with Pegasus, and it does 2 damage to all opposing characters, which is why it gets around that ward that Bucky has.
Exactly. It's extremely strong for that reason. We do see Joshua playing a Beast Tragic Hero in response, which will let him draw an extra card at the start of his turn, so he might be able to find something that he needs, but it actually looks like Josh might have just scooped.
I think he did.
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Dominic was just staying ahead, being able to sing the Let the Storm Rage on multiple times with Ursula, Deceiver of All, clearing Joshua's board constantly. Joshua just had a really difficult time stabilizing after that.
He really did. I mean, Dominic's side of the board, he was just full characters on board, and Dominic was not finding the answer. Josh was not finding the answers he needed.
And when both players are forcing each other to discard cards out of their hand and one has the better board state than the other, a lot of times that's the person who just ends up winning because you're just drawing a card off the top of your deck, seeing hopefully if it'll make a difference in the board, but if not, you either have to ink it or play it.
Yeah,
So.
and in this best of 3 format, you know, when Josh kind of sees that writing on the wall, he might just think, okay, I'm just going to call this game. Let's move on to the next, game 2, where I can hopefully come out of the gate better.
Exactly. And we do have a game 2 to get to.
Yes.
So let's move on to that and see if Joshua can come back and get a win of his own.
Sounds good. So Joshua does get to go first this time because he lost the last game, and so we see him play a Flynn down on the board.
Yes, we see a 1-drop Flynn Rider. It's just a normal 1/3 card with 1 lore, but he does have a shift target, which I really like. And I think Joshua's playing a couple of them. We'll see if that Flynn shows up later, but that Flynn has a lot of lore printed on him and cares a lot about discarding your opponent's hand. So
yeah, you can see that Flynn, his own biggest fan there on the screen, and it really relies on the whole Bucky discard package.
Yes, it is very heavily leaning into the discard package because, as you can see there, Flynn has 4 lore on him, but he does have an ability that says for every card in your opponent's hand, he loses 1 lore. So you want your opponent to have an empty hand so that Flynn can quest for 4. Flynn also has evasive, so it's really difficult to interact with Flynn, and Flynn can be shifted. Flynn is also a Floodborn, synergizes with Bucky, so there's a lot going on there.
A lot going on. I don't think I saw him in his hand, but Dominic also got to take a look at his hand. You know, this is reverse of last game, actually. Last time we had Joshua playing Diablo and Dominic with the Dancer of Ursula, and this time it is the exact reverse.
Yeah, both of these players just trading hands, giving a good look at what each one is working with so that they can plan their future turns. Joshua has Dominic has quite a few cards that are songs in hand, and it looks like Joshua's going to decide to get rid of the Let the storm rage on.
He does not want that storm to rage on.
No. He said, I prefer it to be nice and shiny and sunny.
Sunny days, please. He did have a Bucky in hand, though, so I'm sure that, and I'm not sure if Josh has a Bucky in hand, but he knows that that's coming on Dominic's side now.
And that is an important thing to point out. If Joshua does not have a Bucky in hand, then if one player is able to get a Bucky out and the other one can't, and you're forcing the other player to discard all their cards, I mean, that's a huge advantage. And I'm sure it's not fun to see that when you look at your opponent's hand, because there's not really anything you can do about it other than just know that it's coming.
Just the knowledge, yep. You know what options that your opponent has, but you can't do anything to change. I mean, he was able to get rid of a song card in this case, but that's it.
Right. Was able to get rid of the song card, but unfortunately can't stop the Bucky from being played if Dominic decides to go that route.
And we have that Ursula, that Deceiver of All, that is coming as well, which can sing those songs twice.
Yes, and we saw just how strong Ursula, Deceiver of All, could be. Dominic decides instead to ink the Sudden Chill and then play the Bucky for turn, so we'll see if Joshua has a Bucky in response.
Yeah. I bet Dom is probably feeling pretty good right now. What do you think?
I think Dom is waiting to see if Joshua has another Bucky because, like I said, if Dom is able to play the Bucky, have a bunch of Floodborns to play after that, and discard Joshua's hand before Joshua can get much of a lead, then Dom is sitting in a really, really good spot going into this game too.
Yeah. Over on Josh's side, he has another Diablo that's going in the Inkwell, but we have not yet seen that Shift Diablo come out.
No, we haven't seen a Shift Diablo, and unfortunately, I don't think Joshua has a 3-cost character to play either, so he just has to ink the Diablo and then pass.
That is... How does that feel as a player to be at like this point in the game and just not have a character to play?
It certainly doesn't feel good, right? You want to be able to do something on your turn. Just inking a card and passing it to your opponent basically gives them an entire free turn of their own. It's a little bit different in this scenario because you might, I mean, it's a silver lining here, but the fact that Dom has the Bucky, you know he's going to be discarding cards. So at least if you're not inking and playing a card for the turn, you're keeping an extra card in your hand that you have just one more option to discard. But it looks like Dom is going to play an Ursula, Deceiver of All, which isn't a Floodborn character, so not going to be required to discard any cards this turn. But like we said before, Ursula, Deceiver of All, with that ability to sing a song twice is just very, very strong. We saw Dom use that to his advantage, being able to keep Joshua's board clear the last game and win.
Yes, and it looks like he has Strength of the Raging Fire in his hand, along with the Grab Your Swords. But there's tons of great songs in this Emerald Steel deck that Ursula could sing, and all of them would go really far.
Right, and one of the better ones is Strength of a Raging Fire. There's 3 characters on Dom's side of the board, which means Strength of Raging Fire would deal 3 damage. Both of Josh's characters on their side of the board is 3 willpower. So if Dom decides to sing Strength of a Raging Fire here, he could do it twice, deal 3 damage to Ursula Deceiver, then deal 3 damage to the Flynn Rider, completely wiping Joshua's board. And that's just singing the song. Then Dom can still ink and play more cards for the turn.
Yes. Yeah, that really, Dominic probably feels like he's in a really good position right now with that.
Sometimes it just comes down to this. Whoever can stick the Ursa Deceiver of all and whoever can get the Bucky, I mean, you're discarding all of the cards out of your opponent's hand. You're getting a lot of value out of singing songs. It's a unique mechanic in using Lorcana, being able to sing songs, and it's a very strong one because you're not having to pay for the ink to actually use the song, so you can use the ink later to play cards later in your turn. And so the fact that it can be done twice. With Ursula is just really, really strong. So strong that Dominic says, I even get to quest with my Bucky because you're not going to have anything that can get rid of it. So we'll gain an extra lore off of it.
I mean, there's no rush characters in Emerald or Steel, correct?
Right. There's not any rush characters that I know of. And of course, Joshua won't be able to interact with it. I think Joshua is at 4 ink currently. So the only thing Joshua could really do is ink a card and then play something like Grab Your Sword if they wanted to get rid of the Bucky. We do see Joshua ink a Pegasus and then go to play a Tragic Beast, which is a good start. Tragic Beast will draw a card for Joshua the next turn if Tragic Beast is not damaged. But of course, we are playing against a steel deck, so there's plenty of ways to damage characters.
Yeah, is that a strategy here? You know, because that's something in other matchups wouldn't be as much of a concern. But oh, we see him just saying goodbye, Beast.
Yes, yeah. Dom had another Strength of Raging Fire, being able to deal a total of 6 damage to Tragic Beast, and unfortunately, it is a tragic scenario. Beast only has 5 willpower.
That Beast is so good, but also just to keep Josh behind with characters, he doesn't have anything on the board, and Dom has just been able to keep that board clear so well. Right,
Dom is in the driver's seat here because Dom is able to continue to develop their board, continue to remove Joshua's board, and really keep him from doing anything. Dom isn't giving Josh any ability to keep a character in play, to sing with, and maybe even come back at all. And that's exactly how we saw Dom win the last match. Joshua is really going to need something here in order to come back.
Yeah, and Dom did just play that Beast Tragic Hero, which is a Floodborn, forcing Josh to discard. He only had 3 cards in hand. His hand is getting pretty low over there.
Getting really, really small, and it's worse and worse the more cards you're having to discard because it's less likely that you'll have answers. It's less cards you're able to ink, and we do see Joshua ink a card for turn, play a Bucky of his own, and then play the Flynn Rider, which is a Floodborn. It'll cause Dominic to discard a card of their own. We do see the Flynn Rider come out for this
coming,
game.
yes. And I'm not sure how many cards Dom has in his hand. He might not have any at this point, I don't think. So that means that Flynn Rider is questing for 4.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dom didn't have any cards in hand, but of course from the Beast Tragic Hero, he will draw an extra card. And now Dom's in a weird scenario where he can decide to play these cards out, but if he does, he knows that Flynn is going to have that extra lore for every card that he plays, or Dom can just keep the 2 cards in hand. Then Flynn Rider only has 2 lore, and so you're not feeding Lynn those extra lures.
Right, but unfortunately there's also that Bucky there, which could force him to discard the cards anyway.
Exactly, so it's a really, really tough situation for Dom. Do you just play the cards and deal with the Flynn, race Joshua down? Because Joshua is ahead on lore, only by 3 lore, but when Flynn is questing for 4 every turn, it's not very many turns before the game is just over.
Absolutely. I love seeing Flynn Rider making this appearance. His own biggest fan. This Flynn Rider has not been seen very often, I don't think.
Not very much. He was played a little bit in other Emerald Steel lists in set 2 and set 3, but Emerald Steel wasn't as strong as it was in this set, and so it didn't get as much love. And there were other versions of Emerald Steel that just didn't rely on the discard package, relied a little bit more on the Ursula Deceiver of All. We do see Dominic play out the Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood, which is a really strong card. It just has a bunch of willpower and 3 strength with 2 lore, so he can quest for a lot. It also has a really strong ability that says when he challenges and banishes a character in a challenge, then you get to gain 2 lore also.
Now, what do you think Dom is thinking here? There's that Robin Hood out. Do you think he's going to challenge here or just quest?
It looks like Dom is deciding to quest, push a little bit closer to Joshua, trying to catch up, because he knows that Josh has the Flynn Rider, right? So you can't dilly-dally too long, and Dom is building a really big board that he can potentially quest with a lot. Later, he knows that Beast Tragic Hero only has 5 willpower and Robin Hood can only challenge for 3. Josh could potentially draw a card like Let the Storm Rage On or some other damaged card to damage the Beast and then challenge with Robin Hood, banishing the Beast, and then allowing Joshua to gain 2 lore off of that challenge, but we'll see.
Yeah. What is the strategy here for challenging Beast? You don't often see Beast exerted like this, but if you were to challenge, or damage with something like Let the Storm Rage on, you don't get to draw that card, but it gives him extra strength.
Right. So if you are going to damage Beast, a lot of times you do it anyway just because you don't want your opponent to gain any extra cards, and then you do have to be aware of that extra strength. But luckily for Josh in this scenario, he did finally let the Storm Rage on off the top, was able to deal 2 damage, which leaves Beast at exactly 3 willpower, just enough for Robin Hood to challenge it and gain that 2 lore.
And we have another Diablo, and only has 1 card in hand. I didn't quite see what it was. Is that a Bucky?
I wasn't sure what it was either. It was hard to see from the cam that they have up there. But because he only has 1 card in hand, Flynn Rider is going to quest for 3 this turn.
Oh, it was a Grab Your Sword.
Okay, Grab Your Sword. So that is an interesting card because Diablo and Bucky both only have 1 willpower and 2 willpower. Robin Hood is at 3 willpower currently, so could pretty easily be challenged by, say, Dominic's Diablo and then banished with Grab Your Sword.
Interesting. What do you think the chances are that we'll see that play this turn?
I'd say it's pretty likely if Dom actually has it, because not only does it damage those characters and banish those characters, it'll also put some damage on Flynn Rider. And Flynn Rider being evasive, he's really difficult to interact with. It puts the 2 damage on him so that if you do manage to draw something like a Tinkerbell or another Grab Your Sword or any other damage removal, you're able to use it on the Flynn Rider and banish it so that Josh isn't questing for so much every turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we mentioned that, but Flynn Rider is evasive.
Yes, yeah, Flynn Rider's evasive, so can't be challenged by any other card unless that card has evasive also. And of course, Dom does not have any other cards on board that are evasive.
Yeah, looks like he challenged into Josh's Robin Hood with his own Robin Hood. And of course, we've talked about before, when you challenge and banish a character, Robin Hood gains you 2 lore.
Right, it's what makes Robin Hood so strong, because normally in Disney Lorcana, your characters can only do 1 thing a turn. If they exert themselves to sing, then that's what they do for the turn. If they exert themselves to quest, that's what they do for the turn. Or if they exert themselves to challenge, that's what they do for the turn, unless you're playing other cards to let you ready characters. But Robin Hood is able to do both. Robin Hood is able to challenge for the turn, keep control of board, and press your win condition at the same time.
Yeah. Now, we didn't see him play Grab Your Swords. What do you think about that decision because of Josh still having that Bucky on board?
I think it's interesting. I'm starting to wonder if it is a Grab Your Sword in the hand or not. We do see Hidden Cove being played because then Josh can now move the Flynn and Bucky to the Hidden Cove. That'll give both of them +1 strength, +1 willpower. And now if Dom does have a Grab Your Sword in hand, the Grab Your Sword just got a little bit worse. It'll still banish the Bucky, but it'll deal a little bit less damage to Flynn, or make Flynn a little bit harder to get rid of at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping that is what he has in hand. I would love to see that.
It would be really good for Dom. It would be very good for Dom, and it would very likely win Dom the game, to be honest with you, to get rid of Josh's board state.
Yeah.
Because right now, Dom has 2, 3, 4... How much lore on board?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think.
6, so he could quest up to 17 and getting really close to 20. Josh deciding to quest, pushing up to 20 as well, putting Joshua at 17, and that would be enough for him to win the next turn if Dom doesn't have an answer.
Yeah. No, what's interesting about Hidden Cove, I'm not sure we talked about before, but a lot of locations have lore that you gain at the beginning of every turn. Hidden Cove actually doesn't have any lore, but it's the ability of the location. Josh has said there's so much value there that regardless of it having lore or not, I'm still putting it in my deck.
Right, it negates a lot of what Steel is doing with their removal cards, like Grab Your Sword, like Tinkerbell, like Let the Storm Rage on. When you give your characters extra strength, then it makes it even more difficult for them to banish. And then this isn't a Ruby matchup, but a lot of Ruby cards care about the strength on a character, and so if you can bump the strength a little bit higher so that they are no longer able to be Madame Medusa or Brawl or things like that, then that also is really good.
Yeah, so looks like he challenged that Diablo with Robin Hood, which of course gained him another 2 lore. But yeah, Josh is already at 17, so Dom really needs to have some answers here. So he didn't actually have Grab Your Swords. So he had we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, which is a really good card here because Josh doesn't have any cards in hand. So normally we don't talk about Bruno. You choose a character, it goes back to that player's hand, and then they randomize their hand and discard a character. And Josh only pulls a, we don't talk about Bruno. Dominic, having such a big board, had plenty to quest up for 20, and Dom is going to take game 2, pushing on to top 8.
Top 8. Congratulations to Dom. That was a really great mirror match. Josh just wasn't finding the right answers that he wanted in that second game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Josh wasn't able to find the Buckies and Ursulas and everything else that Dom was able to find and utilize.
Yes.
We saw how strong singing multiple songs with Ursula was. We saw how strong the Bucky package is, forcing your opponent to discard cards, and all of the Floodborn characters are pretty strong as well that you're pairing with them.
Yeah, I think the combination between Ursula and Bucky is just such a powerful, scary combination.
Yeah, if one player is not able to answer the other one when they have it down, it's really, really hard to come back from that.
Yes. Well, congratulations to Dom for moving on. I'm excited to take a look at top 8, but we are going to go to a break now, and we'll see you shortly.
are you looking at?
Hello. Around
Is it
Lorcana
my bad?
space.
Is it my bad green screen?
I don't know. I'm checking out the luminary over there, and you know, stars. It's nice out here.
It's beautiful, but we've got to crack on. We're moving into quarterfinals.
I know. Top 8 now.
That's
It's
right.
exciting.
So we're going to take a quick look at the brackets to show you where we're up to across the floor. We are looking at full brackets today. We're following one of them on stream. We're going to keep you updated with all of them. So we'll dive in and take a look at the first one. So this is our, oh, no, it's not Maleficent bracket. That's not what we're saying. There we go. This is our Maleficent bracket. The quarterfinals here. Demetrius Belido is playing Emerald Steel. He started off against a Ruby Amethyst build, and then in the octofinals went up against Sapphire Steel. Now the game is going to be against Ruby Sapphire with Tomaz.
Yeah, Tomas Sub quits coming from the edge, playing the mirror in the first round, and then beating this Amber Emerald deck. I think one of the only ones to make it into the top 64. Made it through that though, and now into the quarterfinals, competing to make it into the semis.
So that's the Maleficent bracket. We'll move on to Rapunzel.
Oh, I see
here we have
like here, Jonti.
Where we have Jordan Moore, Emerald Amethyst. If we show this match, we're going to be very careful not to fanboy a little bit over our favorite deck, which is Emerald Amethyst. He started off in the first round against Michael with Emerald Steel, and then the octofinal saw him up against Dylan with Ruby Sapphire, and now he's up against Brennan.
Yeah, and Brennan DeCandio coming from the first round against a Ruby Sapphire deck, playing Ruby Sapphire again, and now seeing something completely different, something he probably hasn't seen today with this Emerald Amethyst deck. So it should be an interesting match.
Absolutely. So that's your Rapunzel bracket. Then we can move into Cinderella. Here we see Dominic. We just saw a moment ago there against Joshua in the mirror. Before that, in the first round, he was up against Doi, playing Ruby Sapphire. He's running Emerald Steel, and he'll be up against Kurt.
And I think we've seen most of Kurt's gate so far if you've been watching the stream. He's had to go against a few different control decks, and in different games has taken either a very aggressive line or, more of a longer game line, winning the game with Queen's Castle. So it's been fun watching his journey and a challenging match here for him in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. And then the last bracket, the one that we're going to be taking a look at now, is Alberto Garcia. He's also playing Ruby Amethyst. He was up against Zach Bivens in the first round there, against the Amber Steel Zach, and then against George with Ruby Sapphire, I think that was. And then now he's up against Brian with Emerald Steel.
And Brian making it through, wading through a couple of Ruby Sapphire decks as well in the last couple of rounds, and now playing something different with Alberto's aggressive Ruby Amethyst deck. We see our Seal Stong in this bracket dropping off here in the first round. It's sad to see them go.
Absolutely. But we do have Alberto and Brian in the quarterfinals match. That's the one we're going to be taking a look at. I think it's worth pointing out what is on the line here as we go from top 8. And that is if you take the win here, you're going to go to top 4, which is going to get you today the golden brave little Taylor. So this does vary depending on the size of the field. Originally Atlanta, there were over 2,000 players, so we did have the top 8 receiving one of those, but here with a pool of about 1,000 players, it's just going to be top 4 taking one of these home with them. This thing is incredible, right?
Yeah, it is beautiful in person. And, I'm a big fan of history. I like being able to follow the history of games. And one of the things I love about this card is that it's serialized. So we know there's only going to be 500 of them, and we're going to be able to trace each and every card to who originally won it and at what event. And so it's just a really neat prize. And that's really what's on the line here this round.
Absolutely. And Brave Little Taylor was such a great choice as well. The poster boy of the game, let's be honest with you, one of the very first cards we originally saw. Obviously, it's Mickey Mouse, Disney's main man. So it's really awesome to see the evolution of that early card that we first saw way back before we even knew what the game was. And it said 5/5 evasive, and we all were guessing what evasive did and what law meant and all of that. And now we see that sort of come full circle to now be this sort of pinnacle of a card that these players are trying to win today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nicholas Cole, what a fantastic artist to bring this one to life.
We're a big fan of Nick here, yeah. Okay, we're going to be moving into the game then. We are taking the Alberto versus Brian game. Alberto actually did very well in Atlanta, already has one of these Mickeys. He was a top 8 player in Atlanta, so does have a Mickey. So he's playing for his second Mickey today. Brian, I believe, playing for his first. So let's dive in and see what it looks like. Okay.
Oh, yep. Alberto, definitely a face we are used to seeing from Atlanta. I think he actually placed in the top 4 as well, not only getting the Mickey, but then making it just a hair's breadth from the finals.
Awesome. So yeah, so Alberto on the left here. And then we have Brian on the right. I don't think I've seen either of these players in our matches yet. So these are new players for us, but playing decks that we've definitely seen a lot of today. Brian on an Emerald Steel list that is leaning into the Bucky and Floodborn package. And then we have Alberto on a Ruby Amethyst build that's, moving into that slightly more aggro-y build that we've seen in this set.
Yeah, he does that have that aggressive line available. We've seen that play out very well a few times where the Ruby Amethyst player can really close out games in the first 5 or 6 turns, and that revolves around playing Flynn Rider Frenemy on turn 2. It's a little bit more of a risky play here, though, taking that line because there is so much removal, early game removal in Steel, and you have characters like Diablo that can shift and then sing a song on turn 2 to remove Frenemy. So it'll be interesting to see if Alberto chooses to take that aggressive line or if he chooses to pace things a little bit.
Absolutely. You could really come running out of the gate if you're up against like a Ruby Sapphire build or a Sapphire build in general, really. But that Steel is what's going to really be making you judge this. You know, the Steel obviously running a lot of the smaller costed removals like the Storm Rage on, Strength of the Raging Fire, and what have you. So we may well see this lean into perhaps what you could call a more traditional Ruby Amethyst role, that sort of mid-range tempo-y control deck.
Perhaps, but we do see the frenemy coming out here. Unfortunately, it won't activate here for Alberto on his turn because we do have Robin Hood there with 2 strength, and we're also threatening a Robin Hood shift here, which would be a really great turn. And there it is, Robin Hood coming out with 3 strength. Robin Hood is a 2 lore character. It's a 3/6 stat line, and when it challenges a character and banishes it, you gain 2 lore. Additionally, when he's banished in a challenge, you can draw a card.
Yeah, interesting to see how Steel really kind of shuts down that new Flynn line. One, you've got that Steel removal that we just spoke about, but also you very quickly with Floodborns able to get much larger bodies on the board that than Alberto is going to be able to see. Although something like a Fox here would put Flynn back online for the next turn.
That is true, and that could be the line we're looking at.
Also Sisu as well. I see a couple of Sisus in his hand there. That should
that
1, 2, 3 cards in hand currently for Brian. So yeah, unless Brian sort of really empties his hand out here, Sisu would probably be online for Flynn as well.
And Sisu, a great card. The high strength on that will allow it to take care of some cards on Brian's board. Perhaps even that Robin Hood, if Brian draws into a few more cards. Worth pointing out that Bucky is cracking already, taking a Chernobog's followers out of Alberto's hand when Brian played the Floodborn.
So Sisu on the board there currently. So stats-wise, a 1/4. And I'm not sure what we're just checking here. Stats 1/4 plus 1 strength for each card in Brian's hand, which I think is currently 3. So it's currently sitting as a 4/4. So not quite enough to get rid of Robin Hood, but is enough for Flynn to trigger next turn as long as Brian doesn't bring something else big down. The Tragic Beast isn't going to be online there, so there we go. We are choosing to pop the Chernobog's followers there to draw.
Yeah, Alberto choosing to keep a couple extra cards in hand. He knows that Brian leans heavily into discard, so the more cards in hand, the better. Something to note on Sisu as well, that 2 lore on turn 3 is also a decent amount of lore for an aggressive deck. So not only does it activate Flynn Rider, but it's a card that Alberto could use to start racing if he so chooses.
Yeah. So we're using a let the Storm Rage onto Flynn there. Not even going to risk that being a possibility next turn. And again, great card. You know, it is uninkable, but that 2 damage and replacing itself with a draw is just a really great early game play to just deal with some of your opponent's early threats.
Very strong card. And the one card that Alberto, one of the ones he hopes that Brian doesn't draw in his opening hand because it shuts down Frenemy, as we saw right away.
Yeah, I think it's it's worth the punt. I think with Flynn there, it's a perfectly fine body to play down. If they don't see that removal, it is going to get that lore gain ticking really earlier on. But yes, I do think Alberto's really need to focus on the mid game here and then utilizing the Merlin and Mim package to start the bouncing shenanigans as quick as he can. We see a Hidden Cove go down to the ink there to bring down a Flynn. So this is a Floodborn Flynn. So it is going to get a discard off of the Bucky. You see a Pascal go down there. Floodborn Flynn, he's a 4-costed uninkable 2/3 with 4 lore. He's also evasive, but he does lose a law for each card in your opponent's hand. So on paper, seems like an absolutely ridiculously statted card until you read that ability. So it's this, but really leans into the discard package. You are going to be emptying their hand as quick as possible, and then is really a win condition. Really, this Flynn, an evasive quester for 4 is kind of insane.
That's true. Alberto here playing a B King Undisputed. Now, normally, or did he? Yeah, playing B King Undisputed. Normally, this is a card you like to narrow down your opponent's board to like one character, so you know exactly what they're going to discard. But in this case, all of those are cards you don't want to see there.
Yeah, you don't really mind hitting any of those, I guess, with the King Undisputed. We're choosing the Robin Hood, looks like, but that is a tough call, honestly.
Yeah, they're all three. I mean, one has a lot of lore, one has a bigger body and is going to do some work for you, and the other is your discard engine.
Yeah, each sort of taking on a role individually in the deck and on the board here. So yeah, whichever one Brian is happy to get rid of really kind of tells Alberto what he has in his hand. Which of my cards in my hand are going to replace the thing I'm losing here. The Flynn, arguably it was only the one that's just recently played, but Alberto does still have 3 cards in hand, I think, and obviously we're getting into the rabbit territory and friends on the other side territory to start redrawing stuff. Maybe a while before that Flynn is online. So yeah, that's not a terrible choice there from Brian, I think, but a tough choice.
Yeah, indeed. Probably the right one, unless you have another Bucky in hand where you can easily replace that. It's I think the choice I would make.
Yeah, and looking at the hand, I think it is a few Floodborns, so you really wanted to keep that Bucky online, and then the Robin Hood, just so much different options with that. Quests well, challenges well, does everything you needed to, really. So, yeah, thinking about it, the Flynn was probably the right call there. We do see a Tragic Beast come down, this time discarding a Cusco from Alberto's hand.
And this hand pressure is really, really starting to hurt here. Alberto has plenty of control answers in this deck, but really only after turn 6 with 6 ink. So each card being lost is not only a removal card potentially, but one that Alberto would love to put in the inkwell to get himself to the late game where he can start answering some of these board threats.
Absolutely. And you see there a whole turn where all that we do is ink on 5 and then pass. Just shows you how, whatever that last one was a Medusa. Unfortunately, we needed to keep that in hand and draw an inkable next turn for it to be online. But at that point, there's just very few options you can actually hit. You've got the Robin Hood, the Beast, actually, yeah. So a couple of options, but still not being able to get there, just having to ink and pass is really tough.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot to dig out of it. There is some card draw in this deck to allow Alberto to get back in the game with the rabbit, but when you're only drawing 1 card or even 2 with friends from the other side, Brian's going to make you discard at least 1 of those each turn, and you really want to be inking and playing something, and it's just a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, Bucky's been around for a little while now, and it really is this set where he's really come into his own. It isn't necessarily that Bucky is any different. Just so many cheaper Floodborns that are just great targets for it now. So it does get to a point in that sort of mid to late game, once we get to like 6, 7, 8 ink with Brian, there's a possibility of even 2 Floodborns coming down in a turn with some of those 3 costed Floodborns in his hand.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so just not a lot of answers here. Brian questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore.
Yeah, and even putting Bucky in harm's way here by putting him into Hidden Cove. I suppose his hand is pretty empty now as well, so Sisu isn't the big threat that she was a little bit earlier. We see a goat come down. I feel like it might be a little too late, unfortunately, though. We didn't exert our ink there for the goat, but when your hand's empty and there's nothing else to do, it's relatively easy to see what's going on, I suppose. Instead, what we're going to do is put a little bit of damage onto the beast there just to slow it down the card draw.
Yeah, of course, Beast draws you an extra card per turn unless it has any damage on it, in which case it becomes stronger each turn, but it shuts off that card draw. So,
yeah, but even Beast on its own is, it's a 3/5. Taking out whatever you've got on your board there, the Sisu actually gets taken out by the Jafar to get some card draw instead. So definitely just worth putting the damage on there just to stop the card draw. But I think the writing's on the wall with this one. To be honest with you, I think Brian has got an absolutely fantastic lead. Did exactly what he needed to do early game with Bucky. We've just seen a huge amount of discard. Another Robin Hood coming down here. Just these huge steel bodies coming down. It's just I don't know what the answer is here for Alberto.
No, I mean, there's one answer, and it's at 7.
Yes, yeah, it's a few turns away now, unfortunately. And like I say, he's just going to have to hope to draw on Inkables and pass. But at this point, with Brian being on almost double figures in lore and having almost double figures of lore on the board, it's only a turn or two away now.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. Was Alberto on the play this game, or was he on the draw? I do forget.
Me too.
It's
one thing I never remember to look at.
No.
But we'll see. I think he might have been on the draw. Yeah, there we go. Always worth seeing that last card, but at this point, I don't know what it could be that would help. But at this point, like you say, it's all or nothing. There's no time limit now. It is a Maui, so it's able to get rid of one Robin Hood, but even still, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board. Going into Beast there, I think.
Yes.
But it doesn't. I don't think.
But Beast looks like Beast is on the.
He was on the Cove. Yeah, yep. I think he. It seems like Alberto just missed the math there, but it doesn't matter, right? Brian's drawing cards, but at this point can just quest, right?
Yes,
1, 2,
that's
3,
true.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, just has it. Yeah.
These green steel decks are so challenging. They do rely pretty heavily on an early game combo, as we've highlighted. Getting that buggy on turn 2 is pretty critical, followed by a shift on turn 3 you like to see. And when you hit that, it's just really hard to overcome not only the board presence that creates, but also the pressure it puts on your hand.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the reasons why it is so strong. Discard in itself can be powerful, but it doesn't get you to the win condition. Yes, stopping your opponent winning is good, but you've also got to bring it home yourself as well. The reason why Bucky is so prevalent and so strong is that you're discarding by moving your own win condition forwards. You're building the board up with these characters. You're building the board up with lore gainers. So, the 1-2 combo of expanding your own board presence and removing options from your opponents is just really, really strong.
Mm-hmm. It'll be a challenge to overcome, but Alberto can win. This deck does have lines, and if it gets the right draw, then it can do well. We've seen him win some games quickly, and we've seen this deck win games that take quite a while. So let's see if he can pull it out here.
Absolutely. I think Albert definitely needs to see, we'll go to the table. I definitely think Albert needs to see some of the MIM package, really, that we just didn't really see that game. I think that's what's going to really help him is getting some of the value on the board and the card draw from the MIMs. So let's see if we can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you suggested, I do think that mid-game rabbit to get that card draw going is pretty critical. It's one of the challenges that this presents is, as we highlighted last game, a lot of the removal answers, the control answers are available on turn 6 and onwards. And so it's a challenge to build up your resource base while you're being forced to discard. If we can see Alberto get to 6 or 7 with 1 or 2 cards in hand, I think this game could turn a corner, and we'll see if he can do that.
Yeah, so we'll see who's on the play here. It'll be Alberto. Sorry, I didn't catch who was on the play first game. I'm sorry, but yeah, Alberto will be on the play here. We see a Pascal go down for a turn 1 Chernobog's follower.
And not a terrible first turn card. If that Bucky is showing and it's going to put some pressure on you, you can always use Chernobog's followers to get another card, allowing you to build resources and maintain your hand.
Yeah, exactly. And also, the turn 1 in this game, more often than not, is there as the bounce option for Snake as well. So it doesn't, just as long as you've got one, it doesn't really matter which one, honestly. You just need to get something on the board, I feel.
That's true.
Brian's having a bit of a tougher choice on what to start with here.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what the opening for this deck looks like if you don't have the sort of Diablo one play. I mean, there are a lot of 1-drops in this deck. There's Diablos, he's playing a couple of the Flynn Riders as a shift target for the larger one. There's some Hidden Coves. There's a full set of Robin Hoods. So yeah, there we go. We have the Robin Hood. So I imagine it wasn't so much a case of not having a 1-drop. It was perhaps having a couple that we couldn't decide which way to go, maybe.
That's true. Now I'm kind of eyeballing his hand here, and it's difficult to see, but I don't think I saw a Robin Hood there. But that's one of the things that makes Lorcana so interesting is even if Brian doesn't have the Robin Hood, that's something Alberto now has to think about and plan around.
Yeah, just the threat of the possible shift target on 3 is always worth thinking about. Instead, we see the Flynn, so we're going to try and get that Flynn engine online, get that early lore gain. That's really going to help him because I think the longer this game goes on, the favor does start to shift towards Brian with that discard package, I think.
There does seem to be a point where this game turns. I think um, in the mid game, the discard package, if it fully gets clicking, it's a challenge. But if Alberto can take the game very long and get into be prepared territory, it is possible for him to recover and really take over the game. But it's a slog.
Yeah, it's going to be tough getting there. We see an Ursula come down. She gets to see the hand. There's only one song in there, so Alberto's doing the work for Brian and taking it out. It's the friends on the other side. We also see 2 of the 3-drop Sisus and a Brawl. One of the reasons why, well, Brawl is just a good card in this meta, especially alongside Ice Block in Sapphire. But I think one of the reasons why very early on Brawl was pulled out as a possible option for decks was that it isn't a song. It is just an action. So yes, you don't get the ability to sing it, but at the end of the set 3 meta, the Ursulas were so prevalent, and also bare necessities in Amber were so prevalent that I think people immediately saw some early removal that isn't a song and actually thought, oh, hey, this is actually quite a good tech against those decks that are looking at your hands and pulling songs out.
That's all true. Question with Schoenberg's followers, sending it to the discard pile to draw a card. Here comes the Sisu, which should turn on Frenemy this turn if it stays on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem is here though is that Brian is going to be able to get a good few cards out of his hand and maybe play a decent body to contest it. I think I might have saw the Robin Hood shift there.
Yeah, it definitely a line that Alberta's playing to, choosing not to put Frenemy at risk. Obviously, that's not what you want to do here, especially with the shift being threatened. So let's see.
Yeah, we're deciding which tokens to use to show the Sisu strength there. I think those tokens are mostly for our benefit, really, as viewers. It helps us sort of keep an eye on the game.
It's true. It also it behooves everybody when when you understand the game state, both players. And so if both players have a shared understanding of how many cards in hand, cards in the inkwell, it just makes the game flow much better and feel much better.
Yeah. So we see a Bucky going down into the inkwell.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, it does allow us to have the shift Robin Hood though, which may well just start questing, or it may sing. Yeah, a Storm Rage on doing some damage to the Flynn there. So yeah, unfortunately, I think 4 in hand, so it would have made so the Sisu still would have been big enough to start gaining the Flynn there. So very good call to get rid of it with the song there.
And then we have a quest with Deceiver because why not?
Yeah, as I've said a few times, once she's come down and gotten rid of a song out of the hand, she's kind of done what she needs to do. At that point, if she gets 2-3 lore out of just being not enough of a problem for your opponent to deal with her, I feel like you've really got your sort of value out of her.
And really great play here, using the crab to come down, give Challenger +3 to Sisu and clearing up that Robin Hood. Of course, Brian just does get to draw a card off the Robin Hood, but the board looks a lot less scary now. And this really highlights too that the value of 4 willpower in the stat line in the early game, because there's so much available with 3 strength or cards that deal 3 damage, and having that 1 extra willpower oftentimes makes the difference between surviving and being banished in a challenge.
Yeah. You think, the Jafar that's seeing a lot of play in this deck is a 3/4, so wouldn't be able to take out Sisu cleanly. Obviously, the Let the Storm Rage On is only doing 2. Strength of a Raging Fire obviously can get up to 4, but rarely are you seeing that much of a board presence. And if you are, there's your opponent has other issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Ursula, thinking about this, but it looks like we're going to see a Deceiver of All.
So Deceiver of All, great card. In the last meta was paired really well with Amethyst, and she basically just sang Friends on the Other Side all day long. Here, though, we're seeing her move now into the steel builds a lot more, just because of the value you get off being able to sing that Let the Storm Rage On, the Strength of the Raging Fire, and also Sudden Chill we see getting played here as well, which would be discard 2, having her singing it. So just a lot of value all around.
Yeah, and we do see the Sudden Chill, and I think is that a Grab Your Sword there? So not the Strength of Raging Fire, but I think that is Strength of Raging Fire there, second from the bottom. So options here available for Deceiver of All.
I think that's a Let the Storm Rage On.
What did I say?
Strength of Raging Fire.
My bad.
Yes, they're close.
I saw the that's what I meant to say. My bad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay.
that up.
We see a Robin Hood going into the Inkwell. We see the Ursula trade with Sisu. Perfectly happy with that trade if you're Brian, I think.
Now, Alberta has answers for that Ursula. It doesn't want it to stick around, so perhaps if a Brawl is in hand, that would be a nice target for that. It does have 2 strength, making it a legal target for that card.
Absolutely, yeah. Crab singing friends on the other side, drawing 2. Just helping to refill that hand. Help looking for answers. I think we do see a Brawl there. Which most likely is going to come down and deal with that Ursula. Yeah, there we go. You just see the value of cards that have an interplay ability here. I think all the cards that sort of have to come down and survive a turn. Yes, if they do, they can really pop off. We've seen Ursula in some games today really get some value out of singing those steel songs twice, or sorry, singing them once and playing them once, if we're going to be super correct, but just a lot of value out of her. But she does have to survive that turn, and against Ruby, there are a lot of things that can deal with it.
So Brian with a clean board here, and not a lot available in his hand. He does have the Diablo he could play, but it would take a turn to set up, exerting to get that card draw. Is that a Beast Tragic Hero there, second from the top, though?
I think so. Yeah, I can see a
Probably.
5, and I can see a B and an E.
That sounds about right. So that would be a nice play. So here we see Sudden Chill likely going into the Inkwell. I'm guessing we may see Beast Tragic Hero come out here trying to set up that card draw for Brian.
Yeah, we see Sudden Chill.
Now,
as you say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Definitely something Brian's thinking about. One thing, one new card we did get in this set is a card called Be King Undisputed, which forces an opponent to banish a character of their choice. And a fantastic card to play when your opponent only has 1 character. So something that Brian knows he's
There it is.
to here. There it is.
Yeah, the exact line there. I mean, also, going into that turn with 5 ink, Medusa is also something you have to think about, being able to ink and play. So it's always a risk with Ruby, just having that 1 character on board and passing, because yes, they might have to take a turn to deal with it, which is what we've seen here, but it just really is slowing you down.
And Brian just with a lot of songs in hand, allowing him to respond to the board a little bit. Here we see one of them, a Sudden Chill, getting rid of one of Alberto's last 2 cards. Alberto thinking about it here.
This is a tough call. We have a Medusa and a Rabbit. Obviously, Rabbit is going to help refuel as you push into the later game. But if you keep hold of Medusa and draw an Inkable, it gets rid of whatever else Brian puts down, most likely. So you're risking drawing into an Inkable and having something that Medusa can hit versus a sort of slower play that pushes the game forward for you with the Rabbit. It's a tough call, that one.
That's true, and we have the benefit of knowing that Brian has a 3-cost Diablo in his hand as well, a card that he's probably going to play here shortly. So there goes the Medusa, which would be the answer to the card I think we're about to see, which is the Diablo.
Yeah. Do you think if that had gone the other way around and a Rabbit had gone into the Inkwell, do you think that would have changed Brian's choice for Diablo there?
Was Brian aware of Alberto's hand?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
No.
Not from much earlier with the Ursula, but obviously the game has moved forward since then. So
no, I think the Diablo is the play probably regardless. But definitely feels good to see that Madame Medusa go into the Inkwell. One thing, this is a pretty common sense thing, but sequencing so important here. Choosing to wait to play the Diablo until the opponent's made the decision, giving Alberto as little information as possible when he's deciding what to discard.
I can't quite see what Alberto drew there. I'd be interested to know if it was an Inkable, as to whether or not it was the right call to get rid of the Medusa. I think it was. I think it's a snake.
Snake, yes.
Oh, that snake may have been off the Rabbit, though. Unfortunately, I couldn't see what was off the top of the deck in the first place. So, but just building some Born presence here. Snake is quite nice for a Rabbit bounce next turn. Just continuing to fuel your hand. Yeah, it's not quite as sort of explosive as the Medusa coming down and just getting rid of the Diablo before he gets to do anything. But he's still definitely a way to keep the game going a little longer and to keep some fuel in your hand. We see both Flynns come down here, not shifted. So we see a 1-costed 1/3, and then also that Floodborn, a 4-costed uninkable 2/3 with 4 lore, but 1 less lore for every card in hand, which at the moment isn't many. So I think Alberto's Rabbit play is going to really come in clutch here to keep that Flynn less of a problem.
Well, the one challenge here with the Rabbit, though, that Diablo is so frustrating. Because you'd love to get the Rabbit going. But unfortunately, Diablo drawing a card every time you do something with it. So
this is true.
It's changing the decision making here, because I think you would love to get the Rabbit going to recharge your hand. but the last thing you want to do is recharge your opponent's hand.
It's just keep getting to owners. Yeah, I think we're still doing it because of the wires. It's just getting that Flynn online, and very going to be very few evasive answers in this deck. Flynn is an evasive quester, so he's going to be very quickly being able to run away with this lore wise. I think Alberto would really love to see something like a castle here to try and kind of keep up with the lore, and obviously we are moving towards be prepared territory as well.
Yeah, I do think a Be Prepared is not a card he would hate to have in his hand as an insurance policy, especially as Brian continues to try to build a board state here.
Yeah, especially when your board is going to be stuff that generates a little bit of value out of the Be Prepared anyway, like the rabbit there. So Flynn is questing just for, was it singing actually? Yeah, singing Along Came Zeus onto the crab.
Yeah, interesting choice there. I think the choice may have been the rabbit in another scenario, but Brian knowing that every time that Alberto gets to draw a card with rabbit on his turn, he's drawing a card. So happy to remove the crab instead there.
Yeah, while that Diablo's there, yeah, you don't mind the rabbit so much. I think if Brian manages to pull this one away, it's going to be down to those evasive questers, I think.
And Alberto did draw the Be Prepared there.
Ah, right, and so it's online. There we go. The goat going into the inkwell. Don't love seeing the goat go into the inkwell, but if it means you have to get rid of that board after Brian overextends, I think that's kept Alberto right in this game there with the lore advantage. I think that was a big turning point.
I think so too, and getting the extra card off the rabbit feels good. We'll see what Brian can respond with here. I haven't had a chance to take a look at his hand the last little bit.
No, that was a Baboom into the inkwell and a pass. So that's kind of huge to not be able to build up a bit of board presence after a Be Prepared there. This is going to be Alberto's time to shine.
Songs there, just a lot of songs, and a couple Strength of Raging Fire, which deal damage equal to the number of characters you have in play. Unfortunately, if you have no characters in play,
yeah,
it's not much good. That's not much of a fire. It's kind of a.
It's not even barely a match.
That's right.
We see a Jafar come down. Not a terrible body to contest the board with the rabbits here, but yeah, this is definitely shifting into Alberto's favor.
Yeah, favorable stat line though, a 3/4 able to challenge and remove the rabbits and draw a card by banishing them. But here we have the Madame Medusa. It's the perfect answer.
Absolutely, it's exactly what you want to see after a Be Prepared. Is they pass? It just happened a turn later there with Brian passing on the turn afterwards. But yeah, when they're only able to play that one character down, Medusa. Or Tremaine, you don't see Tremaine so much anymore, but they both do a similar role straight after the Be Prepared, which is get rid of the one character that your opponent's able to put down.
It's a great card for Brian, though. We've already seen a couple Medusas, I think, but here we have a Medusa again. Benefit of the snake. Snake bouncing Medusa to the hand, playing it again to remove that beast, and we see here at the end game where these removal options are available. It's really a completely different game.
Absolutely, yeah. Just to point out what happened there in case we have some newer people watching, because it moved very quickly and both players sort of understand the shorthand here. But the Medusa was already on the board. Her ability is on entering play. She's able to banish one thing, but the snake on entering play bounces something. So the snake came down for 2, and then the Medusa was immediately replayed for 6. He did have the 8 hink there, so it was all above board. It just sometimes, when players both know the lines that are happening here, they can get away with that sort of shorthand play. Both players know exactly what's going on here.
And now the castle coming down, able to get Alberto 2 lore per turn. Did we just move everything onto the castle as well?
We may have done. Yes, there we go.
Yes,
it's a bit difficult to show when you've got that many, but at the moment we have the ink for it. We see an Ursula come down to see what the hand is, but at this point there's very little answers for Brian to pull, I think. So there we go. It goes to 1 each, and we're going to be moving to a game 3.
Wow, exciting. I do love game 3s. It's really fun to see, one player perhaps lose game 1 and then have the chance to come back and take the whole match. So Alberta doing it there, forcing the third game. I really think the difference here, and I'd be interested in your thoughts, Jonti, but I really think the difference here is the opening for Emerald Steel was not as good. We did not see the turn 2 Bucky, and that's really what this deck really wants to do to be able to shut down your hand.
Yeah, a key opening for Emerald Steel really is important there. We saw the 1-drop Robin Hood coming down without the shift in hand on curve. So yeah, I think that was a big difference there, and Alberto was just able to get a good advantage with the Flynn early there, and then again able to run away once that Madam Mim and Merlin package gets spinning.
Yeah. So Jonti, I have no idea what's going to happen this next game. Do you?
No.
Well, shall we go into the unknown?
Great. All right, game 3 then of this quarterfinal match. Everything to play for. You are going for a golden brave little Taylor here. So obviously every level at this high end of competition there is new prizes. 16 is getting you that continental invite. Top 8 gets you the Rapunzel playmat. Is it at 8? I think. And then 4, or it changes a little bit depending on the size of the field. But basically, every win here gains you an extra prize, and they really are incredible prizes. So we see a completely amethyst hand here from Alberto, with 2 Pascals and a Cuzco, friends on the other side, and a castle, and a couple of rabbits. So lots of stuff there for him to play with.
I mean, this is not, see, we do not see the aggressive opening here. This is a game that Alberto is going to have to take kind of long. He can't play the frenemy line, but able to drop some evasive Pascals down early. Here's a Cuzco instead. Never mind, it's Chernobog's Followers, a card that you can banish upon questing to draw a card. But Alberto has those rabbits, and those rabbits, unless he really gets hit aggressively with the discard, are going to allow him to keep his hand going, keep cards in his hand in the mid game, take it into the late game like he did last time. So you can't use them until turn 4, but not awful cards to have in your hand against this deck.
Brian, though, having the almost perfect opening of the Diablo into the Bucky. Only way that would get better is we have the Shift Diablo coming down this turn as well. So a really strong opening for Brian there. Being on the play, he's just going to have that slight advantage as we move in to the mid game. We see a Cuzco go down for double Pascal. So we are going to try and do a little bit of lore racing here. Those Pascals will gain evasive from seeing another character out, but again, they are susceptible to that steel removal that Brian is running.
Yeah, Pascal, a fun little character that gains evasive as long as there's another character in play. And what does a Pascal love to see next to him? Another Pascal.
The Pascal brothers, they are happy to sit there and stay up in the trees and be evasive, I guess.
I think so too. Do their thing. We do see Brian with a couple Ursula Deceiver Evolves in hand, but no, importantly, no turn 3 Floodborn. So unless he draws into one, Alberto's got a little bit of a reprieve from drawing or discarding cards right away.
Yeah, we do see a Jafar coming there. So next turn that will be online. Yeah, Ursula Deceiver, not a Floodborn, just a Dreamborn. Kind of glad. I think the deck would be even more offensive if that was also another Floodborn on 3, to be honest.
I agree. But Ursula Deceiver of All definitely threatening removal of both Pascals here. I think Brian has a Strength of Raging Fire, so able to sing it twice to remove both those Pascals.
Yeah, so I think the idea here with for Alberto is just getting those Pascals, getting 1 or 2 lore out of them, but then also maybe using them to try and sort of bait out some of that early removal, so that some of his other mid-game plays can stick around a little bit, perhaps.
I think that's right. And I do think Alberto just wants to take this game long. And the way to take this game long is by defeating Brian's subgame. And Brian's subgame is put Alberto into top deck mode. So as long as he can use those rabbits to refuel his hand and really draw this game out, take this into turn 7, 8, and 9, I think the Ruby Amethyst deck has a good chance of pulling this out.
Mm-hmm. We see Ursula questing there. Okay. We see a Sisu going down into the Inkwell for a rabbit, and there we start with that card draw. Just going to help deal with any of the Floodborns coming down there from Bucky. But neither player's got. I think Brian's got the edge on board at the moment. That Jafar unable to pick off the Pascals, but anything else that exerts will most likely be cleaned up by him. Here I feel like we should really see the Ursula singing something. Perhaps not. It's definitely a different line that Brian's looking at here.
Yeah, Brian, kind of waiting to see what comes out, perhaps looking for better targets for that Strength of Raging Fire, but drew a very good card. Well, so now what he's thinking about too is perhaps that Strength of Raging Fire becomes ink for the beast, but no, we will see it sung. Choosing the rabbit and a Pascal, giving Alberto 1 card in the process.
Meaning the Jafar can now go into the other Pascal, because he's no longer evasive. Great line there. I was just looking at those 2 Pascals there as targets, but that's an absolute great line there to play and make that last Pascal, because not only are you cleaning up 3 characters with that play, you're gaining a card off the Jafar. I think the idea there was hoping it would be an inkable card so we could keep that Robin Hood. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he was able to. So as inked the Robin Hood, we drew the Flynn off that. and have played the Tragic Beast. Tough choice there between two really good 5-drops in steel. One of them has to be inked for the other one to be played. Here we're favouring the card draw of Tragic Beast over the board presence of Robin Hood.
And Alberto has the answer for that beast in hand. It is a Mana Medusa. Unfortunately, 2 turns away from it, though, or 1 turn away. Inking this turn will give him 5 ink, and that beast will activate at least once before it's susceptible to removal.
Was in a little bit of math to see. Really good ball presence from Brian now. Really swung it with that Ursula singing the steel songs. Just shows you how strong that play is. We see a brawl on Ursula just so she can't do it again. But otherwise, that looks like that's all we have from Alberto this turn. So yeah, real big tempo shift here for Brian as we move into the mid game.
And another Beast Tragic Hero on the top deck. We'll see if we see that. Most likely,
I think we do. Honestly, yeah. Into an empty board. I think the Beast is the play over the Robin Hood. Honestly.
Yeah, definitely. We are 2 turns away from that. Be prepared, and it is another Floodborn forcing Alberto to discard a card. We see the rabbit go to the discard pile. It's tough position for Alberto here.
Yeah, I think the early lead from Brian, coupled with hitting a Floodborn every turn really since that Bucky's come down, apart from the turn after. Medusa now being able to get rid of one of the beasts, but I think it might be a little too late. Honestly, we get just 2 drawn there instead of the 3 that it would have been, I suppose.
And the card advantage from the beast is just so big in the mid game, and Alberto losing those rabbits, not being able to draw any more cards off them, off bouncing them. There's just not a lot of ways left for him to recharge his hand, short of another rabbit, really.
So tough line here now. We've got a couple of Champion of Sherwoods in hand. We also have the Flynn Rider. I think we might have 2 of those actually. So we can only play 1 of those cards. So here, Brian's going to be having to decide: do I try and sort of aggro this game out there? Do I try and go for the lore win using those Flynns, or do I sort of be ready for the be prepared coming and be able to rebuild after that? It's a bit of a tough decision, I think. We're going for 5, which suggests a Hood, and we see it come down.
And there it is.
There's no cards in hand, looks like, from Alberto. So it's interesting play there. I wonder whether the Flynns, to really put the pressure on, because you've got to turn without be prepared at this point if Alberto is in top deck mode, because whatever he draws, if it's, it could be another Medusa, but otherwise there's not really that much that's going to be very impactful here.
So there is a line here. If he draws a friend from the other side, Medusa can sing it, giving him an ink and a be prepared. It's a tough.
Oh, wow.
It's a tough line to pull, right? But it is a possible one. And so with that little bit of sliver of hope there, Brian, I think, as you suggested, playing the more safe choice.
I mean, I will always say that you should always play as if your opponent has the exact answer. That might be a little bit too exact for me. It was a Medusa, though, so we do see something going. It can either be the Robin Hood or the Beast or actually anything but the Bucky, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think go for the Beast.
Getting rid of that card draw. And then probably cleaning up the Jafar. Or not?
No, we're leaving the Jafar alone. Alberto's probably favoring some board presence here, but yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean it's 1 lore, but choosing not to expose it to the Champion of Sherwood, which would gain 2 lore from the challenge anyway. And here we have the Flynn.
So I think here now Brian just starts to pump the gas. Yes, you can deal with the Jafar here, but like you say, the Robin Hood on the crackback is pretty gruesome. We're even questing with the Bucky to really put the pressure on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doesn't quite put him into range of winning next turn.
Let's see if we draw that friends. That is the one line I think that would do it. And since we don't see it thrown down immediately, I'm assuming that's not what we drew.
Either that or these players have much better poker faces than me, because you would know exactly what was in my hand if I top decked what I needed.
Yeah, Yeah, so definitely thinking this through. So it's a card that gives him some option potentially, just thinking through every possibility. You know, there is the option here to remove either the Robin Hood or the Jafar. Bucky as well. You could go Jafar, Bucky. So you can get a couple lore off the table, give yourself an extra turn.
Mhm.
So perhaps if it's not, what Alberto needed, he's just seeing what is the best line to take. There goes the Bucky.
We bounce with
Ah.
Fox, and Fox into Jafar.
Giving him an answer next turn for one of the cards on the board. Getting rid of that Bucky crucial there to avoid having to discard that Medusa.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great line because now the Medusa, can come down again.
And additionally, just one card in hand, so it makes Flynn Rider one lore less. So keeping Brian a little bit further from victory.
We put 3, the dice reads 4 there, but it's 3 damage into Medusa from the Robin Hood.
So we did head into the...
So yeah, one card in hand makes that Flynn a little weaker, but even still, at this point, Brian is at 12 with 5 lore on board. If we quest with both, or if we trade, we get the 2 from Robin Hood there. So we do that, going to 14.
And drawing a card for Brian, since
And
Robin
absolutely, and I suppose at this point, Brian's maybe looking for a sudden chill or a Bucky if we already have a Floodborn in hand that we can play small. No, instead we get a Flynn and Robin Hood and quest for 3. Yeah, we need to see. I don't know what we need to see here. We see the Medusa come down and get rid of the Flynn, but that's still a 3 on board, and we shake. That was a great game.
Playing it right to the very end, yes. Not an ideal opening for the Emerald Steel player there, but just enough to keep pressure on Alberto, pressure on his hand, and Alberto never really able to establish it and get those rabbits going in the mid game.
Yeah, that was tough. It's a tough call, but leaving the 2 Medusas up there, hoping to maybe go into friends. Maybe the line was being a little bit more aggressive with the board clearing, but these folks have had 2 really long days now. They're playing to the best of their abilities against really other great opponents. Oh man, see, it's been long. Can you tell?
Well, and Alberto, I mean, a top tier player. You can't
Absolutely.
argue. He's been to 2 Lorcana challenges. He topped 4 in one, top 8 in this one. So just a fantastic player. And if he goes to any more, I'm excited to see if he continues that success.
Absolutely. I'm loving even after just 2 of these in North America, 3 in the world with Lille happening, that we're already seeing these names, who are willing and able to travel around and make a name for themselves and consistently do well in these things as well. This is not, we're looking at this as a player base of 64 today and thinking they've done well, but they've literally got through hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands of people to get to where they are. So being able to do that once is really impressive. Being able to do it back to back in the space of 2 weeks is really, really impressive.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And so, what a great way to start the semifinals here. I'm excited to see the next game, but for that, we're going to turn it over to the on-site team, I believe. And do we have an interview going now, Jonti? I think
We say this. We say we'll be back
oh,
after
that's
this.
true. Sorry,
It covers
we'll be
us.
back after this.
everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area here with Brian. Brian, first off, congratulations. You're one of the first people to secure the Golden Mickey here this weekend.
Yeah, thanks. I was aiming for one in Atlanta. I didn't get it, but I was able to convert here. So I just got done with my match, so I haven't taken it all in yet, but I'm sure eventually I'll have it in my hands and then it'll hit me.
Yeah, it'll sink in once you actually get it. The look on the players' faces when they finally get presented one's pretty nice. We'll have that for you later today. You've been playing some Emerald Steel for a while here. It's done you pretty well so far. You've been playing it through multiple different, set releases. How does it feel to finally convert on this kind of stage of the deck?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Emerald Steel from last set. I love playing that deck. It's probably like one of my favorite decks to play, and I've been playing card games now for like nearly 20 years. I was a little bit less ecstatic about this one, even though it might be a little bit more high power level. There was a lot of red-blue in the field and blue-steel, which is can be a tough matchup. But even on the draw 3 times leading up to this, top 64, 32, and 16, I was able to get it done. So, yeah, I'm thrilled.
How are you liking your chances going in top 4 and maybe actually secure this full championship?
Well, I haven't seen what I'm playing yet, but if I get to play another red-purple, then I'm liking my chances of winning the next one. If I need to play a mirror match, it's going to be scrappy. I'm not playing Grab Your Swords, which is a key card in the mirror for a lot of people. So, we'll see how that goes. But even if I play red-blue or blue-steel, it's going to be a slog. I mean, honestly, all of my matches thus far have been 3 games, so in the top 64. So it's already been a long 6 hours.
Well, you got a few more ahead of you, hopefully, Brian. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the top 8. We just saw the interview with Brian. Congrats to him, who just made top 4 and is going to get that golden Mickey Mouse.
I know that the players are really itching for that golden Mickey. We talked about how great it looked. We looked at it earlier in the day, but something that I thought was really awesome from the interview was him talking about how he was on the draw all the way up here. We talk about how strong it can be to go first, but it's not impossible to win your games when you're going second. So, yeah, congrats.
Absolutely. He's playing that Emerald Steel, which I know we're going to see in our next match up as well.
Right. We have 2 players we've already seen on stream that we actually got to cast. One of them is Emerald Steel, and the other one's Ruby Amethyst. We're doing Dom and Kurt, so I'm excited to get into that one. They will be playing for the Golden Mickey as well. So
absolutely. And they actually already played game 1. Kurt walked away with the win in that one.
Yeah.
So we're jumping right into game 2 of this match.
I'm really excited to jump into it, so let's go ahead and do it.
Let's go. So Kurt, of course, won game 1, as we said. So Dom is going to be on the play here.
Yeah, I assume Dom is going to choose to go first here. I don't know why you wouldn't choose that because of the advantage that does come with going first.
Sure. If you have the choice, like, is there ever, I mean, of course, you can win when you're on the draw, but is there ever any time when you would want to choose to go second?
Not currently, I don't think so. For the most part, you gain a lot of advantage going first just because you're able to play characters before your opponent. You're able to ink before your opponent. So even in this instance, I'm glad you brought this up. Dom, being the Emerald Steel player, is going to get to play 2 ink and play a Bucky before Kurt is able to respond. And so even something as simple as that, Dom being able to start discarding cards from Kurt before Kurt can respond might actually end up making the difference.
Yeah. So talk about this matchup here and what we can expect to see from both these players.
So this is a kind of difficult matchup for Ruby Amethyst because of that discard package in Emerald. You would think it wouldn't be too difficult because they're playing Amethyst, and Amethyst is known for card draw. The problem is that the Bucky discard engine is very strong at getting rid of a bunch of cards, so I think Kurt is likely looking for cards that are drawing cards, or if he gets to a point where he doesn't have any cards in hand, he's just trying to get up to 7 ink so that he can play Be Prepared if needed. And speaking of cards that draw cards, Kurt played the Magic Broom.
Yes. Oh, yes. The Magic Broom is a new card. We've seen Magic Broom before. We got real excited about seeing Magic Brooms last round, and here we see that one again. This is a new Magic Broom for set 4, and whenever you play another character, you can actually choose to banish this Magic Broom to draw a card.
Right, and I really like this card because you're able to quest with it like Kurt is doing here, and then he might decide to play, the Turn-a-Box Followers, banishing the Magic Broom, drawing a card. He knows the Bucky's there. We saw Dom play it last turn, so Kurt knows that he needs to keep as full of a hand as possible. Also playing down the Turn-a-Box Followers, which has a very similar ability to the Magic Broom as well. well, being
Yeah.
able to quest and then banish itself and draw a card.
Yeah, which is a little bit different, but kind of gives you the same idea where you're filling your card back up or
Yeah.
filling your hand back up with that draw.
And I really like how Kurt is approaching this. I saw a couple Merlin Rabbits in hand too, and a few bounce characters. We see the Merlin Fox right there. So I think Kurt understands the assignment here. He knows that the Bucky is there. It's going to be oppressive. Dom is going to try his hardest to discard Kurt's cards, and we see Dom shifting Pegasus in on top of the little one.
Yes.
And so Dom can sing a song if he wants to. We see the grab your swords, and that's exactly
what he
what is going to happen to
does.
get rid of the Trinity followers. Seeing what Kurt is doing, saying, okay, Kurt knows how to play this matchup. He's trying to draw a bunch of cards. I don't want to give him that opportunity with the Chernobog. We will play a really strong Pegasus character that will give Bucky evasive until the start of the next turn because Pegasus was shifted. And so now I can safely quest with Bucky, gain a little bit of extra lore, and stop Kurt from drawing cards.
Yeah. Now, grab your swords. We've talked about that one before. It's a really strong card, dealing 2 damage to all opposing characters. And he used it there just for one little character, and really early in the game. What are your thoughts on that move?
So I think Dom understands that Kurt is playing Amethyst. So Kurt has a lot of access to drawing cards. We just saw Kurt play Friends on the Other Side, which is a song card that lets him draw 2 cards. Like I said, there's 2 Merlin Rabbits in Kurt's hand also, which is basically draw 2 cards on a body. And so Dom knows, hey, I really need to get all of these cards out of Kurt's hand if possible so that I can take over this game and Kurt runs out of resources. And because of that, the Trinity Followers is just another card that allows Kurt to draw cards. It allows Kurt to quest, which is pushing his win condition, and then get rid of it so that Dom can't interact with it and draw a card in the process. We also see Dom playing the Diablo, speaking of drawing cards. So Diablo is a really strong Floodborn character, which will trigger Bucky, meaning Kurt will have to discard a card. Kurt decided to discard the Madame M. Fox, but Diablo has a really strong ability that says when Diablo is exerted, on your opponent's turn, when they draw a card, you get to draw a card, which is really strong, especially into an Amethyst matchup where you have a bunch of cards that draw cards.
Yeah, that's so nice of Diablo to do that for you.
So nice of Diablo.
You get a card, I get a card too.
Exactly. Emerald's full of those cards that it feels like maybe they're doing something nice, but they're actually not. They're being really sneaky.
They're very sneaky. I've always said that Emerald is kind of that like tricksy, kind of ink color. I love all the inks kind of have their own personality.
Oh yeah, it's really, really awesome to see. And it puts Kurt in a really interesting situation here because we were talking about how Kurt needs to keep a full hand and draw a bunch of cards. Diablo's not exerted right now, but Diablo synergizes with Bucky, forcing Kurt to discard a card, but it also is going to let Dom draw a bunch of cards if Kurt tries to continue drawing cards. So there's kind of it's bad either way. If Kurt tries to continue to draw cards, then he's going to give Dom more cards. If he doesn't draw a bunch of cards, Dom's going to discard a bunch of cards out of Kurt's hand. So this is a kind of tough position for Kurt.
Yeah. Now, we see here he inked a Maui and played a rabbit to draw a card. Of course, Diablo is not exerted, so that doesn't apply here. But what was interesting, back on turn 3, Kurt chose to play, use 2 ink to play Friends on the Other Side. Of course, it's a song, but he had to use the ink, and he didn't play anything else out on the board besides drawing those 2 cards. How do you think that affects Kurt's position in this game?
I think it helps him a little bit with the Bucky being on board just because it gives him more options to discard. It gives him a couple extra turns to be able to ink. It's really, really important for Kurt to get up to 6 and 7 ink, so adding those extra cards to hand means you have a few extra turns of Dom playing Floodborn characters and making Kurt discard with Bucky to get to that point.
Yeah, and that Ursula, Deceiver of All, has made another appearance. That pop star. She wants to sing on the stage.
I feel like we have the trio here with Bucky, Diablo, and Ursula, Deceiver of All.
Yes.
We've seen how strong Ursula can be, being able to sing cards twice, basically. When Ursula sings a song, then it goes to your discard. You can then play it again from your discard and then put it in the bottom of your deck. So Dom can use that to sing damage cards like Let the Storm Rage On or Strength of a Raging Fire to deal massive damage to Kurt and also draw a couple cards in the process.
Yeah, it really does feel like a terrible trio. It is terribly awesome for Dom, and then terribly bad for Kurt.
Right, and we do see Kurt here playing discarding a King Undisputed from, he didn't have to discard there because of Ursula.
I missed what happened there.
I missed what happened.
I'm
sorry, I missed what happened with the King Undisputed. But King Undisputed is a really cool card too, being able to force your opponent to choose a character and banish that
Oh,
card.
I think what he did is he used Rabbit to sing, be
okay.
King Undisputed. And so right now, Dom is deciding which character he wants to choose.
Okay, that makes sense. I think I didn't see the Rabbit exerted, so
Yes.
thank you. Yes, so a really great card. We talked about how this is a really strong board for Dom, and I feel like any of these cards that are banished is good for Kurt. So not a bad spot to play King Undisputed.
Yeah, what do you think Dom is going to choose here?
Oh man, it's tough, right? Because if you get rid of the Ursula, you can't sing those songs. Right now, Dom only has Sudden Chill in hand, so that's the only song that could be double sung. It would force Kurt to discard 2 cards. We also see that Dom has another Diablo in hand, so maybe you could get more discard going if you play that with the Bucky. So he decides to get rid of the Ursula and says, okay, I'll opt out of singing Sudden Chill twice. Otherwise, you have to get rid of the Pegasus, which is evasive and questing for a good bit. We see Dom already at 7 lore. You obviously don't want to discard the Diablo because the Diablo is drawing you cards. And then, of course, you don't want to discard the Bucky because the Bucky's discarding Kurt's hand.
Yeah, and I think the other good thing about Pegasus, if I'm not mistaken, Pegasus is a 5-cost character. So that's really, especially with him having evasive, he's a really strong singer in this deck.
Yes, exactly. A really strong singer, able to sing cards like Grab Your Sword, which we saw earlier and utilized in that way. Also has 2 lore, so quests for a good bit as well. But we do see Kurt respond by playing another Merlin Rabbit, and he has a 3rd Merlin Rabbit in hand too. These rabbits are bouncing all over the place.
They multiply, those rabbits.
They multiply. That's what I hear. And we'll see if the rabbit gets chased at all. I do see a fox in Kurt's hand. Of course, there's not enough ink to play the fox this turn, but we may see it eventually.
Yeah, so that second Diablo did come down, forcing Kurt to discard from his hand, and he chose Merlin Goat. And Kurt, how do you think Kurt is feeling right now with only those 2 rabbits on the board and Dom really having a strong board state right now?
Kurt is probably nervous, if I had to guess, especially with this Sudden Chill being played, forcing Kurt to discard a card. His hand's getting really low, and he really doesn't have any cards in hand to help him get rid of Dom's cards. Both the Pegasus and the Diablo is evasive, so Kurt can't challenge any of those characters because his characters aren't evasive. I don't see any cards like Be Prepared yet in Kurt's hand. Even if you do have a Be Prepared, he's only at 5 ink, so you need to be able to ink a couple cards. You don't want to ink the Fox in hand because the Fox can help you draw cards with Merlin.
I'm trying to look what's in Dom's hands, but I can't quite see what he has. Let's let the Storm Rage on, and something else. But yeah, Dom is really in a good position right now. And we did see that 3rd rabbit come down.
Yeah, the 3rd rabbit does come down to keep drawing cards, finding answers. Kurt also drew another King Undisputed this past turn, so that wouldn't be a terrible card to sing again and force Dom to make a decision to get rid of one of the Diablos or the Pegasus, slow him down a little bit. We do see him ink the Sisu.
How much do you think Kurt is trying to keep on inking here, getting up to 7 ink, and hoping that he finds that Be Prepared?
I think it's a major priority for Kurt here, and it's even he's in a really difficult spot because he only has 2 cards in hand. I think this is actually why we see Kurt not singing Be King Undisputed, because Fox is the only card that's inkable in his hand. He knows if he played King Undisputed last turn, he's only going to have 1 card in hand. Dom very likely is not going to choose the Bucky to banish instead. So if Dom has a Floodborn character, which he has multiple in his hands to play, Kurt would be forced to discard this Madam M Fox. If he discards the Madam M Fox and then draws a Be Prepared next turn, that feels horrible because you only have 6 ink. You could ink the Fox the next turn if it wasn't discarded. So I think he's keeping the Be King Undisputed so that if Dom forces him to discard, he can discard that card, ink the Fox next turn if he manages to draw a Be Prepared.
And that's exactly what we see him do. So there you go.
There's a ton of flying creatures on
That's
Dom's board.
4 evasive characters, and I mean, there's nothing right now that Kurt has to deal with those evasive characters.
Yep, Dom has 2 Pegasus and 2 Diablo. Both have wings, both hard to catch.
Yes, quite evasive indeed. I love this new Pegasus too. He's just beautiful. He's beautiful.
Beautiful and a really strong ability. If you're able to shift them and give everything else evasive, keep it safe for the turn. I mean, we see Dom is already at 14 ink. Kurt really needs something special here to come back from this because Dom has a ton of lore on board. Both of those Pegasus has 2 lore, so there looks like there's 7 lore on board currently. Dom would win next turn if Kurt can't get rid of anything.
Yeah, and it looks like he has a Sisu and a Madame Medusa in his hand, which he knows that's not going to do it.
Yeah, knows that's not going to stop Dom Dom. So Dom does come back and win game 2. We get to go on to a game 3.
We get a game 3. These are 2 amazing players, super highly skilled, and 2 incredibly strong decks.
Yeah, it's 2 really good decks. I really love to see 2 iconic decks playing into each other.
Yes.
Ruby Amethyst has been a very strong deck since set 1.
Absolutely.
Has sometimes been the majority of the format. And so to see Emerald Steel, the new hot thing that people are playing, come in and fight against it, you know, it could be anybody's game. Kurt won game 1, Dom won game 2. We have a 3rd game to get on to.
Yeah, so should we get on to it?
I think we should. Let's
go.
go.
So we have game 3, and Kurt is going to be on the play this time because since he lost, right, I'm assuming he's going to choose to go first here.
Yes, I would assume that Kurt decides to go first here because of that going first advantage that we talked about earlier of just being able to be the first person to play cards, get things out, and respond to your opponent. Even something as simple as like Kurt has the ability to play some removal cards as other cards come out that he may want to remove from Dom. So there's a lot of advantage there. We will see how both of these players decide to alter their hands and then get on with the game. I think Dom only altered 2 cards.
Yeah, it looks like they're just finishing up what they're altering. And you know, not just altering, but also let's talk about inking while we're waiting for Dom to shuffle here. So that's one of the really important decisions each turn too. It's not just what you're playing, but what you're choosing to ink from your hand. Can you talk a little bit there about the thought process behind what you choose to put in the inkwell?
Absolutely. So in this card game, your cards are your resources. You have to choose a card out of your hand with the inkwell symbol, and you can put one of those cards into your inkwell every turn, slowly getting you more and more ink, and then you use your ink to spin and play your characters. This is especially important for Kurt because Dom is playing a discard deck. Usually you're just inking 1 card, playing 1 card a turn, sometimes 2 cards if you have a little extra ink, but at least to start it's just 1 and then 2. So you're usually getting 2 cards out of your hand at once after drawing a card. That means your hand's getting smaller and smaller every turn. You're only drawing 1 card a turn. So if Dom is discarding extra cards on top of that, it's very, very important that you ink cards. You don't ink cards that you may need later in the game because when they're in their ink, you can't get them back. And if you make a mistake by inking a card that you'll need later and don't keep that card, I mean, that can sometimes outright lose you a game.
Yeah. We saw that Diablo come down again from Dom, which is that card where he gets to look at Kurt's whole hand and know he can be prepared for that be prepared.
Exactly. Dom can be prepared for whatever Kurt has to throw at him. And Kurt has 2 brawls in his hand, which are really great cards to use against the 3-cost Diablo because they can banish a character with 2 strength or less. And of course, the larger Diablo, the Floodborn one, only has 2 strength. With this Diablo being played, Dom knows, okay, I have this Diablo in my hand. I may not want to shift it too early so that Kurt doesn't have the opportunity to brawl it and banish it.
Yes, and that brawl really is one of the really great answers for Diablo because of the evasive ability that Diablo has. That Kurt, I don't know that there are any evasive characters in his deck.
I don't think there are. Sometimes Ruby Amethyst players like to play cards like Peter Pan Shadow, where there's a new Peter Pan that's chasing his shadow in the set that also has evasive and rush and can challenge those Diablos. So it would depend if Kurt's playing any of those. We haven't seen any of those in the past couple games, so I'm going to guess that he's not playing them. So you're totally right. Kurt doesn't have too many options to interact with these evasive characters outside of the characters like Madame Medusa that can banish them or cards like Brawl that can banish them as well.
Yeah, and we saw the same turn 1, turn 2 moves from Kurt. He did banish that Magic Broom when he played Chernobog's Followers, and I'm guessing that we'll see him maybe choose to banish Chernobog's Followers here.
Yeah, and this is where we really get to see the differences of going first versus going second, because this is the same opening except they were swapped.
Yes.
Now Kurt gets to ink a card and play a 3-cost card or up to a 3-cost card this turn, whereas before Dom was able to shift that Pegasus before, right? Or I think that was it. Shift Pegasus, sing Swords, and take out the Chernobog's Followers. So this is where we can see a little bit of a difference, and we do see Kurt drawing 3. This is exactly his opening previously as well.
And we did see the Bucky come down, that squirrel making that early appearance again, and we know that there's so many Floodborn characters in this deck that Dom could have, but you know, it's really anything could happen.
Yeah, one of the really strong things about Emerald Steel is that every single character that's 1 cost that they play has a shift target. So as long as you can play 1-cost character and you find its counterpart, like we see here, Dom shifts the Diablo by discarding an action card, which is Sudden Chill. it's going to force Kurt to discard one of his cards, but Kurt is playing really well against this, having paid for the 3 ink just to play friends and draw 2 cards this past turn, so that he still has plenty of cards in hand to work with for the next couple turns, getting his ink up so that he can actually play those cards that he's drawing later in the game.
Yeah. It looks like Kurt's hand had 2 Be King Undisputed and 2 Brawls, and he did decide to discard one of those Be King Undisputed. What do you think of his choice there?
So I think Kurt actually has 3 Brawls,
Oh,
which
he
is
does
really
have 3.
crazy.
You're right, because he just used one. He still has 2 in his hand.
Right, and so I think Kurt realizes that the Brawl is going to do a lot of damage to the Ursula to see Reval or a Diablo that comes down. That hits a lot of cards in Emerald, and so he wants to keep as many of those as possible, whereas with King Undisputed, when he plays it, it's good at removing stuff, but Dom gets to choose what gets removed. So if Dom plays a 1-cost character that he doesn't really care about being banished, it can make the King Undisputed a little bit worse of a card. So it's also uninkable. So normally when you are forced to discard cards, you just discard the uninkable cards that you can't really play yet or are too slow. We see the Be King Undisputed and the Snake being discarded as well after Ursula sung Sudden Chill, I think.
Yeah.
And that's basically because both of those cards are hard to play. Be King Undisputed, like I said, is uninkable, and Madam M Snake, you have to have another character in play to even play the card, so might as well get rid of the card if it's not any use to you.
Yeah, and we didn't see their full deck list, but I know something else that players have to keep in mind is the number of uninkable cards that they even have in the whole makeup of their deck.
Absolutely. If you have a bunch of uninkable cards in your deck, you're more likely to draw them, and if you continue to draw uninkable cards, then it makes it even more difficult to ink every turn. You're having to ink cards you maybe don't want to ink, and so we do see Kurt ink a Madam M Fox, play a Maui here, and get rid of that squirrel. Dom got a little greedy questing with Bucky this past turn, and Kurt is taking advantage of that.
Yeah, that did feel like a little bit of risk. The Ruby Amethyst deck has a few characters with Rush, at least Madam M Fox and Maui.
Right. Madam M Fox and Maui are 2 of the main ones, and they're ones you always have to think about. As soon as Ruby Amethyst gets up to 3 ink, you have to consider that Fox. And of course, when they get up to 5 ink, you can almost guarantee that Maui will come down if you exert a really strong character.
Absolutely. And having that Maui on board, I think, is going to be just great for Kurt overall to deal with some of these characters that Dom has.
Absolutely. The Pegasus we did see come down. It wasn't shifted, but it has evasive. So it is a counter to the Maui in that Maui has Russian Reckless, but not evasive, so it can't challenge it. But we are seeing these brawls put in some work. The second brawl out of the 3 in Kurt's hand was played to get rid of the Ursula Deceiver of All, so that Dom can't sing any cards extra like Sudden Chill or let the Storm Rage on to gain advantage in that way.
Yeah, and it looks like Dom is now down to just 1 card in hand, which is a Grab Your Swords. That Diablo, got banished a few turns ago, and I bet that Dom is really wishing he had that about now for the cards.
Yeah, because Dom is really low on cards right now. Like you said, he played out the Robin Hood, which isn't really card draw, but if Robin Hood is banished in a challenge, then you get to draw a card. We do see Kurt play a Queen's Castle here.
And move Maui over there.
Which I really like. Speaking of card draw, Kurt's also a little bit low on cards, only 2 in hand currently. Luckily for Kurt, there's no Bucky on Dom's side of the board, so discard is a little bit less likely, but of course you don't want to have few cards in your hand when playing against Emerald, so Kurt plays his Queen's Castle, which is going to be difficult for Dom to banish because Robin Hood and Pegasus only have 3 strength, so they're not going to be able to challenge and banish the Queen's Castle this turn. Because Maui is at Queen's Castle, when it becomes the start of Kurt's turn, he gets to draw an extra card.
Yeah. And that Maui, of course, even though Pegasus was exerted, Maui does have Reckless, which means he must challenge an opposing character if able. But he's not able to challenge an evasive character. And so he's just kind of hanging out there at the Queen's Castle.
Exactly. And Maui has just enough strength to banish the Robin Hood as well. So if Dom decides to exert the Robin Hood to challenge the Queen's Castle, to start putting a little bit of damage onto it, trying to get rid of it, because the Queen's Castle is a really strong card. It has Julor. It allows Kurt to draw extra cards. You want to get rid of it. Maui, it will be required to challenge the Robin Hood back. And that is what we see Dom do, challenge with the Pegasus and the Robin Hood into the Queen's Castle, putting 6 damage on it, setting the Ursula Deceiver up for the next turn to deal the 1 damage needed to banish the Queen's Castle.
Yeah. I'm just imagining Maui hanging out in the Queen's Castle, and it's just so humorous to me.
Do you think Maui and the Queen would get along? No, he seems kind of full of himself.
He does seem kind of full of himself, and the Queen is also full of herself.
Exactly.
I think they would butt heads a little bit.
That is so funny to think about. I love the new location mechanic for that reason. Just thinking of all the fun interactions of characters being in the same room together, and maybe
Absolutely.
what they would talk about or how they would interact with each other.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to shapeshift into something in there.
Yeah.
We see it.
Okay.
Be prepared.
I love this play from Kurt because Queen's Castle's location. Be Prepared is a song that we've had since set 1 that simply says banish all characters. Well, Queen's Castle's not a character. It's a location, and so it's a way for Kurt to completely remove every character from Dom's side of the board. He loses all of his characters, of course, too, but that means Dom isn't able to challenge the Queen's Castle. It's going to be around for another turn, gain that extra passive lore on the card.
Yeah. Now talk a little bit about what we saw Dom just do. He played Let the Storm Rage On, but there were no characters.
Right, and he did it again. So this is an interesting ruling in Disney Lorcana that might be a little confusing. You don't actually have to have a target for Let the Storm Rage On to play the card. The first part of the card says deal 2 damage to a chosen character, then draw a card. In Disney Lorcana, you do as much as you can. So Dom plays Let the Storm Rage On. There's obviously no character to choose, so no character gets chosen, and then he fulfills the rest of the card, which is draw a card, and then he's literally just playing it to draw extra cards and find answers to what Kurt is doing.
Wow, we have a second Queen's Castle come down, which feels really big for Kurt.
Really, really big. Dom, I don't believe is playing any cards like Rise of the Titans. I don't know that I've even seen any Along Came Zeus's, which are 2 really popular steel cards that people play to get rid of locations. They deal damage to locations as well. As long as Kurt is able to keep characters off of Dom's side of the board, they're not going to be able to challenge into these Queen's Castles, so you're not going to be able to put damage on them. It's going to be really tough for Kurt to come back to this.
Oh, wow. So what we saw just happen is Kurt played Cusco, then he played Snake to bounce Cusco back, and then replayed Cusco again because he had enough ink.
Right, and this is what I was talking about it being really important that Kurt gets to these high ink counts, because now he can start doing a lot of stuff that his deck wants to do. He was able to make that awkward play of having to play a card, bounce a card, play it again, but then he still had enough ink to move it to the Queen's Castle. So, and he moved it to the non-damaged Queen's Castle.
Absolutely.
So it's more likely to survive until the next turn. And then if it does, Kurt's going to draw 2 extra cards because of the Queen's Castle ability that just says you draw an extra card for every character at the location.
Yeah, and drawing 3 cards at the start of your turn, like that's really big.
That's huge. I mean, Dom's entire deck is revolved around discarding your opponent's hands so that they don't have answers to what you're doing. And Kurt has done a really great job this game of continuing to draw cards, not letting Dom getting him down to that point. I mean, if Kurt gets to draw an extra 3 cards, that sets Dom back a far way, especially since there's no Buckies in hand. There's no other ways for Dom to discard Kurt's cards currently.
I think the hard thing for Dom that we're seeing is that the last few turns, he's really just had almost a handful of songs. He did get that Robin Hood and the Aladdin that we saw played last turn, but he just has songs, and all his other characters, the Bucky, the Diablo, the Ursula, Kurt had the answers for, and Dom hasn't been able to find anything else.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult for Dom to come back from a position when all of those key characters get banished, like you mentioned, the Diablo and Ursula and Bucky. So Dom wasn't able to find any extras, and Robin Hood on his own is a really strong card, but faced with what Kurt is doing and the ways that he has access to Ruby cards to banish all of the cards that Dom keeps playing, keeping Dom from challenging his locations and characters. Kurt's doing a really great job of keeping Dom from getting ahead too far. Kurt's pushed his lore lead going all the way up to 14, may have just quested there up to 16 as well. Yeah, and if Dom can't get rid of the Queen's Castle this next turn, which on board currently there's only 6 strength, the Queen's Castle has 7 total, and the Aladdin gets banished just now, Kurt's going to gain 2 extra lore off the Queen's Castle. We see a really cool play where he quests with the Cusco, plays the Madam and Fox to bounce the Cusco back to his hand, and then replay the Cusco. So now the Cusco's readied. The Cusco can't be challenged. So there's 2 lore from the Cusco, 2 lore from the Queen's Castle. That could be game if Dom doesn't have a response.
Yeah. What response? I see he does have that grab your swords in hand. Is that the right move here, you think?
It would be a pretty good play because Cusco, of course, only has 2 willpower. It does have that great ability of being able to draw a card when banished, so you would be drawing cards for Kurt essentially, but you have to. I mean, they have lore on the cards. You have to get rid of them. Kurt is playing Amethyst. He's already up at 16. You don't like that. You know he's playing goats.
Yes.
He can just play the goat, gain some extra lore when it enters and leaves play. So I think the decision here is whether or not Dom needs to sing Grab Your Sword with Robin Hood, if he needs to just play it outright. And he also has a, we don't talk about Bruno, so you could use that to get rid of a card as well. It's a difficult position here because the Robin Hood could challenge the snake, banish the snake, could do a little bit of damage to the Queen's Castle, but then of course you don't have the Robin Hood to sing grab your sword either, and you'd be using a lot of ink you wouldn't otherwise be able to use.
Yep, and it looks like he's bringing that grab your swords up to the front of his hand. He's really thinking about it here.
Yeah, I think it's something he's going to need to do just to slow Kurt down. I mean, this is a really tough position for Dom. Dom only has 6 lore, so he really needs to build a board, but before you can build a board, you have to take care of Kurt's board. Kurt being all the way up at 16, there's a lot of things that Kurt can play, especially with all the cards that he's drawing, to push him over to 20.
Absolutely. Yeah, he has to have an answer here. Otherwise, Kurt takes the game next turn.
Yep. And I believe these matches are untimed, and so Dom is just taking as much time as he needs to figure this out, make sure he's making the absolute correct plays or not making any misplays, because, I mean, they're playing for lots of really cool stuff.
They are, yeah. Not just the Golden Mickey, but a chance to also play to go into the to become the champion of the Lorcana Challenge.
All right, we do see Dom play Diablo and then challenge the snake with Robin Hood. So Dom will gain 2 lore because Robin Hood banished the snake in that challenge. And then we see him play the Strength of a Raging Fire, dealing 2 damage to one of the Cuscos, making it so that Kurt is only going to be able to gain 3 lore this turn, going up to 19. But if Kurt has that Merlin Goat, that's going to be game.
Yes. I also just realized how much ink Kurt has on his side of the board. He does have quite a lot, and he just has a lot more options here. If he just quests with Cusco, he'll go up to 19, and it feels like this game is Kurt's at this point.
Yeah, at this point, Kurt can just play another character, and then Dom has to get rid of that character that's readied. The only way he can really do that is through removal actions in Steel. We see Madame Medusa coming down to banish the Robin Hood, so the Robin Hood won't be able to challenge. You normally... Oh,
Another
man.
Queen's Castle.
Oh, the second Queen's Castle is rough. Yeah,
wow.
Dom knows that there's nothing he can do to stop that.
Well played. You know, I know Kurt took game 1, but Dom came back strong in game 2.
Yes.
But then Kurt was just able to really dominate this 3rd game.
Absolutely. I think you can really see the power of both of these decks, both when the Bucky engine is online and Emerald's doing its thing and discarding all your cards, making it so that Kurt can't play anything that he's drawing. And then you also see how strong it is for Kurt's deck. If that isn't the case, he is able to draw a bunch of cards, keep a hand that he can work with, and then use that later into the game to keep control of the board, play those Queen's Castles, and make it all the way to 20.
Absolutely. Well, Ruby Amethyst, as we know, it's been around since set 1, and it is still
It ain't going
making
anywhere.
waves. It's not going anywhere. Congratulations to Kurt for getting that Golden Mickey.
Yes.
And we're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with our top 4.
Don't go anywhere.
Hey, everyone, welcome back. We are here going into the semifinals. Jonti, it's been quite a journey to get here, and now we're down to the top 4.
It sure has. We are top 4, which means Golden Brave Little Taylor is confirmed.
In hand.
It's in. Well, I don't know if they're giving out just yet.
Well,
I'm not sure. No, I'd if it was me, I'd want to wait. I'd be like, no, you can give me later. I'm not. I don't want to have to look after that and still play some games.
Right, less time for me to carry it around. But no, but still plenty on the line, playing for that trophy in particular. So yeah, and a full set of cards from Into the Inklands, including
Full
enchantments.
foil set, including enchanted, which is kind of insane, and a pile of products as well. Box products as well. So still a lot on the line, and also just bragging rights of saying that you won the thing, right? But at this point, yeah, Golden BLT is in the bag. So maybe pressure off just a little bit, but still a lot to play for as we move into the semifinals. We're going to take a look at our bracket, which should show you the 4 players that are left fighting it out for the place in the final. On the left there, we have Brian with Emerald Steel and Kurt with Ruby Amethyst, both of which we have seen on the stream earlier today. And then the other side, we have Jordan and Thomas, Emerald Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire. And that's the game we're going to be taking a look at first.
Yeah, interesting thing. Look at the top 4 decks there. 4 different color combinations, 4 very different decks. So out of a field of 2,000, we made, or 1,000 this time, made it down to the top 4, and there's 4 completely different builds into the semifinals, which is kind of exciting.
Very exciting. And we wear our heart on our sleeve. I'm going to say it again. I'm a big fan of Emerald Amethyst. Very happy to see it make its way here as well, which is the game we're going to be taking a look at now as well. So should we dive in?
Yeah, let's take a look at which deck goes the distance and takes its owner into the finals.
You're gonna need one more of them, Just need one more.
I think I have it queued up as well.
Nice. We have Jordan here on the left and Thomas on the right. Jordan with the Amethyst Emerald. We start off with a Goat in the Inkwell and a Cursed Merfolk. The first Cursed Merfolk I've seen this weekend, but one of my absolute favorite cards. So happy to still see it, seeing some play here in the top ends of the decks.
Yeah, so on the stream over the weekend, we've seen a lot of Ruby Sapphire. It's been very well represented. We kind of know what that deck's trying to do. It's a control deck trying to take things into the late game. We haven't seen as much Emerald Amethyst, even though that deck has been very popular in the first few sets. And last season in particular, I think it was one of the top decks. This time around, this version is doing something very similar, though, to the previous build. It can be very, very aggressive, and particularly in this control build-up, it has 2 lore characters on turns 1, 2, and now turn 3, with Jacques filling that high lore 3 slot. So here we have the opening that Jordan is looking for. It is a 2 lore Cursed Merfolk on turn 1, a 2 lore Flynn Rider on turn 2, and it's going to start pushing the lore total pretty aggressively. There's a phase 2 to this game, which I want to talk about in a second, but I'm gonna take a pause here.
Yeah, so you're right. The early game is very much just get characters out, get them turning sideways, getting some early lore. And I think the reason why you're perhaps not seeing it quite as much as you did towards the end of the set 3 meta, very popular deck at the end of the set 3 meta. It's the deck that won me my Stitch at set championship, so I'm a big fan of it. I think the reason why it drops off a little bit is because how much of the Ruby and Steel removal just really sort of tears through that early game. A lot of the new Sisu stuff, the 1-drop Sisu with the base, we're not actually seeing that much play, and I feel like the reason we don't see much play is because it was an answer to this deck, which in turn dropped off.
I think that's right. The other thing that I think made this deck a little tougher to play this time around is the prevalence of Emerald Steel. Steel removal is the early turn removal is really, really good against this aggressive line in Emerald Amethyst. And so I think the combination of the ruby removal and the steel removal being so prevalent is one of the reasons why people were a little shy from playing this this season.
Here, Thomas doing exactly what he wants to do with his deck, though, which is just ramp up into that mid to late game as quick as possible. We do have a Brawl in hand, which I think is probably what he's going to be looking at using here to get rid of some of this stuff. We see a double Diablo, my goodness, and another Curse Merfolk. Jordan absolutely not letting up on the gas here at all.
Yeah, and Tommaso at this point thinking about trying to ramp into his late game mass removal. Unfortunately, only 5 ink on board, so he and without the Quill on board right now, although I think he has one in hand, is really trying to get to the point where he can play a Be Prepared. Although I don't think he has one in hand.
Yeah, Be Prepared, or also the Sisu, the 8-drop Sisu, is also going to do a lot to this board, removing all characters with 2 or less, which would be a board wipe currently. Instead, we see a Medusa coming down, removing the Flynn. A lot of the stuff in Emerald here wants to be challenged, actually, to be removed. Both the Curse Merfolk and the Flynn will have your opponent discard a card if they're banished through challenging, but any other removal doesn't have that trigger. So Medusas or any targeted removal is a really great answer to them. We see a 2-drop Ursula come down here. She's able to discard a Song and just take a look at the hand, and yet Jordan's just going to not see that Be Prepared and just absolutely just keep the foot on the gas here.
Yeah, and that Ursula may have been in hand for a while, but Jordan waiting for the right moment when Thomas has built out enough ink to play that Be Prepared next turn if he had it, and trying to snipe it at the last possible second there.
This deck, especially the Emerald side of this deck, has got a lot of stuff that you don't actually necessarily want to play on curve. You did mention the Jack before, the 3-costed Jack, and it's just a great quester on 3, but also gives a character reckless for the next turn, the turn he comes out. So often you're kind of happy playing him down into a Tamatoa or a Hiram Flavisham or something, just so that their questing abilities get cut off. And I think the other one there is the Ursula. She is a 2-drop, but a lot of the time you don't necessarily need to see her on 2. You want to see her just before the Grab Your Swords in Steel, or just before the Be Prepared in Ruby.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the phase 2 of this game, but I don't think we're going to get there. I think Jordan managing to go wide very quickly, Tomas without the appropriate answers, and so this game will probably close out pretty quickly.
Yeah, finding a few answers there to clean up the board a little bit, but still has 5 on the board, and he's at 16, can just quest out for the win. I'm not sure whether Thomas had quite done the math there, or was just sort of playing it out just in case. But yeah, wow, that was a quick game 1.
Whew.
Didn't even get my boots tied.
I know. It's there we go. An aggressive line. Now that was very impressive from the Emerald Amethyst deck, and I do think this is a matchup that it's favored into. It was last season. It can go really get underneath that Sapphire Ruby deck. Now there is one line of play, as you mentioned, open to this deck now that can kind of prevent this opening, and that is the early turn 3 Sisu into a shift into the big Sisu on turn 5. And so if the Ruby Sapphire deck is able to kind of ramp into that play and have those cards available, that would definitely reset the board and send this game into what I call phase 2. So definitely hope there for the Ruby Sapphire deck, but what an opening.
Yeah, I think Thomas there just was sticking to his regular line of ramping through the early game with Popsicle into 1 jump ahead. But here, yes, will most likely now definitely be. Look, it is open deck list, so we'll have known what he was up against there. But I think here in game 2, definitely is going to be looking for those early answers of Brawls and Sisus. Yeah.
And it's just a tough line too, because having the brawl early is a great answer to some of these early aggressive cards, and you do want to play it. But if you're brawling on a particular turn, you're not ramping, and so even doing that is taking you off your game plan a little bit. So it's a tough line to walk between setting up your end game removal and then trying to do some early game control.
Yeah. So we'll see which line Thomas takes here in game number 2.
Now, I've been talking about phase 2 a little bit because this deck does not have to, the Emerald Amethyst deck does not have to win super early. What it really wants to do, especially against control decks, is rush out to an early lore lead, perhaps into the early teens. 12, 13 lore would be really, really nice. And then oftentimes it expects its opponent to gain control of the board, whether it's with a couple Grab Your Swords or a Be Prepared or perhaps a Sisu in this instance, as we just talked about. At that point, the game kind of shifts into phase 2, where it's looking to scratch out the last few lore with some evasive characters in this iteration of the deck, or perhaps goat bounces. So this game, if it does go long, this is not an aggressive deck that needs to win early. It doesn't quite burn out, but it wants to set it up so that it's capable of closing out the game during that phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Building that foundation in the early game just through more traditional means, more through just regular questing, so that you can then start to worry even less about what your opponent is doing with that sort of stuff. Again, we see an absolute classic start here with one jump ahead on turn. Develop your brain into a one jump ahead. Curse Merfolk for Jordan. That's going to definitely start turning sideways alongside an Ursula, who's going to take a look at a couple of brawls that she can't hit. One of the reasons why it's a popular play, I think, is because it's an action, but it's not a song. Ursula specifically only grabs song. Bare Necessity is the other card that does that. Is able to take any non-character, but Ursula, she's very single-minded, that Ursula. She's only looking for songs.
Very on flavor. But Jordan getting a good look at Tomas's hand here and seeing something very interesting. We talked about this Sisu that's available on turn 5 if you shift her, and Tomas has that line available in his hand. And so Jordan, knowing that on turn 5 that Sisu's coming out, is going to be very careful about overextending here and knowing the board could be wiped.
Yeah, exactly. Normally you would be looking at playing one, maybe even two characters here, but knowing next turn that's online, it might ease up a little bit here. I'm also thinking about what sort of 3 strength characters there are in the deck that he could put down. Maybe bouncing something with a snake wouldn't be a terrible idea here if he's able to. I'm not sure. We'll see. No, we just see a Diablo, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Jordan knows that that's there. Perhaps thinking, it's going to be played anyway. I may as well draw it out, get that card out of the hand. And there is a downside to shifting cards too. You replace a card on the board. So rather than having Jordan or Tomas pursuing his ramp gameplay, he pulls that Sisu out. Yes, there's a big character on the board. It does remove everything, but it allows Jordan then to start resetting and building his board again.
I think so as well. I think it might be worth pointing out here. I've only actually really just noticed that Tomas is using replacement cards for the Inkwell. So what we're doing is when we ink cards, we're moving them over to a pile just under the discard there. You can see that with the Maleficent. And then we're bringing in another card to act as your ink for that turn. This is perfectly acceptable. It is in the rules of the game. As long as the cards that you're using are clearly not Lorcana cards, that is something you are now able to do.
There's a few benefits to this. One of them is it is very common for players to set their hands down on the table. I've done it several times, and occasionally you lose track of which is your hand and which is your inkwell if you're playing sloppy. So this kind of avoids that problem.
Yeah. We see a goat coming down there. Not only a great lore generator, that 4/3 stat line is going to push it past a lot of the ruby removal. But yeah, you can definitely see Jordan shifting the game plan here and taking the foot off the gas just a little bit and just extending enough just to keep the pressure on, but not leaning too far into the Ruby issues that he's going to have with things like Be Prepared or that Sisu if we see it come down.
I do need to correct something too. I think I misspoke earlier and called Sisu a shift 5. She is a shift 6, and so that would be
okay.
double to 6. Yeah.
Okay.
So
now then, this turn she could come down, but he's doing a lot less this time.
Yeah,
we might still see her come down anyway. Good body. Instead, we see a Maui going into Ursula. Maui here doing the classic 2-for-1, I think at least. Here Maui just being able to clean up the board a little bit, but next turn, very comfortably we're going to be able to take something else out as well.
Here we have the goat questing again, sending up to 8 lore.
Probably see a snake bouncing it. Yeah,
bouncing the goat, and that's what you want to do with goats. Goat, you can get maximum value out of the goat if you are able to return it to your hand and play it several times. Leaving it on the board exposed to be banished is not really what you want to do with it in these matchups.
We see another Diablo coming down here. I'd love a look at Thomas's hand at this point because it really does. It would really be interesting to see what we're working with. We see that shift Sisu, just getting rid of the Diablo, but you still don't mind that. A big body that can sit down and quest, start closing that lore gap, be a bit of a problem for Jordan to deal with, and being able to get rid of that Diablo before it's online as well.
One of the challenges for these Emerald Amethyst decks is there's not a lot of removal. There's some bounce, so you can send cards back to your opponent's hand, but not a lot that banishes your opponent's characters without challenging. Jordan, if he does want to remove the Sisu, does have Madam and Fox available instead, or as a rush character. But really, that's the only immediate answer to Sisu, unless you want to send it back to your opponent's hand, and in this case, giving him 2 Sisus to play again.
Yeah, that's right, because it's a shifted Floodborn there. It would both cards would go back to hand and then become separate cards again. We also see a Great Stone Dragon here, which is an interesting piece in Sapphire. It's a 3-costed inkable item. It comes into play exerted, but then each turn you are able to exert it to put a character card from your discard into your inkwell face down and also exert it. So a lot of exertion there, making sure that this card doesn't get too out of hand, because otherwise it would be really strong. Being able to just have something going from your discard into your inkwell each turn would be a really incredible way to ramp. So it's the edge is taken slightly off it here with the exertion, but even still, it's going to be an item that comes down. Jordan won't have any way to deal with it, and it's just going to be able to keep that ink rolling for Thomas without having to take any cards out of his hand or even off the top of the deck.
Yeah, just continue to build that ink advantage, and that's one thing that these control decks want to do: build up their inkwells to allow them to do big plays in the late game. Jordan going a little wide here.
Yeah, I kind of was probably trying to deal with putting some of the pressure on here. We actually see a goat trading into the Sisu, because at this point, the lore lead is what's going to give Jordan the win here. I think Thomas is happy to go into the game a little longer here, happy to kind of draw it out a little bit. Jordan's going to want to start closing this out, and we see that happen perhaps with a castle coming down. This Queen's Castle has put in so much work this weekend for Amethyst players. Like really, like I've always loved the card. It's always done well, but I really think it's shone this weekend as being the way that Amethyst has closed out games.
There really just is generally no immediate answer for it. I mean, oftentimes the answer is to send a big-bodied rush character into it, like Maui. But Maui with 6 on strength and the castle with 7 willpower means it takes just a little bit extra to shut it down. So usually players can get at least 2 lore off of it, if not more. And when you can set up that extra card draw, like Jordan's kind of set up here with Diablo, it's just even better.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if it does have 2 characters go into it, that's 2 characters challenging that aren't questing. It's 2 characters that are challenging and not challenging to your characters. Even that is perhaps just good enough. But it does seem that we'll get at least a turn out of it. Oh, maybe not with a double Maui. But even having to throw 2 Mauis into it and keeping that Merfolk and the Mim there on board, it's just a lot of value, I feel.
Well, and you really can't go into it with 16 lore on the board. Really, every lore matters, and so getting rid of 2 lore with the cursed Merfolk, and then another lore here. I think that's a snake in the glare. There, is that right?
I think it is a snake. Yeah, we've actually changed our minds on that one. No cards in hand for Thomas, so he didn't have to lose a card from the Merfolk, and then just using that ice block to make that trade a little neater, just taking 1 less damage on the Maui there. We gain 2 from the castle. A goat here wins it. We can quest with the Diablo, which we are doing so. Do we see the goat for the win?
And of course, the extra card from the castle, giving him another chance to draw it. But it's 3 ink, not 4.
Yeah, I think we'd have seen the goat come smashing down if it was there.
Right.
At this point, instead, we're just going to build up some board presence with a fox. Oh, actually, we're going to trade the Maui there, just making it so that castle is most likely going to stick around for another turn and then generate the win, even if we see removal for the Diablo.
Because there is character removal here. Be prepared would clear off the characters, leaving the castle standing, and so getting that Maui off the board was very important.
That's an absolutely great line, actually, yeah, because the Maui on its own isn't enough to go into the castle. Be prep leaves the castle around, and there we go. That's a 2-0 for Jordan with Amethyst Emerald. My goodness.
Yeah, so I correct me if I'm wrong, but remembering back at brackets, I think we only saw 1 Emerald Amethyst enter the top 64.
I think it might have been 2.
Maybe 2?
But it was a very low number.
That's true. And Jordan was the 2nd seed, so playing very well all through Swiss, coming in here with the number 2 seed, being on the play all the way through, and here showing why this deck has been so dominant for him heading into the finals.
Yeah, just absolutely racing underneath Ruby Sapphire. Thinking about what he might come up against in the final now. I don't have the info to hand very quickly.
Yeah, we're really quick. I think it's Emerald Steel on the one side, which would be, I think, a tougher matchup for it. So I'd be excited to see that play out. And I believe it's Ruby Amethyst is the other that it could possibly see.
Which is
So-
a matchup that I kind of favor with into Emerald Amethyst, honestly. So, yeah, we'll be interested to see how that one goes. We're going to pass you back to the on-site team for that. They'll be right with you after this.
Welcome back, Illumineers. You just finished watching the first match in the top 4, and Jordan took it home with the Amethyst Emerald deck.
Amethyst Emerald. Did you expect to see that in the semifinals of the Lorcana Challenge?
Absolutely not. Leading up to this challenge, everybody was saying how poorly positioned Amethyst Emerald was, and so the fact that it made it into day 2, I was already really excited to see. But the fact that they're now in the finals is wild.
It's wild. It is absolutely wild. It's a really fun deck, though. It's a fun combination, and we saw how fast it can be with Jordan's games there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking before this about how popular it was in Into the Inklands and for set championships, and then when Ursula's Return came out, the Sapphire Ruby decks that originally were a great matchup for that deck got the Sisu lines that could banish a lot of the characters that were being played in Emerald Amethyst, and then of course some of the other decks that were really strong like Emerald Steel had the removal for all of your Amethyst and Emerald cards as well. So people thought it wasn't going to be good, but Jordan found a way to make it work.
Here we are, yes, going into the finals. On the other side, though, we have a match coming up that are 2 decks that I think people expected to see here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Kurt and Brian playing a Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel deck in the finals, and I mean, we're very familiar with this matchup.
Yes, we are. We've seen it before. And now here, what do you think these players are thinking?
So Kurt has done this before. I mean, we just watched him take down a Emerald Steel deck previously that we were able to cast. And one thing that I was noticing looking through his deck list, he plays a lot of cards that say draw a card, which is really good, especially into this matchup of Emerald where there's a lot of discard that's going on. So I think Kurt's pretty familiar with this. And I think Brian is also going to be thinking of the same things of, okay, I need to discard Kurt's hand. This is the game plan for my deck. Discard all the things, find the Buckies, play the Floodborn characters, and win before Ruby Amethyst is able to get to that 7 ink a little bit further and bounce back.
Yeah. Well, both these players have already earned that golden Mickey, so congratulations to you for that. But let's jump in and see who can make it to the finals with game 1 of this match.
On to top 4.
I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We haven't seen Brian play yet, you and I, but we've watched Kurt, and this deck, I mean, it's really, really strong.
Yeah, typically against, we mentioned earlier in the stream that Green Steel or Emerald Steel usually has a pretty decent matchup into Ruby Amethyst because of its ability to discard their hand. And even though they play Amethyst, a lot of the Ruby Amethyst lists aren't playing as many draw cards as Kurt is. But even starting here in the beginning, we see a Chernobog's Followers being played, which is a 1-cost character that when it quests, you have the opportunity to banish the card and then draw a card, just replacing itself in your hand while gaining a little bit of lore.
Yeah, so really the name of the game here for Kurt is draw cards, draw cards, draw cards.
Right, and the main reason for that is we see a Bucky that Brian has in his opening hand, so we can expect that to be played on turn 2. As soon as the Bucky comes down, we see the Robin Hood on 1. There could potentially be a Shift Robin Hood come out that is a Floodborn character, so that would require Kurt to discard cards. And the reason it's so important for Kurt to keep his hands really full is so that he has more options of cards to discard, and he doesn't get down to a spot where he doesn't have any cards in hand. So we see Kurt quest with the Chernobog Followers, banishing it to draw a card, then playing a Magic Broom, and then just immediately playing another Chernobog's Followers, banishing the Magic Broom to draw a card as well.
Yeah, and it does look like Brian has that Bucky there, so I'm sure that's going to be the next play that we see here on his side of the board.
I would be surprised if we see anything else. I think I also do spot a Robin Hood shift hidden back there somewhere, so we'll see if Brian decides to shift that on turn 3. Decides to ink a World's Greatest Criminal Mind, a pretty strong card. It's a new song card from Ursula's Return. It lets you choose a character. It goes back to that player's hand. They shuffle their hand and then discard a random card, but if Kurt can keep a full hand, then nothing really, it makes it a lot harder for you to actually discard that card. So we see Kurt go into his turn 3, immediately questing and then banishing the Chernobog's Followers. Just the sequencing on this is really important. Drawing the cards, seeing if there's anything that changes after you draw those cards before you actually play anything else. And we see Kurt just play Friends on the Other Side with the ink. Friends on the Other Side is a song card, but Kurt really values having these cards in hand, so just plays it for 3 to give himself a lot of options.
Yeah, and I think that this is really the same turn 1, 2, 3 just about that we saw just in the quarterfinals. You know, he's really wanting to have the right cards in his hand to answer the cards that Brian's going to be putting down on the board.
Yeah, every game that we've seen from Kurt in the past couple of rounds, he's straight up paid for the friends on the other side on 3 just because he values the card draw so much. And like you said, even in the Emerald Steel mirrors, we oftentimes see the Bucky come down on turn 2 and then the Diablo come down on 3. Diablo is a really strong Floodborn card that says when Diablo is exerted on your opposing character, on your opposing player's turn, when they draw a card, you get to draw a card. So it puts Kurt in an interesting position here where Bucky is going to force Kurt to discard cards every time Brian plays Floodborn characters, but when Diablo is exerted, and we know Kurt values this card draw, Diablo is going to be able to draw cards every time Kurt decides to draw a card as well.
Yeah, and it looks like right now Kurt doesn't really have any answers. I don't see a Brawl in his hand. He did just get a Madame Medusa, but I don't know that he has anything right now with just 3 ink to answer that Bucky or the Diablo.
Yeah, and that's another reason why digging through your deck, getting as far in as you can, drawing a bunch of cards to find those answers, right? The Madame Medusa definitely does the job, but Madame Medusa is not for another 2 turns for Kurt. Kurt only has 4 ink, and it's important for Kurt to continue to ink those cards so that he can get up to the 6 ink and 7 ink to play some of those larger characters that are answers to Brian's board. But without those answers, Brian's going to be able to get away a couple turns with exerting this Diablo. The Diablo is evasive, so the Merlin Rabbit won't be able to challenge into it. Kurt doesn't have very many cards that can interact with evasive characters outside of cards like Madame Medusa and Brawl anyway. So I think it'll be important for Kurt to find some of those pieces in order to keep Brian at bay.
Yeah, and Brian does have a bunch of Floodborn cards in his hands. He has the Flynn, he has that Jafar Dreadnought, which is the card that we see coming down now, and I think he has that Shift Robin Hood as well.
Yeah, and these Floodborn characters are setting up a really interesting puzzle here. We talked about how the Bucky is going to make Kurt discard cards, but Kurt, when he draws cards, is going to also give Brian cards with the Diablo, and now with a card like Jafar Dreadnought, Jafar Dreadnought has an ability that says if he banishes a character in a challenge, Brian gets to draw a card. So if Kurt exerts this Merlin Rabbit to either quest or to challenge anything, then the Merlin Rabbit is going to be susceptible to being banished by the Jafar. You don't want to give Brian even more opportunity to clear your board and draw extra cards. So Kurt may not be able to exert these characters, or if he does, he knows he's doing it at a cost.
Yeah, that Merlin, because he's only at 2 strength, that Jafar Dreadnought would survive and could do it again.
Yes, but we do see a couple bounce cards in Kurt's hand. We see Madame M Snake. I also spot a Madame M Fox. Both
2 of
those,
them.
yeah, 2 of them, which is great to bounce the Merlin Rabbit back to hand. It just means picking it up from the board state, putting it back into your hand, and every time Merlin Rabbit enters and leaves play, Kurt gets to draw a card. So he'll get to draw a card here as we see the Madame M Fox go down. Unfortunately, Madame M Fox can't challenge into the Diablo. Normally, Madame M Fox is a really great character because it has rush and it has a lot of strength for a 3-cost character, a 4/3. So it usually trades pretty well into things. But because it does not have evasive, it cannot challenge Diablo that does have evasive.
Yeah, and Kurt is thinking here what he wants to ink. He hasn't inked for this turn. He's eyeing that snake and the fox. He was deciding between the 2. What do you think the difference there is? Madame M Fox has the rush, but Madame M Snake is a less cost.
Yeah, so if you'll notice, out of the cards that he had to ink, we're seeing him thinking about playing the Cusco. He also had the Madame M Snake. I also see a Maui and a fox in hand. The Maui and the fox are 2 rush characters, so he's holding on to those, waiting for Brian to exert some of his cards so he can immediately play them and challenge them to Brian's surprise. You also don't want to ink the Cusco because the Cusco is a card that's going to draw you more cards. We talked about how important this is in this matchup specifically with Brian having the Bucky on board, and so Kurt said, okay, this snake, it doesn't have rush. It's going to be a little bit slow when it comes into play. I'm not going to be able to challenge with it. It's also not drawing me cards, so out of all of the inkable cards in my hands, this is probably the one that has to go.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Over here on Brian's side, he has 4 characters out, and then I think we're going to see something else come down here, and that's just such a strong board state compared to what Kurt has out. I'm sure that it's kind of has Kurt feeling on the edge.
Yeah, this is getting worse and worse for Kurt, if I'm honest with you. He really needs to find something like a Be Prepared to just massively wipe this board. Brian is playing strong character after strong character, all of them being Floodborn, setting up, like I said, this weird puzzle where Robin Hood is a really strong character that also is focused on challenging, similar to Jafar Dreadnought. Robin Hood has an ability that says when he challenges and banishes a character, you can gain 2 lore. And so normally in Disney Lorcana, you're either questing or you're challenging or you're singing with your characters. And questing, of course, is how you win the game. It's how you gain lore. So if you're challenging with a character, you're not questing. the fact that Robin Hood can challenge and gain the amount of lore that's also printed on him is basically like he's doing both. So that makes it really strong as a card. He also has a second ability that says if he's banished in a challenge, then you get to draw a card. We do finally see the Madame Medusa come down, though, for Kurt as he gets up to 6 ink. Madame Medusa is a really strong card, being able to banish a character with 3 strength or less.
Yeah. Now, something interesting that happened on Brian's last turn is we saw that Robin Hood Floodborn character come down, but he didn't actually shift it on top of the small Robin Hood. What is the thinking there behind that decision, do you think?
So there might be a few things that Brian is thinking about. One of them is that I was going to say you may not want to go super wide, knowing that Kurt is getting up to 7 ink, but he just played out 2 extra characters, so that may not be a concern for him. The other thing is that if you only have the ink to play the Robin Hood, say for 5, or let's say you shift the Robin Hood for 3 and you have 2 more ink, there's nothing else, and there's nothing in your house else in your hand to play, and you also don't really care if you quest or challenge with the character that turn. It's actually just better for you to play the characters separately, because now you still have the 1-drop Robin Hood that could eventually be used to quest or challenge, or we've seen a couple be King Undisputeds. It would be a good card for Brian to choose to banish if Kurt decides to play something like that, and that way you don't basically get rid of one of your characters when you shift it on top of the other.
Yeah. So we now have 2 Buckies on board. The squirrels are multiplying. And then also that Flynn, again, his own biggest fan, has come down, which, you know, it goes right along with those Buckies, especially with having 2 of them on board. Flynn quest for 4, but it's -1 lore for every card in your opponent's hand.
Right. This is a really scary board state for Kurt because of the 2 Buckies. That means every time that Brian plays a card like Flynn Rider, Kurt is going to have to discard 2 cards from his hand. It's going to be really difficult for Kurt to keep up with that. It's going to be difficult for him to draw that many cards and still play an ink every turn. And so Kurt running out of cards means that Flynn is just going to get stronger and stronger and eventually get to a point where Flynn has 4 lore when Kurt doesn't have any cards in his hand. Flynn is also evasive, so it's going to be really difficult for Kurt to interact with that. Every turn, Brian's going to be able to quest for a bunch of lore with Flynn. We already see Brian up at 9 lore, and he has a ton of lore on board currently.
Yes. Yeah, Brian is already at 9 lore, and Kurt is sitting at 3, and really, this board is favoring Brian so much right now.
Yeah, and after playing the Flynn Rider, Kurt's in an interesting position because he needs to continue to play cards to respond to this board. We see him holding the Madame Medusa. You know, you need to play cards like that so that you can get rid of this board and start working on it. He's going to challenge the Bucky and rush with the Fox, but the more cards that Kurt plays, the more that you're fueling that Flynn Rider. So we see Kurt do his best to challenge, to get rid of some of the characters on board, bringing it down a little bit so that hopefully he can draw into some cards that'll help him out.
Yeah, so it looks like he has 2 rabbits there. Yeah, he has 2 rabbits and a Bee King Undisputed. How do you think he's feeling with those cards in his hand versus what Brian has on the board?
So Kurt's doing a pretty good job at coming back from this. The problem is every card that's in Kurt's hand is a good card right now.
Yeah.
We see Brian play a Floodborn character that's going to force him to discard a card. He discards the Bee King Undisputed. Then we see the Robin Hood challenge the Madame Medusa, banishing it and giving Brian 2 extra lore. Kurt's keeping the Merlin Rabbits because he's valuing card draw that much. He knows that he's going to have to find cards to get back into this game. There's specific cards he really needs to look for. I'm thinking primarily of something like a Be Prepared. And so he doesn't draw it on this turn, but he can play a Merlin Rabbit this turn. If he inks this Maui, he can play another Merlin Rabbit to just draw deeper and deeper into the deck, trying to find the thing that he needs to get back into this game.
Yeah, and Brian now is already up to 14 lore now, and it's looking like the game's really going in his favor. I know that we've talked before about, you know, sometimes games can swing really quickly when there's a lore lead like this, but with Ruby Amethyst, it doesn't quite have the same tools to do something like that.
No, Ruby Amethyst is an interesting deck because its game plan can shift a little bit. Sometimes against certain decks, you want to go really fast out the gate, gain as much lore as you can, and then finish out those games with Merlin Goats. But in other games like this, where you have a deck that can actually be more aggressive than you can, you're put in a control position where you need to respond to your opponent. And Ruby Amethyst just doesn't have a ton of cards that are really big, like this Flynn Rider that can quest for up to 4 lore in a turn. It's more of a slow burn where you just continue to build board presence. You remove your opponent's characters so you can slowly quest for lore along the game. And unfortunately, Kurt's had a difficult time keeping characters on board and keeping cards in hand.
Yeah, and if he can't find the answers, I feel like we're just maybe maybe 2 turns away, maybe 3, depending on how the next turn goes. I think now Brian will get up to 19 because. Let's see here. Flynn will quest for just 1.
Right, because Kurt has 3 cards in hand, and then the Bucky and the Robin Hood could quest for 3, so that'd be a total of 4. And then he also has the Ursula for a 5, going up to 19, I think, if he quested with everything this turn. But Brian may not quest with everything because there's no way for Emerald Steel to gain lore instantaneously, so you don't want to quest out with your really important cards like Bucky before it just wins you the game.
And it looks like maybe he is.
Okay, I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna press it because ultimately, Kurt, it's either be prepared or bust at this point. I think.
True.
Because Emerald Steel doesn't have a way to gain lore instantaneously. Kurt really needs to get rid of all of these characters right now, and if he doesn't, then Brian, it doesn't matter. Kurt's not going to be able to get rid of all of these characters on the board this turn because Flynn Rider's evasive. He only has 1 character. He has the Maui Rush, but there's not going to be a lot. And we see a Queen's Castle being drawn. That's not going to do it for Kurt, I don't think.
Not going to do it. No, maybe if he had seen that earlier. But yeah, it just seems like Kurt wasn't finding the right answers in this game.
I do like this play from Kurt, though. They don't scoop just yet. He challenges the Merlin Rabbit into the Robin Hood to banish the Merlin Rabbit so that he can draw into another card, plays 2 more Queen's Castles, and decides to pass the turn to Brian. And of course, Brian has plenty of lore on turn to take game 1.
Yes, nicely played by both players. And yeah, that Emerald Steel is just a tough matchup. All that discard.
It's a really tough matchup. In previous rounds, we've seen where Kurt has the answers to Emerald Steel. He got the brawls really early, and unfortunately, he had a plenty of card draw early in the game. He just couldn't find those early cards to get rid of your early threats like Bucky and Diablo.
Yeah, and then once, Brian had 2 Buckies on board at one time, and so every time he played a Floodborn, 2 cards were getting lost out of Kurt's hand, and that was just really rough.
Yes, Brian had a perfect curve, honestly, playing a card from turns 1 all the way up to turn 5 with the Robin Hood and discarding cards the whole time, drawing extra cards with Diablo. A super, super strong start. But that's only game 1. This is best of 3. So we can move on into game 2 and see if Kurt can come back, push us to a game 3, or if Brian takes this and moves on to the finals.
Yes, we'll see. So, of course, Kurt, not having won this game, he's going to be on the play, and he'll go first this next game.
Yes, I would expect Kurt to go first. It's important to have that first player advantage to get a couple of those cards down, draw a couple extra cards, and try to get ahead of what Emerald Steel is doing.
Yeah, and with altering your hand in a situation like this, how important is it then for him to be looking for the specific answers, things like Brawl and whatnot for the Emerald Steel matchup?
I think it's really important because you're seeing a lot of cards that Brian's playing. Kurt may have been able to look at the deck list before the match. And so we see these players altering their cards currently. I think you said it very well, Rebekah. Kurt knows very specific cards that Brian needs, or that he needs in order to respond to Brian. And Brawl is one of them to get rid of those Diablos really early. Being able to have a bunch of cards like Chernobog's Followers you see in the opening hand to play, and then draw more cards so that you can find those answers, and so that you can keep cards in hand, so you can continue to ink, get up to 6 or 7 lore, so that if you do end up with a hand where there's nothing in your hand, at least if you top deck and be prepared, you can still play it right. And then of course from Brian's side, it's pretty straightforward. You want to find one of your 1-drops. If you can, find its shift target as well, and then most important than anything, try to find a Bucky that you can play on turn 2. But one other thing to consider is inkability. When you don't want to mulligan a hand or alter a hand that has a bunch of inkable cards in it, because you're more likely to draw uninkable cards after that. And you can get kind of stuck if you have a handful of uninkable cards. You're not able to ink every turn, and you can fall behind. So there's a real balance act between keeping cards that are going to be really good into the matchup, but also not putting away too many cards so that you don't end up drawing into a hand of all uninkables.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting here is that we actually just saw Kurt alter his hand. He drew 6 new cards.
Yeah, so Kurt did not see the cards that he wanted to see in that first hand. But that's one of the things I really like about Disney Lorcana. The altar is very generous. You can essentially dig up to 14 cards deep if you want to by drawing your first 7, putting them all back, and drawing 7 more. And it allows for players like Kurt and Brian to find those specific cards that they're looking for. Yeah. It's part of the skill that comes into Disney Lorcana, and honestly one that I don't think is talked about enough, to be honest with you, because the difference between games can be whether or not you find that one card that you need to respond.
Yeah, I think when I first started playing Disney Lorcana, I quickly realized how important altering your opening hand is, and how important that is to the overall strategy.
Right, and if we look at Kurt's hand, we see he has the Turner Box followers, is able to find a Merlin Rabbit as well to just find more cards that draw him more cards. So, you know, that's just showing of how strong it can be to put back cards and find other stuff. He does have a Be Prepared in hand, which is going to be there for a long time, and honestly, not a great draw against Emerald. If Brian decides to play an Ursula Deceiver, then I'm sure that Be Prepared will get discarded, but we will see what Brian decides to do. Oh, okay.
He'll at least get to take a look and see.
Yeah.
Nothing will get discarded with Diablo, unlike Ursula. So Brian will get a good look, though, here at Kurt's hand and what he has coming his way.
Right. Diablo is a pretty strong card because it's a shift target for the Floodborn Diablo, but it also just has that ability that when played, you get to see your opponent's hand, and there's a lot of value that comes with that, knowing what your opponent's next couple turns might look like, also knowing that Kurt has a Be Prepared in hand. So if Brian does eventually find an Ursula, knows that he can play the Ursula and then get rid of the Be Prepared.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad now for Kurt, though, because that Be Prepared and the Madame Medusa, those are both uninkable, such high-cost cards. Madame Medusa being 6 cost, Be Prepared is 7, and they're just going to sit there in his hand, really limiting his options. Even though he has a full hand, it's limiting his options.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Kurt because Kurt's only playing 2 Madame Medusas also, so that's one of them. And I imagine if we do see a Bucky come down eventually, or any form of discard from Brian, some of the first cards out of Brian's hand is going to have to be that Be Prepared and that Madame Medusa because of the reasons you just said. They're uninkable, they're expensive. Kurt's not going to get up to that ink total for quite a few turns, and they're not doing any good sitting in his hand, so he's not going to be able to use them and would have to discard them instead. And of course, on cue, the Bucky shows up.
And the Shift Diablo.
Yes, and the Shift Diablo on that turn. That's part of what makes Diablo so strong, honestly, and Shift in general. But in Ursula's Return, the way we shift cards changed a little bit. Before, Shift was exclusively something where you paid a little bit less than you normally would for the card. But in this case, you can see with the Diablo card, you can shift Diablo just by discarding an action card. So you see Brian discard the Baboom to get the Diablo out there, being able to play a Floodborn card the same turn as he played the Bucky and force Kurt to discard.
Yeah, I love this new shift mechanic. I think it really changes the tempo of the whole game. You know, being able to shift a character and still play another character or action or item, maybe, it really is very helpful for players to be able to have that option there of shifting a card, or excuse me, of discarding a card to shift a character out.
Yeah, it makes for some really interesting plays because of what you just said. You can get those higher cost characters out really soon, and Diablo is only a 3 cost character, but there's other shift characters that came out in Ursula's Return with shift abilities like this, where they are expensive cards and can sing expensive cards really quickly. We saw how strong something like the Queen was previously that is just a shift 2. So there's some really fun ideas that can open up with something like that.
Yeah, and we did see, because that shift or Floodborn Aladdin came down, that Kurt was forced to discard a card, and we did see that Madame Medusa come out of his hand.
I was actually pretty surprised. I was going to bring that up. When the Diablo got shifted, I think Kurt, instead of a Madame Medusa or the Be Prepared, decided to discard a Madame M Snake, which surprised me. But of course, Kurt's running low on cards, and you can expect another Floodborn character to come out every turn from Brian's deck. And so, of course, not long after that, he just had to discard the Medusa.
Yeah. And of course, this being a best of 3 and Brian taking game 1, Kurt has to win this game and take it to game 3 if he wants a chance at making it to the finals.
Right. Kurt really needs some answers, and I think that might be why he's keeping the Be Prepared. He knows that it may be his only out in this game. It's a couple turns away, at least 3 turns away for Kurt, but he says, you know what, if I can't find the answers to get rid of this board that Brian's building up, it's a very similar scenario we saw in the last game where Brian just had the turn 1, had the turn 2, and the shift Diablo on top of that, so even better. Has a turn 3 and a Floodborn turn 4. It just keeps coming at Kurt and won't let up.
Yeah, and we see a Strength of the Raging Fire doing 4 damage to the rabbit there. Of course, Strength of the Raging Fire deals 1 damage for each character that you have on the board. And now Kurt is left with nothing now on the board.
Yeah, nothing on the board. And also Kurt drew a Friends on the Other Side previously too. It would have been great if he could have used that Merlin Rabbit to sing Friends on the Other Side and draw some extra cards. But Brian is playing around that by banishing the Merlin. You don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to bounce those Merlins, rabbits back and forth to draw a bunch of extra cards. And we see how much Kurt values this card draw, because even though he can't sing Friends on the Other Side, he instead decides to use 3 cards to pay for 3 Friends on the Other Side and play it just to get extra cards in his hand.
Yeah, if that rabbit had stayed out and he could have sang it, that would have been really great. Merlin is a great singer, actually. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I do love Merlin, though. I have not watched The Sword and the Stone, but I've seen the Merlin character in other areas, and he's a very, very fun character.
He's super fun. He makes a really great appearance in the Magic Happens parade at Disneyland.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. I've never been to Disneyland, but I've been planning to go at some point.
You gotta go.
We do see Brian just curve right out into a Beast Tragic Hero there with 5 ink, which is, I mean, man, Brian has really set up a board here, being able to discard cards with Bucky, draw extra cards with the Exerted Diablo. The Aladdin is there. I don't think there's any items in Ruby Amethyst, but can sing songs like Strength of a Raging Fire, and it's just a big body to deal with. The Jafar Dreadnought is going to keep Kurt from wanting to exert cards, and then the Beast Tragic Hero is going to also give Brian the opportunity to draw extra cards, because Beast has an ability that says if he's not damaged at the start of your turn, you get to draw an extra card.
Yeah. Queen's Castle, I think, might make an appearance here. No, we're getting a brawl on the Diablo. What do you think about that decision?
I think it's a great decision, because you, of course, don't want to fuel Brian's hand. And we see how important card draw is for Kurt and Amethyst. Of course, every time Kurt draws a card and Diablo's exerted, Brian gets to draw a card. So you don't want to be giving Brian extra cards. He already has a hand full of them. So being able to play the brawl, get rid of the Diablo, and say, okay, at least now I'm free to draw extra cards if I need to, and I'm not going to help Brian in the process.
Yeah. Now, Brian is only sitting at 6 lore, which is not that far ahead. I think that Kurt, especially with that Be Prepared sitting in his hand, maybe has a chance to kind of stop Brian in his tracks coming up on his next turn.
Yeah, it would be a really big play if Kurt is able to play this Be Prepared. It's why he's held it for so long to see if he can get there. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised he's kept it for so long. And in Emerald matchup, as we mentioned earlier, something as simple as an Ursula Deceiver can immediately disrupt this plan.
If that was Ursula Deceiver.
I wasn't sure if it was the Deceiver or not, but I don't think it is. It's just a Diablo.
But now he can see that that's coming.
The Be Prepared is there. It's looming.
It is looming. I was wondering if last turn, if Kurt would have played the Queen's Castle out so that that location would stay on board, and then he follow it up with Be Prepared. But do you think he might just go straight into Be Prepared?
I think he has to at this point, to be honest. It's like you mentioned, Brian isn't too far ahead, only having quested for 6, but it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board currently, so Brian could jump all the way up to 12. And if you waste any extra time, especially if Brian knows that a Be Prepared is coming, then he may just exert all those characters and say, okay, you can do it, but I at least got a bunch of lore out of it beforehand.
Absolutely. Yeah, that Be Prepared is just kind of waiting in the wings, and Brian knows it's coming, so he has to make a decision here based on what he knows.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, the Queen's Castle isn't a terrible thing to play after. It may not be great in this position, because Kurt really needs to keep cards that he can use to respond. He needs to start gaining some traction in this matchup. Brian has come ahead so far, but it wouldn't be a bad play, because Brian would not have any cards that could respond to the Queen's Castle. The Queen's Castle could slowly start catching up to Brian, gaining that 2 lore every turn, and then if Kurt's able to get some extra characters into the Queen's Castle, draw some extra cards.
Yeah, I do see a sudden chill in Brian's hands there, and he is deciding to quest a bunch here.
Yep, he's going to quest for 4 lore in total, and Brian still has a bunch of ink that he can play. Like you said, there's a sudden chill, but Kurt has 3 cards in hand, so he's going to have to do a lot of discarding before he's forced to discard this Be Prepared. And I imagine Kurt is holding on to Be Prepared until he's forced to get rid of it.
Sure. Yeah, there's no reason for him to choose that to discard. I'm so interested to see what Brian chooses to do here. He's exerting 4. Brings out Flynn. Now, that's an interesting choice. He knows that Be Prepared is coming, and yet he's still playing that Flynn.
That is an interesting choice. I'm trying to see if there's a line where Brian can force Kurt to discard all of his cards.
His entire hand? Can he do it?
Because he's discarded 2, so now Be Prepared is the only one in the hand.
Oh, he
and
doesn't
just passes
have
his turn.
pass his
So he's
turn.
forcing Kurt to draw an inkable card, and he does. He
Oh,
finds the
wow.
friends on the other side, is able to ink it and play Be Prepared. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That might
Wow.
be game deciding,
Wow.
to be honest with you.
Yes.
Brian playing out all of those characters. I mean, Brian still has a couple cards in hand. He can play a Beast Tragic Hero in response, and it's going to allow Brian to continue to draw some extra cards because Kurt very likely is not going to be able to get rid of this card. But to get rid of such a big board.
Yeah, he had, what, maybe 6 characters out there?
Yeah, I
or
think
something?
so. 6 characters representing a ton of lore himself.
A lot of lore.
And Kurt still has a lot to come back from. Brian was able to discard almost every card out of Kurt's hand. Kurt had to ink the friends on the other side. He couldn't risk playing it at all because he has to have the 7 to play Be Prepared. So inks friends on the other side, plays Be Prepared. Now he doesn't have anything in his hand. He's top decking for the rest of the turn. We see him top deck this Merlin Crab. The Merlin Crab's not going to do much, to be honest with you.
No, not when you don't have another character out, because Merlin Crab gives another one of your, or gives any character plus 3 strength. And so if you don't have another character on board, you know, it's another character, but that's about it.
I'll be eager to see if Brian decides to quest or exert the beast at all, because the crab could damage the beast, but it's not going to banish the beast. It would be punished, though, if Kurt manages to draw a rush character like Maui or a rush character like Madame M. Fox, because if you bounce the Merlin Crab back, then you can give the Madame M. Fox that you just played that challenger +3, and it would banish the beast.
Yeah. You know, I do wonder if, you know, because Kurt only had 6 ink, and of course Brian knew he needed 7 ink to play that Be Prepared, and so that's why he had him discard those other 2 cards so that he didn't, and then was banking on Kurt drawing an uninkable card, and it was a gamble.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It was a gamble. He said you have to have it, because if not, I think Brian wins the next turn, essentially.
I think you're right.
You can't play the Be Prepared that turn, you draw an uninkable card. Brian just gets so far ahead that he probably takes the game, and that might come back to bite him,
look
though.
at that.
There we go.
The Maui.
The Maui comes down, gets rid of the tragic beast that Brian decided to exert. At this point, Brian is just pushing his lore lead. He's already up at 12. He says, I'm just going to have to be aggressive. Every character that I play, I need to quest with and try to get to 20 before Kurt can reestablish and come back from the behind position he had.
Yeah, and he plays another 2 characters down. We see the Ursula, Deceiver of All, and then that Diablo, of course, can't look at your opponent's hand when they don't have anything in hand. And gosh, a Cusco was probably not what Kurt wanted to see.
Yeah, really bad draw for Kurt here. Cusco's not very good at challenging. It's not going to banish anything, and he can challenge something just to banish the Cusco and draw an extra card, but it's a very, very slow turn for Kurt, and Brian is just going to continue to develop a board, build up another big board that Kurt had to work really hard to get rid of in the first place.
Yeah, and I think Brian wins next turn. He has 4 lore now on board, and now he has 5 with that second Ursula coming down.
Yeah.
Kurt, I think, you know, even if he has another Be Prepared that he draws, and I don't think that was it.
I don't think he has to be prepared. He can still challenge with the Cusco into the Ursula, banishing his own Cusco to draw an extra card to see if he can find anything. It's exactly what we see happen. He has a friends. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah.
He only has 7 ink right now, so if he plays the friends, he can't play a Be Prepared if he draws it. He's going to see what he can draw into anyway. Magic Broom, another friends on the other side. So many friends, and none of them are helping.
Yes, he has so many friends, and none of them.
And there's the Be Prepared. A little bit too late, though.
Little too late. Yeah, those friends were not helping him out.
No, Kurt's just going to keep drawing cards, see what was at the top of his deck. And Brian takes game 2, to the finals.
Going to the finals. Congratulations, Brian. Both games very well played. That Emerald Steel deck was doing exactly what it was made to do. He had something to put down every single turn, the right answer at the right time. It was pretty incredible to watch.
It was really gnarly seeing them play a 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost, 4 cost, 5 cost, all the way out. And
in both games.
In both games, having the perfect curve, even being able to shift the Diablo as soon as you play the Bucky, force Kurt to discard cards. And goodness, I mean, Kurt played very well. Kurt did everything he could, played to his outs, and unfortunately, Bucky and the Emerald Steel just was too much.
Yeah, he had that Be Prepared, and he was able to play it, but because he didn't have anything else in his hand, because of those squirrels, it just, he pulled up his friends and they didn't help.
Yeah, those annoying little squirrels. But congratulations to both players.
Congratulations.
I mean, to even get this far, they've gotten plenty of prizing. I'm sure that Kurt would have loved to go on to the finals, but he still gets a lot of stuff to walk away with.
He does. And congratulations to Brian. And we're going to go to a break now. And then Jonti and Liam are going to be bringing you our final match of Lorcana Challenge Chicago.
Welcome back, folks. Sorry, I thought that was me.
No, it is you. Go for it. I was just too excited.
Because we're here.
Yeah,
Made it. We've made it to the finals, and we'll be getting you that game in just a couple of minutes. But before we do, we wanted to take a look at the road that these players have taken over the last 2 days to get here. We're going to start off by taking a look at the brackets again. They're all filled in. We can have a look at the top 64. We start off with the Maleficent bracket. Here we see a really good rainbow of colors in the first round, and then move through into Demetrius and Andrew in the octafinals against Patrick and Thomas, and then the quarters there, Demetrius and Thomas as well. Emerald Steel versus Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, really fun bracket. There were definitely the decks that people expected to do well this tournament. And we see some decks in this bracket here sneak in that perhaps people weren't expecting, particularly that Emerald Amber deck. Patrick, I understand, played very well through every game, took a lot of opponents by surprise. So it just goes to show you that going into these tournaments, even though there are decks that people talk about as being the favorite decks, that doesn't mean you can't take a deck that you build yourself, that you love, that you understand and play really well, and pilot it into the top cut and pretty high in the standings here out of 1,000 players.
Absolutely. I think there's very much something to be said about playing a good deck you know well rather than a great deck that you don't know as well. I definitely think that sometimes just your knowledge of what your cards do and what they are can really get a lot more value out of a deck as long as it's playable in the first place.
Absolutely. So fun bracket here. Let's take a look at the next, shall we?
Go ahead.
Oh no, here we are in our Rapunzel bracket. We have one of our finalists coming out of this bracket, Jordan Moore, who went through several different colors to get there. You see Emerald Steel, and then Ruby Sapphire, and then Sapphire Steel, and going to have to wrap up in the finals here against a Emerald Steel deck. I'm excited to see how that goes.
Absolutely.
Several players here that we know from other tournaments. Brennan DeCandio, we know from Atlanta, and has been around the TCG scene for a while, and just another bracket with some fun decks in it.
Yeah, it's really great to see the Emerald Amethyst card deck do so well, especially against Steel. As we said before, Steel is definitely going to be the real issue for Jordan, trying to get some of those early questers to stick. He's going to be facing Emerald Steel in the final. We'll have to see how that goes in a moment. Our next bracket is the Cinderella bracket, and that's where we see Dominic and Kurt make the quarterfinals. So from the first round, we've got a little bit more of a closed off color wheel here. Lots of ruby, lots of steel. Even moving into the octafinals between Joshua and Dominic there in an emerald steel mirror. Shula and Kurt with sapphire steel, ruby amethyst into ruby amethyst, and emerald steel into the quarterfinals. There, we got to see that match, Dominic versus Kurt. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was a fun bracket to follow. And, one note on this bracket, we do see Ruby Amethyst here making a couple appearances. And what I enjoyed seeing in this event was how the Ruby Amethyst players shifted, if you'll pardon the Lorcana pun there, from the more control-y mid-range line into a very aggressive deck this format, able to close out games in 4 or 5 turns with that new Flynn frenemy that they really leaned into. So a fun little build, and it was neat seeing Kurt take it so far.
Absolutely. And then we finish off with the Elsa bracket. This, again, real nice rainbow on the first round here. Zach Bivens, very popular player within the community, bringing Amber Steel to the top 64. Also, Dominic running it as well there. In the octafinals, we see Alberto versus George in a Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire matchup. That one was there. And then Brian, Emerald Steel, and Tianyu with Ruby Sapphire. Brian taking it to the quarterfinals. We just saw that last game a few minutes ago there with Alberto in Ruby Amethyst. And yeah, Brian then taking it all of the way.
Yeah, as you suggested, a couple fun storylines here. Really fun to see Steel Song in the list here in the top 64 twice in this bracket. Another deck that people I don't think thought would represent terribly well, but a couple fantastic players piloting it very high in the standings here. And then Alberto is probably out of the 2 tournaments, he is the one who finished the highest twice, right? The only 2 Golden Mickey winner. I might be mistaken.
I believe so. I would have to get someone to do checks on that for us, but yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So congratulations to Alberto here with a strong showing in both the first 2 challenges. Another fun storyline in the Elsa bracket.
And then we see finally the 4 players moving into the Mickey bracket. Brian versus Kurt there. That was the last game you guys just saw. Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst. And then just before that, we got to show you Jordan versus Tomas, the Emerald Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire, giving us a final of Emerald Amethyst versus Emerald Steel. It's the battle of the Emerald decks.
Indeed, with its 2 favorite color pairings, I think. So we'll see which one comes out on top. I know we're both eager to talk about this matchup. There's a few things we want to talk about first, and then we're going to dive into analyzing this match, I think. But before we do that, let's take a look at what these players have won and what they're still competing for. So here we have some of the amazing prizing in this tournament. These have already been won by these players, and all these prizes are cumulative. So everybody in the top 32 winning this beautiful Cinderella foil promo, and then in the top 16, this Rapunzel promo, and then this playmat in the top 8, which is foiled as well, with foiling throughout the hair, and it's delightful in person. And
Yeah, it's
Jonti, I don't know about
absolutely
you, but
beautiful.
I really appreciate how these promos are showing us existing cards reinterpreted by renowned Lorcana artists and showing us these characters in a new way.
Absolutely. I think with all of the promos that they selected, they did an amazing job of not only giving us incredible art, but also on very like meta relevant cards. You know, all of the cards we see here, right back from like Dragonfire, Let It Go, at some point have all seen play in decks. These aren't just collector pieces because they look amazing. They're also collector pieces because they are just amazing cards in their own rights as well. But also, as well as all of that fantastic product, the top 16 all get an invitation to the North American Championship as well.
Yeah, what a fantastic prize. I mean, to be able to compete in the first ever Lorcana North American Championship is gosh, what a thing to say that you've done, right? What a bucket list item.
Absolutely. We're going to be getting more details on that very soon as to what that actually looks like. But then after top 8, we move into top 4. And there's even more pricing there. The big one being the main man himself, this gorgeous golden serialized Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor.
I've said it before. I mean, we could talk about the art all day, but the one thing that I think the biggest thing that I love is the serialization in the bottom, telling us there'll never be more than 500 of these, and allowing us to trace each and every card back to the moment that it was won, the location and the player. And I think it's just delightful.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful card. And all the top 4 are going to be taking away one of them. And as you said before, we'll always know who it was who got those due to that serialization. They will be carved in history as one of the first people to get hold of one of these.
Absolutely. Some other prizes for the top finishers as well that they're competing for. The top 2 will get 2 boxes, 48 packs of Ursula's Return, plus 100 prize tickets that they can redeem at the prize wall for some fantastic prizing, including, I think 100 tickets gets you that foil Rapunzel mat, which is also, or no,
Foil Cinderella map
Cinderella
with
map.
and change as well. I believe at Chicago that is a 90 tickets to get, so
Oh,
you can get
fantastic.
yourself one of those and you're halfway to something else as well.
Both playmats. You get the playmat duo. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. And then for the champion, obviously this is cumulative, but the champion taking away as well that wonderful trophy, the only one of prize, as well as this foil set of Ursula's Return, including enchanted cards, which is